Town of Chance, Believing in Love, The Dare Series 7, Siren Publishing, Ménage Everlasting. Written by Dixie Lynn Dwyer. Narrated by Olivia Peppersmith. Prologue. How are you feeling today? Eliza Grace looked at the text message on her phone. She stared at it for several seconds, wondering how to respond. It was the same thing day after day, week after week. Parker's texts asking how she was feeling, and if her bruises were almost gone, and what her schedule at work was. It was driving her insane. "What's wrong?" Missy Ann asked her as she thumbed through a magazine while they lay out by the pool. It was a hot summer day, and Eliza Grace sat under the umbrella, being sure not to burn. Since doing the photo shoot for a fundraising calendar, she had been so busy with jobs. Her boss, Clarissa, hooked her up with a couple of other boutiques a few towns over, and she was scheduled for a runway show in a few weeks, too. She swallowed hard. Her dad and her cousins hadn't seen the calendar yet, but she knew they would any day now. So far, they were the best-selling calendars in several years, and she was shocked to see she landed not only the front cover, but also several other shots throughout. She had been insistent that she wouldn't wear the tiny bikini as she posed in front of the classic sports car. Somehow, from her boss's perspective and the photographers working the shoot, she looked extremely sexy in the short, strapless romper. She was happy with the end results, just nervous that the calendar would give her further exposure. She didn't want the negative kind. "Oh, I know that look. Is the text from Parker again?" Missy Ann asked her as she adjusted her large breasts in the small bikini she wore only for sunbathing. It was pink, with tiny white polka dots, and barely covered her breasts. Eliza Grace looked at her and sighed. "I can't take it. This whole Big Brother stuff is ridiculous. They like you. They claimed guardianship of you, and you declined them, even though you're crazy about them." "I'm not crazy about them." Missy Ann raised one of her eyebrows up at her, and then snorted. "You daydream about them all the time, and turn down dates with other guys. Hot guys, I might add." "I turn down dates because I don't feel comfortable about dating." "Eliza Grace, you are being stubborn. I know you have fears. We all do. But Parker, Lynch, and Taser are older, more experienced and mature, and they know what a commitment is. When they find out you're a virgin, they're going to really become more protective of you." "Missy Ann, you sure do talk a tough game, considering you're a virgin, too. If you were in my shoes, you're telling me you would feel confident taking on 4 much older men who are special ops, no less? That is just plain bullshit, plain and simple." Missy Ann sighed and looked toward the pool and then back toward Eliza Grace. "I don't have 4 older, sexy men wanting to make me their woman. You do, and your cousins know, your dad knows, hell, the sheriff and most of the town know that these men want you. But you're fighting it. Why?" "For a lot of reasons." "Like?" "Like, we've been over this before. Parker and Taser claimed guardianship because I was in danger and hurt after the attack and Shelley's abduction. There was nothing more to that, and basically they backed down as soon as I was in the clear and Shelby was safe. They were put on the spot by the sheriff. Max asked you if you accepted them as guardians, and you said no." "Of course I did. They want to be big brothers. They see me as a little sister and nothing more. Besides, I'm not interested in getting involved with any man, never mind 4 men like the Hayes brothers." "But you like them." "What's not to like, Missy Ann? They're mysterious, sexy, have huge muscles and dangerous jobs, and they disappear all the time to do those jobs that no one knows about or questions. They have connections and resources. I'm sheltered, shy, not sexy enough or woman enough, and I'm a hermit." Missy Ann chuckled. "A hermit? Honey, you're a model, and I saw the calendar pictures. Your body is exceptional, And you have that whole petite, sweet angel look about you. Did you ever stop to think that they might feel too old or too experienced for you? That maybe they think you deserve more? She glanced down at the text and thought about what Missy was saying. She exhaled. I don't know what to think. I just don't have any experience to go by in dealing with Parker and his brothers. The only experiences I've had when dealing with men, boys, if you think about college, is violence. Missy Ann reached over and covered Eliza Grace's hand. Honey, you still haven't gotten over the fact that you were attacked, nearly gang-raped in college. You fought back, and those 5 guys didn't succeed. They almost did. They did enough, saw enough, and grabbed at me, touching me, and scared the hell out of me. I was damn lucky. They suffered the consequences. They moved on with their lives, and you need to move on with yours. I think I'm doing a pretty good job at that. Are you now? Because you don't sound happy. I think you need to start thinking about the things you've wanted to do but held back from doing. You don't mean like a bucket list? I'm 24 years old. I'm afraid of heights, so skydiving or bungee jumping is not a wish of mine. Missy Ann chuckled. I don't mean anything extreme. I mean doing something that makes you happy, that excites you but also challenges you. Maybe something you were scared of doing for whatever reason, but now you can overcome that fear. It doesn't have to be huge and definitely not dangerous, or your cousins and the Hayes brothers will have my ass. Eliza Grace laughed. Missy, please, you are not a negative influence in any way, and my cousins like you. You can really live on the wild side and do the Hayes brothers. You can pop that cherry and move on as a new, more experienced woman. Think about it. 4 older men in their 30s with super big hands, which means super big Missy Ann. Well, it's what I heard. You know, the whole big hands, big penis thing. Eliza Grace covered her face with her hands. Come on. You can get the experience of 4 lovers under your belt. That should get you over the memories from college and also the attack in your apartment and help you move on with your love life. She swallowed hard. You don't get it. I can't even be that close to them. When one of them is around me, I get all nervous and feel like running. When 2 of them are around me, it's even worse. When I think about them touching me, kissing me at the same time, and then about the 4 of them surrounding me, it's total freak-out panic attack. I can't help but to think about college and those 5 guys. It was so scary. If people ignored my screams or didn't hear them over the music, the outcome would have been horrific. But they did hear your screams. Then they denied it. They said I wanted it, that I led them on and came into the room with them. It was their words against mine. I'll never forget that feeling. How the dean of the school and even the police looked at me with suspicious eyes. I was a victim, and they made me feel like the perpetrator. All the while I was beaten up, my breasts exposed, my clothing ripped, and I had to walk past all those kids I had classes with, and they knew. It was a nightmare. I still have nightmares about it. How the hell could I even think of being with 4 men? How? She asked, with tears in her eyes. Eliza Grace felt so frustrated. She liked the Hayes brothers. She just didn't think she was right for them. They needed an older woman, a bigger woman, and not some petite 24-year-old passive scaredy cat like herself. Her phone buzzed again. You better answer that. Something tells me that the Hayes men are not the kind of men to make angry. She raised her eyebrows up and down, and Eliza Grace snorted as she shook her head. Although they could be quite sexy angry. You know, all those hard, big muscles flexing as they reprimand you for ignoring their text messages. I bet they're into discipline, too. They probably would toss you over their knees and spank your ass. Missy Ann, Eliza Grace scolded, feeling her cheeks heat and her body react to the idea. Here she was, 24 and a virgin, no way capable of taking on older, more experienced, and lethal men like the Hayes brothers. Sorry. I guess my own lack of experience has me wanting to live vicariously through you. You're so freaking lucky. The Hayes men are super sexy and hot. I mean, women throw themselves at those kind of men, and you have their full attention. Maybe if you tell them about what happened to you, they would take their time and ease you into the intimacy part. I bet they would. They like you so much. I can see it in their eyes. You keep pushing them away, and they might just give up on you entirely. She thought about that and felt immediately sad. This was so frustrating. She did like them, but yet she felt so young and inexperienced. It was a vicious cycle of hers, not feeling confident. She had been so confident years ago when she went off to college instead of sticking around here. Then that night happened, and things changed. She changed. I don't think they even date. I've never seen them even flirting back with any of the women who flirt with them. They only have eyes for you. When you're around, they give you their full attention, even when you're not paying any attention. Missy Ann added, still on the whole push to get Eliza Grace to go out with them. Not their full attention in that way. They just like to be in control and feel like they're protecting me like a sister. Honey, I don't think they're thinking thoughts associated with a sister. I saw them at the hospital with you. They took turns watching over you, and Parker was caressing your hair and whispering to you as you lay there recovering. Don't you remember any of it? I remember waking up several times, and they were keeping their distance. They were all business, like they were bodyguards or something. By the time I was ready to be discharged, and Max asked me if I accepted their guardianship over me, I realized they didn't really have feelings for me in a romantic way, but felt more obligated to watch over me, especially with my cousins claiming guardianship of Shelby and spending all their time loving her. Missy Ann smiled. Shelby looks so happy now. I wouldn't write off the Hayes brothers. Maybe they're feeling just as unsure about you as you feel about them. Well, the last thing I need to do is choose the wrong men to trust. I'm just not ready to date anyone or to get romantically involved. I don't know when I'll feel safe enough. Well, then, do like I suggested and try to accomplish some of the goals and dreams you've had. Now is a better time than any. She thought about that a moment, and then smiled. Why the hell not? Oh, you may want to keep your adventures under the radar, especially with Parker texting you all the time. Eliza Grace looked at the phone and texted back. All good. No need to text me anymore. Thanks. She hit send, and as soon as she did, she felt guilty as well as sad. It was strange, but she was used to Parker texting her, checking up on her, and as much as it annoyed her, and made her realize that he and his brothers weren't attracted to her, the more she became accustomed to receiving those text messages and liking them. She was such a loser. She hadn't a clue about men, and certainly not about men like Taser, Lynch, Burker, and Parker. They were special ops. They had more strength, confidence, and capability than she could ever imagine even having an ounce of. They probably saw her as weak, petite, fragile, and vulnerable. She didn't want to feel that way or appear that way. Just because she had a petite body didn't mean she was weak. She was well endowed, worked out all the time to stay in tip-top shape, and she did fight off those guys in college until help arrived, just like she fought off the men who abducted Shelby until she was knocked in the head. The drive and determination to not be weak was there when she needed it. That self-confidence to go after what she wanted, no matter how intimidating things were, kept her driving toward success. But she had her limitations still. Perhaps Missy Ann had a great idea. Maybe if she achieved some of her goals and overcame challenges, then she could be in a better place and be ready to actually date and have a boyfriend. She started to think about a bunch of different things, and the first thing that came to mind was singing at Luther's. She had auditioned for a small cafe in Cambridge before she got hurt. It was a minor job, but it was something she wanted to try and do, and just to get into the open mic night had been hard. Maybe she needed to reach a bit higher with that goal and really challenge herself. Getting an audition at Luther's would be the first step. Getting a chance to sing with the band in front of a crowd of 200 would surely build her self-confidence, or destroy it. She felt the instant fear and anxiety about taking the chance. She looked at Missy Ann. Her first thought was to tell her about her idea, but then she decided if she wanted to succeed, she really needed to do this on her own. Her belly quivered, and her heart began to race. She looked at the phone, surprised that she thought about Parker, and wondered what he would think. It was crazy. She was allowing him control that he didn't need to have. She was trying to make his care into something it wasn't. If he and his brothers liked her and wanted to make her their woman, wouldn't they have tried to kiss her by now? Maybe they would have touched her possessively and told her they wanted her. It just confirmed the reality of their care. They were helping out her cousins and watching over Eliza out of responsibility and nothing more. As guardians, they were to be aware of everything she did and where she went and who she was with, so she would never be in potential danger. They hadn't even asked her what she was up to. Boy, were they going to be surprised when they saw the calendar. She exhaled, and then thought about singing. What would they do if she actually sang at Luther's in Charlesburg? It was a rowdy place, had a reputation as the hottest bar in South Carolina because of all the things that went down there and all the big shots that hung out there. Just thinking about that made her feel scared and intimidated. It was definitely the place to make her get over her shyness and fears and start living her life. Maybe then the Hayes brothers wouldn't see her as a little sister, but as a woman, capable of accepting challenges and overcoming fears on her own without their guardianship. Parker was pissed off. What the hell kind of response was that Eliza Grace gave him? It sounded like she was telling him to stop texting her. He looked at the computer screen. How the hell could he concentrate on the files now? Where was she? Who was she with? What the hell was she up to? He didn't know, and neither did his brothers, because they were all acting like idiots. They liked her, wanted her to be their woman, yet they held back. She was inexperienced, shy, and so damn petite they could break her with one arm wrapped around her tiny waist. But her body was exceptional. Her large breasts and sexy ass were all he kept thinking about, night after night. He watched her in the hospital as she rested, and he imagined her waking up and accepting their guardianship, and then their bed. But that didn't happen. His brothers kept their distance from her whenever she was awake, but when she slept, they would kiss her forehead, caress her cheek, and just watch her. He knew what they were thinking, how they wanted her, but then they got the call on an old job, a bad individual who somehow escaped imprisonment with the help of friends. It sent them on an investigation that they were still working on now, and were close to closing. Their hunt for Osborne consumed their every waking hour, and it made them realize that they weren't ready to commit to Eliza Grace and to provide the protection she needed at all times. When she told Max she didn't accept them, it had hurt so badly, but they were focusing on work and couldn't take the time to explain their feelings for her. That had been months ago. He lived for the daily texts they sent back and forth to one another. Although he would have preferred to hear her voice, to see her in person, the texting became a lifeline to her. So to get the response he got today, he knew that she was annoyed. Either that, or she was with someone, or seeing someone. That thought instantly made his chest tighten, and anger filled him. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Burker asked as he walked back into the home office, carrying a plate of cut-up apples and oranges. He sat down, putting a water bottle in front of Parker and the other by his desk, and then the plate between them. "Nothing," Parker said, and then opened the bottle of water and took a slug. "Did Eliza Grace text back?" Burker asked, but didn't look at him. He was trying to be nonchalant about asking, but Parker knew his brother was just as interested in hearing from Eliza as he was. "Yeah, she's fine." Burker went to ask him something else when his cell phone rang. Parker took a piece of apple and then leaned back and looked at the computer screen. He barely heard Burker's conversation, but then Burker slapped his arm. "So you need our help? No problem. Give us the name and whatever you got." "Sure thing, Finn. Parker and I are on it." He disconnected the call. Parker sat forward. "What's up?" "Looks like Finn Connolly is involved with a case, and they need to track down this guy who abducted a woman. They think they're heading north," Burker said as he started typing on the keyboard. Parker felt that instant anxiety and concern, and immediately cleared his head to focus on what was needed. "What do you need me to do first?" he asked Burker, and then swallowed hard. This was the problem with their lives and their responsibilities. Thoughts of Eliza Grace were once again put on hold. He wondered if a relationship with her would ever work out, or was he destined for non-commitments and the constant need to be ready to take off at a moment's notice and drop everything to focus on life and death situations and being the last hope to save some victim's life? What kind of life would that be for Eliza Grace? What kind of danger could they bring her way, unintentionally? Chapter 1. "That's perfect. Just move your leg a little to the left. Now hold it," the photographer, Ken, stated. Eliza Grace moved into position, then bent back against the railing. "Perfect. Excellent, Eliza, excellent," he said. She felt the warm breeze caress against her hair and could see her boss, Clarissa Dane, smiling and then turning to greet a man in a suit. "That's great. We're all done here. Let's have Margie set you up with the purple two-piece and move this onto the patio," Ken said to her, and then started giving orders to the two assistants about props and a straw beach bag with matching sun hat. She quickly headed toward the changing room and caught sight of the man with Clarissa, and he was watching her. His eyes swept over her body, and Eliza felt that tightness in her chest, that feeling she didn't like getting. She was used to Ken, Elizabeth, the others in the crew, as well as Clarissa watching her as she modeled, but not other people. She caught Clarissa looking at her and then turning away and taking the man by his arm. He didn't seem happy about it. "Come on, you have like 2 minutes," Elizabeth said to Eliza Grace as she ushered her behind the changing booth. It was small and not exactly completely private, but no one could see except Elizabeth, which took some time getting used to. Elizabeth had been wonderful and encouraging from the start. She really pushed Eliza Grace to go for this modeling thing and even helped to give her pointers, like the Brazilian wax and a place that did amazing work, that hurt like a mother, but was well worth it. She remembered getting the wax job the first time and then touching herself several times, enjoying the feel of smooth skin. It also brought on thoughts of Parker, Burker, and even Lynch and Taser, who were so freaking intimidating and angry-looking most of the time. She swallowed hard as she felt her breasts tingle. She really did have it bad for them, and knowing she couldn't have them hurt so much. She had to do something about this. "Come on," Elizabeth said, as she helped Eliza Grace with the knot in the back of the very small, tight top. Her belly was completely exposed. As she came out from behind the curtain, one of the other assistants was there. "Here, put these sandals with the heels on. They'll make your legs look even better than they already do," she said, and Eliza Grace looked at the very high-heeled sandals and exhaled. She hated very high heels and wedges, yet had become accustomed to wearing them to make her appear taller. These were adorable and sexy at the same time. She stepped into them as Elizabeth held her waist. Ken came over. He looked her over and adjusted her hair. "Okay. Belly ring is perfect. Leave it in," he said, as she glanced down and adjusted the bottoms on her hips. "Keep them low on your hips. You have great hips, Eliza, and this shoot is going to show off that perfect body. Let's go," he said, and they all followed. As they headed onto the patio, she glanced at Kelly, another model who was getting her hair and makeup done. She would do the next shoot in the bikini. That was something Eliza refused to do, yet. Ken placed Eliza Grace where he wanted her, then had the assistants add the sun hat, then the bag, and she started to pose. She was lost in the role she needed to play. The only sound she focused on was the click of the camera and Kenneth's movements. He gave her some direction, but not much. He was a very nice guy, and very attractive, too. It had taken a while to get used to him looking at her, taking her picture, and even adjusting her body, her clothing and things. But soon she realized that photography was an art, and he was the artist, trying to create the perfect photograph. Clarissa's boutiques were famous, and the clothing line exquisite. Her catalog had been gaining more and more exposure, and in recent months, many models moved on to bigger agencies, or they simply disappeared. Eliza Grace wasn't going anywhere. This little photo shoot was just perfect for her. "Hold the hat outward and bend forward, then turn to me." He gave the direction, and she did what he said. The pose was sexy, and in this position she knew her large breasts pressed forward, her thighs tightened, and her expression was sexy. Ken whistled, and she heard the other comments about how hot she looked, and then saw the smiles. They were so impressed with her, and it strengthened that low self-confidence she had, just a notch. But as she changed positions and then tilted her head back and placed her hand on her hip, she caught sight of the man that had been with Clarissa. Was he taking a picture of her? She lost focus. "Eliza Grace, what's wrong?" Ken asked. She swallowed hard as Clarissa shook her head at her, and then said something to the man. He said something back, and Clarissa lowered her eyes. Eliza Grace didn't know what to think, or what she was even looking at, or seeing go down. "Eliza," Ken said her name again. She lowered her eyes and shook her head. "Sorry, I lost it a moment." Ken smiled as he stepped closer. He fixed her hair and then clenched her chin between thumb and finger. "You look fantastic. Not too sexy at all." "Beautiful," he said, and winked before releasing her and walking away. That was Ken. He was encouraging her, and he knew her limitations. Though he had tried to convince her to do more pictures in the bathing suit, other than the one shot with the entire group of girls for that calendar, he was lucky she even did that. The sneak had her center stage anyway, and she couldn't say a word. Those other girls would have killed to be the center model. As she looked past Ken and began to get into position again, she noticed the man was gone and Clarissa was there, watching. "Great job, Eliza Grace. Excellent." 2 hours later, as she pulled her car into town to pick up some dry cleaning, she caught sight of Taser talking to Max outside of the sheriff's department. She waited in the car, hoping he didn't see her, and she took the time to watch him from afar. He was wearing a pair of dark jeans, black boots, and a short-sleeved shirt that hugged his muscles. Even from this distance she could tell he had huge muscles and flat abs. His skin was a little darker than normal because he tanned in the summertime. That slicked-back black hair looked a little untamed today, but she knew it was silky soft, and often imagined running her fingers through it as he kissed her. She swallowed hard, felt her breasts actually swell from her thoughts, and even her pussy reacted. She was such an idiot. She couldn't wait much longer. She had a lot of things to do today, and after the dry cleaner, she wanted to stop into Rita's for a salad. She totally missed lunch today, and it was already 3 o'clock. She got out of her car and adjusted the waist on the black one-piece short set she wore. It had spaghetti straps, and the shorts hit her upper thighs. She wore a pair of beige wedge sandals. The designer jewelry in emerald green and cream finished off the outfit. It was a set they sold in Clarissa's boutique, but she got it for half the price. As she pulled on the strap of her purse, she heard someone say her name. Turning, she was surprised to see Jacob and Ryan Paisley. She had gone to high school with Jacob. They had 3 older brothers. "Hi, Jacob, Ryan, how are you?" she asked. Jacob leaned closer to kiss her cheek as Ryan waited and looked her over before he kissed her cheek hello next. Both men were good-looking, blonde and tall. "We're doing well. How about you? You look fantastic, as always," Jacob said to her. "Thank you. What's going on? How's the job hunting going?" she asked, knowing Jacob was in between jobs. Jacob moved back here to Chance a few months ago to help their dad with his construction business, and his brothers were each involved in the military or law enforcement. Ryan was a state trooper with York, one of Caroline's boyfriends. "It's going," Jacob said, and Ryan chuckled as he leaned against Eliza's car. "He hasn't been looking hard. I think he likes the construction business. Wearing no shirt, working on his tan. He's got a date every night of the week," he said, and Jacob hit his brother's arm. "I do not." Eliza Grace chuckled, and then looked at Jacob. He and his brothers were very nice guys, and all blonde, all good-looking, and single. But none of them seemed to be ready to settle down. "Well, good for you, Jacob. Maybe you'll find that special someone," she said to him. Ryan cleared his throat. "What are you up to? Still working at the boutique in Charlesburg and Cambridge?" Ryan asked. "Yes, and keeping really busy. I was just going in to pick up some dry cleaning." Ryan looked at her and smiled. "You planning on hanging out at Spencer's anytime soon? We haven't seen you." She felt her belly tighten. Was he flirting with her? Oh, God. "Actually, work has been crazy, but I think Missy Ann and I will be going there later in the week," she said to him, and then looked past him to see Taser standing there by the sheriff, watching her. He looked so angry, it made her lower her eyes and then press her hair behind her ear. "I have to work this weekend. Maybe we'll meet up there another time?" Ryan asked, and she knew he was probably going to ask for her number. That sick, nervous feeling hit her gut. "Well, who knows? Maybe it will work out. I need to get going. I have an appointment in a little bit and still have errands to run." She said goodbye to them, and both men smiled and said goodbye. As they headed toward the sidewalk, she saw them talking and glanced at Taser. He said something to Max, but didn't even turn to look. She quickly crossed the street and went into the dry cleaner. She took her stuff, paid, and then left to put it into the car. She looked toward the sheriff department before she locked up her car to make sure Taser wasn't around. Then she felt that disappointed feeling. She was a moron. What was she thinking? The man was terrifying. As she headed toward Rita's and walked inside, she was greeted by a few people, and then ordered her salad and an iced tea. "Is that to stay or to go, Eliza Grace?" Rita asked her. She opened her mouth and then stopped as someone spoke from behind her. "To stay. I'll take the usual." She turned around and looked way up into Taser's dark eyes. "Eliza Grace." He said her name and looked at her lips. She wondered if he were going to reprimand her for talking to Jacob and Ryan, or maybe ask what they wanted. Would he act like a bodyguard? "Hi, Taser. I was actually going to get the salad to go." "Well, now it's to stay. Join me for lunch." He didn't give her a chance to say no. Not that she would. He looked kind of upset, but maybe that was just Taser's normal expression. He was hard, serious all the time. As he took her hand, she froze, but somehow got her feet to work as he led her to a table in the back. They passed several empty tables now that it was way past lunch, but apparently none of them were what he wanted. She went to take a seat, but he guided her to the one right across from him, the one he could watch the door from and see behind her. "What did Jacob and Ryan want?" he asked immediately. "Excuse me?" she asked, looking up at him. "God, he's so big. His chest looks huge in that tight shirt, and his arm muscles are ginormous." He squinted at her. "I want to know what they wanted. You were laughing and flirting." "I wasn't flirting. They weren't, just being friendly." She sealed her lips and then clasped her hands on her lap and exhaled. She didn't understand Taser at all. He acted like he didn't care, and then he did stuff like this. "Forget it. What was that text all about that you sent to Parker yesterday?" So this was what this was about. A control thing? Okay, I can do this. I can tell him I don't need them texting me and checking up on me. It was nothing. I'm fine now and have been for over a month. Parker cares about you and worries. He was just trying to be there for you, he said. Not that we care about you, but Parker does. Was he saying that he didn't care about her and only Parker did? Men were so confusing. I know that. I know he's there for me if I need anything, but I can take care of myself, and I'm doing fine. I'm busy with work and have a lot on my plate right now. He exhaled and looked away from her, then back at her. You're still doing some modeling at that boutique? She swallowed hard. She was doing more than some. God, he was going to maybe be angry when he saw the calendar. Yes, and sometimes I work at the boutique in Cambridge and other times in Charlesburg. You like it then? Yes. One of the waitresses brought over their salads. She was surprised that Taser was eating a salad, but it did have sliced steak on it. She took a sip from her tea and then reached for a piece of chicken off of her salad. God, I'm starving, she said, without thinking, and began to eat. Why is that? I totally skipped lunch. It was crazy at work, and Ken was so demanding at the photo shoot, she said, and then took a bite of her salad. Ken? Who was that? He asked. She felt her chest tighten. Damn, she was rambling. Oh, well, they were going to find out soon enough how much more modeling she was doing now. He's the photographer for the catalog my boss has been working on. He basically decides what position I'm in and where the photos take place. It's a lot of stress sometimes, but it's fun. I like it, she said, and took another sip of tea. Sounds like you're doing a lot more modeling than you told any of us. So, she said to him. So does your dad know about it? What are you modeling in? His eyes roamed over her top and then to her eyes. Things like that? He asked. Sometimes, she said, and looked away as she took another bite. We need to know about these things. You never gave Parker any work schedule or anything. I don't need to, Taser, she replied. How can we watch over you and ensure that you're safe if we don't know where you are and who you're with? He was being paranoid, and she wondered if it had something to do with his line of work, or maybe recent cases he'd helped with. She heard that Lynch and he had headed out to Texas to help with something. I don't need watching over. She saw him open his mouth, and then it appeared like he bit his cheek to stop himself from saying what he wanted to. She put down her fork. You're paranoid. This isn't some foreign country. I'm not in any danger. I'm just working and trying to pay my rent, make a living, and be happy. I don't need bodyguards. You guys don't need to waste your time, she said. And he started to speak when his cell phone rang. He glanced at it, holding her gaze with a firm expression. Now. Shit, okay, give me 10. He disconnected the call. She leaned back, knew the routine. They were always being called off to some mission or problem and situation that needed their expertise. It was just another indication of where their priorities lay and how she couldn't fit into their schedule, even if they really wanted her in that way. "I have to go. I don't want to leave this conversation this way, but I can't wait. You are not a waste of time. We'll talk about this again. Make sure you text Parker your work schedule." He stood up, and before he left, he paid Rita. Rita waved and smiled, and then looked toward Eliza, giving her a half-smile, then a sympathetic look. So even Rita saw what Eliza did, that these Hayes men were too busy with their lives and set in their ways to even try to include Eliza Grace in their lives. It just wasn't going to happen. Maybe she should take up Ryan's invitation to hang out together at Spencer's. "You didn't have to leave. We could handle this," Lynch said to Taser as Taser walked into the office in their house. "I was with Eliza Grace." "Doing what?" "Having lunch." "She let you take her to lunch?" Burker asked, looking shocked. "Of course not. I made it happen." "What made you do that?" Parker asked him as he gave his brother that look. Parker was all over Lynch and Taser for holding back their feelings for Eliza Grace, but there was some shit going on. Dangerous stuff, and they didn't have the time to entertain the attraction. Their nerves were shot. They were paranoid about things and pretty upset over the last few cases they'd been asked to work on. They had men they used to serve with being found tortured and killed when they went on some secret investigations for a private investigative firm. They wanted answers, but as soon as they pushed for them, red flags came up everywhere and dead ends. Someone was trying really hard to cover up these killings. It was all connected to some organization trying to lure young women into organized prostitution. At least that's what they thought. So seeing the after effects of the things that were done to these women in pictures and at crime scenes had them desperate to protect. It was getting to be impossible to not claim Eliza Grace, despite her insecurities and denial of her affection toward them. If they could only figure out why she held back and kept her distance. She was talking to Jacob and Ryan Paisley by her car in town. They were laughing and kissed her hello. Ryan kept looking at her body in that pretty little outfit she had on. She looked so feminine and petite, and those guys are big guys. "What was her reaction?" Parker asked. "She conversed. I asked her about it, and she said she's known Jacob since high school. That was the end of that," he replied. "You think they want to ask her out?" Lynch asked, looking downright pissed. "Obviously," Taser said, and then stood by the chair where Parker was. "So what's the deal with this guy Stoley?" he asked, changing the subject. His brothers exhaled. "He works the black market well, sells everything from high-priced jewelry and high-end art to children," Lynch said to him. "Children?" he asked, shocked. "Fucking real piece of shit. Don't know why no one has taken him out already. But it must have to do with the fact he hides well. No one ever really knows where he is," Parker said. "Crosby and Lance tried to meet up with this Stoley guy, in Austin. Seems they were onto some sort of prostitution ring where they can order certain types of women willing to engage in any activity. But they were looking for a certain young woman," Parker said to him. "Who was it?" "Commander Lancaster's daughter," Lynch said, straight-faced. "Oh, shit. He sent in Crosby and Lance to find her? She's caught up in this prostitution thing?" he asked. "Sure as shit seems that way, but they never got to the location of where she was being held, or if she was in fact at that location. Seems like a clusterfuck of an operation to me," Lynch told Taser. Taser ran his fingers through his hair. "Who else is investigating this?" Taser asked. Burker leaned back. "It's on the down low. The commander is obviously embarrassed by this situation. But now that 2 retired special ops guys show up dead,
It isn't a secret. We got a call from Mick Flores. He's been assigned as lead agent by the feds. He's ready to work with us," Burker explained. "Flores? Shit, that guy is such an anal asshole. Who the fuck put him in charge?" Taser asked. "Seems the commander had some pull. He knows Mick Flores somehow and requested his help. He called him personally," Parker told him. "Wonderful. So, who requested we assist? You would think the feds, especially Flores, would want to come in, find her, and take all the credit." "Crosby and Lance recruited a few friends of theirs to help out. They have all the current information and aren't too keen on giving control over to Flores. They need us to kind of ease the way and also to pursue a lead right in Tennessee. The others are all in Texas right now," Parker said to him. "Who the hell are the recruits?" Taser asked. "No one we know or have heard of. Parker and Burker are looking up all they can on them, and I'm working on that location in Virginia that needs looking into, too. We can leave in an hour if you say yes to the commander and Flores' request," Lynch told him. "The commander accepted our fee?" Lynch nodded. "I added in a little stipulation if this turns to shit fast." "Good. Send me what you have. I'll call Commander Lancaster and then Flores." Chapter 2. Eliza Grace was a bit nervous as she rubbed her sweaty palms along the slim-fitting dress she wore. A few months back, when Shelby was abducted and Eliza suffered a concussion, singing on stage and continuing her modeling seemed like a distant dream. The headaches she suffered from were few and far between now, but the fear she lived with remained full force, and especially at night. Missy Ann had been a good friend, and it was her influence that had Eliza Grace taking this step tonight and achieving a goal she never thought she would ever have the nerve to achieve. One glance at the rowdy crowd, and she knew this wasn't like the little cafe she once auditioned for, but never made it to the event because of the abduction. She swallowed hard. When she went for something, she went all out. She was really reaching with this first on-stage performance. She must be losing her mind. She gulped down the lump of emotion. She had bad luck. That was pretty damn obvious, stemming from the first assault in college that she never really recovered from, and then the assault on her at the apartment as men abducted Shelby. She shivered from the memories, and also from the fact she couldn't recall all the details. The doctor said it was her mind's way of coping with the trauma she suffered, and of course the attempted gang rape on her in college. She took the deep breath and peeked through the side of the stage to see the rowdy crowd. It was jam-packed. Summer vacation just began, and Luther's was the hottest place in Charlesburg. Luther, the owner, had been so impressed with her audition. She came in on a whim while the band was practicing, and then asked for an audition. At first, he tried to be a little patronizing, and even flirted with her. But then she stood her ground and told him it was on her bucket list and that she really needed to take this chance. He asked the leader of the band, and they of course looked her over, and they gave a wink and said, "Sure thing, honey." She had a feeling they didn't think she could sing, and their flirty comments nearly sent her running for the door. But once she started singing and belting it out, they were impressed. They apologized for not taking her seriously, and then looked to Luther to offer her a chance to sing in front of the crowd on the busiest night. It was their way of seeing if the crowd liked her voice or hated it. She still couldn't believe she was here right now and making her dream a reality. She felt a bit guilty about it, too. Her cousins didn't even know she was here, nor her friends, like Shelby Ann, Caroline, and Missy Ann. Missy gave her such a hard time for duffing out on their plans tonight, but Eliza Grace needed to do this. It would build up that self-confidence and help her to feel happy. She just didn't feel happy about anything anymore. Her eyes widened as she heard the song end, The crowd cheered so loudly even the leader of the band was shocked. "What a crowd we have tonight! I love the energy, and I want you all to give a nice big Luther welcome to one sexy little lady who's making her debut here tonight at Luther's. Let's give a big round of applause for Eliza Grace," he said. And the crowd cheered so loudly as she made her way onto the stage, guitar in hand. The whistles, hoots, and hollers started, and Hank, the band leader and announcer, placed his hand on her shoulder and gave her a squeeze as he smiled. "Knock their socks off, honey. You have the voice of an angel." He winked, and she smiled as she took her place in front of the stage and the microphone. She heard the comments about how sexy she looked, and she ignored the comments from some of the rowdier men as the music began to play, and she shivered with a bit of fear and nervousness that she might screw this up, and maybe she wasn't ready after all. But then, once she started singing and got lost in the lyrics and playing her guitar, the place grew quiet and seemed to be listening to her every word. By the time she sang the last chord, the place erupted, and she couldn't help but to feel the tears in her eyes and a bit of tension release as she achieved one of her biggest goals, to sing on stage and for the audience to love her. "Eliza Grace, that was incredible. They asked for 3 encores. 3, Luther said to her as he gave her another hug and smiled wide. She chuckled at his excitement. "I appreciate the opportunity, Luther. Thank you for allowing me the chance to get up there." "Are you kidding me, doll? You were incredible, and I knew they would love you. That's why I gave you the opportunity," he said, and reached out and clasped her chin between thumb and forefinger. She felt the instant fear at being touched, and he held her gaze. Luther was older, closer to her cousin Kenneth's age, about 36 or so. She lowered her eyes, and he released her chin. He looked her over and smiled. "How about I buy you a drink and we talk about schedules?" She looked up, feeling shocked. "Schedules?" He smiled, and then placed his arm over her shoulder and guided her down the hallway into the main area of the bar. "Sure thing, Eliza Grace. I'm going to put you in the schedule with the band. Hank already insisted on at least 2 sets a night, starting this Friday." Her eyes widened, and she couldn't help but feel excited. "Oh, and we need to talk about your pay. I'll say you'll be singing full-time within the month." "Wait a minute," she said as they reached the bar. He ordered 2 drinks, a beer for him and a Malibu Bray Breeze for her. She hadn't wanted to do this full-time. She only wanted to give it a try and maybe sing on stage here and there. "I'm not certain I can commit to a schedule, Luther," she said, and he handed her the drink and squinted his eyes at her. "Well, don't get scared or feel overwhelmed. I know you have the modeling job with the boutiques." "Yes, and that's my full source of income right now. I can't lose hours or pull out from the commitment I've made to Clarissa." He smiled softly. "I understand that. I know Clarissa well." She was surprised, but then again, she really didn't know Luther well at all. "To your success, and to making you more money while making me more money," Luther said, and clinked their glasses together. She was still concerned, but then Luther gave her shoulder a little nudge. He licked his lower lip as he looked down into her eyes. She felt that bit of fear, an awareness that she needed to keep her distance and make this situation all professional. "I'll work it out with Clarissa so you won't lose any opportunities of work. We'll plan your schedule as you feel comfortable, okay?" She nodded her head and then took a sip from the drink. "So, what would you feel comfortable with? Maybe twice a week, Wednesdays and Friday nights, 2 sets each?" He pushed, and she felt so sick to her stomach. She really hadn't anticipated such a reaction to her singing. She was just trying to set some goals to achieve to build up her confidence, not decide on a lifelong career of singing in bars. Plus, she really enjoyed modeling. It was just her, the photographer, and the camera. She got lost in her role and in creating the scene the photographer or designer wanted to portray with her as the model. It was simple, and it paid well. "I'm not sure, Luther," she said, lowering her eyes. "My God, you're so shy. But when you get up on that stage, you shine. People are going to fall in love with your voice. I can really use your talent to bring in the younger crowds this summer. They can relate to you because you're young, look barely 21. It's sexy and classy. It's hard to describe. Geez, listen to me carry on. I'm making you even more nervous," he said, and then took a sip from his drink. "I don't even look 21? God, no wonder Parker and his brothers want nothing to do with me." That thought surprised her. Why was she still thinking about them? It was obviously a lost cause. Then she felt guilty. She knew if Taser or any of them saw her here, they would flip. Hell, they were going to flip when they saw the calendar. She wasn't ready for that confrontation. They weren't the bosses of her, and that was final. She wouldn't be led along with their little touches and overprotective comments. What did they want her to do? Follow them around and beg for their true attention and a commitment? Hell no. She couldn't handle that, even if they did change their minds and like her that way. Geez, I need to focus. If she did start singing here twice a week, she was going to have to do some major lying. But only to the Hayes brothers. She would tell her father exactly what she was up to. As she looked around the bar and dance floor, seeing the crowds of people and then the band playing another song, she caught sight of 3 men sitting at a corner table, watching her. The moment her eyes locked on the one in the center with the dark dress shirt and hard expression, she looked away. Holy shit! It was the guy from the boutique that was talking to Clarissa. She would recognize him anywhere. Instantly, she had a bad feeling in her gut, and it was another reminder of why she had put off trying to achieve this goal of singing on stage and performing. Maybe she wasn't cut out to be in the spotlight after all? She took another sip from her drink and started to feel even more nervous. She didn't like the men looking at her. She wondered if even Luther was hitting on her as he placed his arm around the back of her chair and continued to try and convince her that the job wouldn't interfere with her modeling and that she could work in the time to practice with the band on Sunday mornings and Monday nights when Luther's was closed. This was exactly the type of feeling that had her not taking chances and remaining unadventurous and closed up. Hadn't she told Missy Ann how tired she was of feeling so shy and scared? Maybe, if she accepted this little job of singing on stage 2 nights a week, then maybe she would build up her self-confidence and feel more mature, more experienced, and capable of handling life. "What do you say, beautiful? Want to make some money together?" he asked, and held her gaze as he pulled his bottom lip between his teeth. She felt that deep, fearful feeling, and damn it, she was tired of being scared, of giving in to all the fearful thoughts. What could possibly go wrong by working here at Luther's singing 2 nights a week? Okay, let's give it a try. He smiled wide. "That's my girl. I'll draw up some papers and we'll set a salary for you. Do you want to get paid once a week or every other week?" "Whatever you normally do is fine with me." He looked her over and smiled. "This is going to work out great." She sure did hope so, because she had a feeling that when her cousins and her father found out, they weren't going to be too happy. Luther gave Eliza Grace a kiss on her cheek goodbye. She really was awfully shy, and he knew it had a lot to do with her age. 24, petite, but sexy as anything, and she didn't seem to have a clue. Once she realized how hot she actually was, she would be breaking hearts all over the place. He chuckled to himself. He could be a slime ball and work his way into her bed. It would be easy to seduce her. But Clarissa said Eliza was off limits. Clarissa was smart, and she always knew everything about the women who worked for her. As he glanced up toward the stage, he saw Simeon, as well as DeVille and Vic, Simeon's security. He saw them arrive a good hour ago and watched them check out the prospects. Although Luther hadn't expected them to stop in tonight, he was always prepared. Cy liked a certain type of woman. At least he always seemed to lean toward one type. Large breasts, sexy body, and easily controlled. His buddies were a bit different. DeVille and Vic could be mean sons of bitches, especially when they drank too much. He made his way over and greeted them with a smile and a show of excitement that they were here. It meant he was going to make some money, and they were going to get what they wanted. That included drinks on the house and any woman of their choice. "Cy, so nice to see you. I wasn't expecting you for another couple of weeks. How was Europe?" he asked, knowing they were doing business abroad, and it had something to do with people Clarissa knew as well. He didn't ask questions. He just gave them what they wanted and got paid a lot of money for keeping his mouth shut and accommodating them. He looked to DeVille and Vic, but both men didn't reach hands out to shake his. Instead, they barely looked at him. He was no one to show respect to, just someone they owned. He cleared his throat and asked if they needed anything. Cy, with his dark eyes, slicked-back hair, and very important, classy demeanor, licked his lower lip and squinted at Luther. "We had to end our little vacation early. Seems there was a problem with one of the deliveries. Some changes need to be made. Just a few precautions." Luther swallowed hard. "I hope I wasn't at fault for anything, Cy. I've done everything you've asked of me." Cy gave a slick little smile. "Of course you have." He looked around the place. "The band is getting better and better. Got some new talent, I saw," he said, and took a sip from the martini he drank from. Luther nodded his head. "Yeah, they're doing great. I got new singers in all the time now, and see how the crowd likes them." "The crowd liked the petite little brunette that sang tonight," Vic said, and stared at Luther, looking him over and making Luther feel like such a nobody. Man, these guys were intimidating. He knew they were capable of crazy shit. Hell, he heard DeVille and Vic did time for some pretty nasty stuff. "Who is she?" DeVille asked. Luther felt his chest tighten. They couldn't possibly be interested in Eliza Grace. Fuck. "The singer?" Luther asked. "The one you were keeping really close to you a little while ago at the bar. She yours?" Vic asked him. He swallowed hard. If these men set their sights on Eliza, there wasn't anything he could do about it. Maybe if he mentioned she worked with Clarissa, that might make them keep their distance. Clarissa had a thing for Cy, but she was also on his payroll. "She's not mine. I just hired her to sing here twice a week. She has a great voice, and the crowd seems to like her a lot." "She has an incredible voice. She'll make you a lot of money. How come she isn't working more than 2 nights?" DeVille asked him. As DeVille looked at him, with those dark, evil eyes, Luther felt his throat close up. He was that intimidated by these men. "She works for Clarissa," he said, and Vic and DeVille looked serious. "Modeling. I saw her the other day at Clarissa's. Seems she has multiple talents," Cy said to him, and took another sip from his martini. Luther did not want to mess with Cy. Anyone who did could wind up disappearing. He knew to play it cool. "Yes, she just did some super sexy fundraising calendar. Clarissa said she's got real talent there. She's booked for a lot of events and shoots. That's why she can only work here 2 nights a week. I have to call Clarissa to confirm, of course," he added, and knew he sounded nervous. These men made him a nervous wreck. We need the back room Friday night. Got a new line of girls coming in for trials. You know what we need, right? Cy asked, changing the subject and getting back to business. Luther nodded his head. I'll take care of everything, Cy, you know that, he said to him. Good. We'll arrive around 8. The women will trickle in from there on, like usual. I've got about a dozen clients coming in, so you need to set up the private booths and partition off that small room. The bar's fully stocked in both rooms. Luther nodded his head. He was mixed with emotions of fear and also excitement. He would get a hefty payment for providing the back rooms, never mind the open bars and the bartenders. He would need to prepare the back room, close off the hallway leading to it so nothing could be heard, and raise the volume on the music. He hoped no one picked up on anything. The last thing he needed was for the cops to find out he was assisting in a prostitution ring and allowing new girls to be trained and broken in the back room. Anything else? He asked Cy, and Cy shook his head and then looked away from him. One look at Vic and DeVille, and he knew he was being dismissed. He walked away and hoped that everything went perfectly on Friday. Simeon held the mortgage on Luther's, and any time he could get rid of Luther and replace him. He wished he had never had such a gambling problem years ago and had needed Simeon to bail him out. He was stuck under his thumb forever. Chapter 3. Lynch and Taser were finishing up a meeting at the police department in Cambridge when they saw a bunch of cops gathered around. As their buddy, Detective Salvatore Connolly, and his brother, Special Investigator Finn Connolly, walked out with them, they asked what was going on. A couple of the guys were shaking their heads, smiling and whistling low, and turning the pages of some sort of calendar sideways. It's this year's fundraising calendar for Charlesburg. A bunch of local stores and community events are sponsored. Police Officer Brian Morrison told them. Well, what are all the oohs and ahs about? Salvatore asked as they got closer. Miss September posing against a sweet classic car, he replied. Yeah, it's the car, one of the others teased, and they all laughed. She's gorgeous, a petite thing with one hell of a body on her, the other officer said. Let me see that, Finn said to them, and one of the guys handed over the calendar. Taser looked at Lynch, shaking his head and almost chuckling at their behavior. But then Lynch suddenly looked angry as damn hell as he pulled the calendar from Finn's hands. What's her name? Does it say her name and where she lives? One of the officers asked as they looked at other copies of the calendars. Why, you gonna go stalk the woman, Freddie? Johnny asked. They laughed. Hey, I may just be driving by in my convertible Mustang, and if she has a love for classic cars, then I can offer her a ride, he said, and they started carrying on about what kind of ride they would give her. What's wrong? Taser asked Lynch as he saw his angry expression. Shut the fuck up, and if any of you ever go near her, I'll fucking kill you. He yelled at them, and everyone got silent. Finn looked at the picture, too. Eliza Grace? Whoa, he said, knowing who Eliza was, and that Taser and Lynch were her guardians. As Taser absorbed Eliza's picture, he heard Finn telling everyone to get back to work and to leave the calendars. Taser absorbed Eliza's pose, the short, tight dress she wore, and how sexy she looked, leaning against the white car. Her thighs were exposed, the skirt nearly to her crotch. What the fuck was she thinking? Holy fuck, she looked incredible. What the fuck, Taser? Did you know about this? Did Parker? Lynch asked. Hey, it's a great picture of her. She's a beautiful young woman. Don't worry about the guys. They were just being dicks. It's not too sexy of a pose, Finn said to them. Taser gave him a snarl. Did you see the cover? Salvatore asked, as he looked at his own copy of the calendar. There was a picture of Eliza Grace wearing a see-through beach cover-up that shimmered in the sunlight, her breasts peeking out from the beige golden top and the Marlin Bay marina with the yachts and other boats to the side of her. She looked so damn sexy and classy, he couldn't speak. "Damn, she is gorgeous," Finn said to them. "Look at the cover," Connolly told them as he looked at his own calendar, smiling. Taser and Lynch flipped to the cover, and Taser felt his blood pressure boiling. There she was in the center of the photograph with the other models, all wearing bikinis, but Eliza's was hot pink and stood out, as much as her very large breasts, her flat belly with the belly ring, and the seductive way she smiled at the camera. "Holy shit, what 4 lucky bastards you are," Finn said as he looked at the picture too. Taser was pissed off. "Let's go. We'll touch base with you guys later. Let us know if you need us for anything else," he said to them, and shook Finn's hand and then Salvatore's. "Hey, take it easy on her. She isn't your woman yet, and you don't want to piss her off." "Like you would stand for your woman posing in calendars and worrying about other men fantasizing about her? Let them be," Finn said to Salvatore, and Taser and Lynch headed out of the police department. Before Taser even started the engine to the Charger, Lynch was on the phone with Parker. "Well, if you didn't know anything about it, then I suggest you guys take a look at the fucking calendar." "So she models, Lynch. We knew that about her." "Parker, just look up the fucking calendar, the cover in the months of September and August." Taser sped off, gripping the steering wheel and envisioning Eliza doing the photo shoot, as some guys watched and maybe even the photographer told her to lift her dress higher. "Fuck," he mumbled, grinding his teeth. "Holy shit. She looks incredible," Taser heard Lynch say. "This is not good. Do you know how many men have seen this? There are cops looking to find out where she lives, and they want to meet her. What about scumbags and losers who might harass her?" Lynch stated, and Taser was getting angrier and angrier. "Does he know where she is right now?" Taser asked. "It's Saturday and nearly 5 o'clock. I'd say she's getting ready to have dinner with her dad and then meet her friends at Spencer's." "Then plan on going there tonight, too," Lynch said, and disconnected the call. Lynch looked back at the calendar. "Do you have any idea how many people will see that thing?" Taser asked him. He was feeling so jealous, angry, and protective of her. "I don't want to think about it," Lynch replied quietly. His brother was the most intense of all of them, the most quiet, the hardest to get to open up. Taser wasn't any better. In fact, it was him and Lynch that held back from pushing Eliza Grace to let them be her guardians. She was so much younger than them. Their experiences in life, the dangers they involved themselves with on a regular basis, still would get in the way. She deserved better. But the thought of another man other than him and his brothers having her just didn't sit right and made him sick and angry. "It's only a matter of time," Lynch said, and looked out the window. Taser knew what he meant. Only a matter of time before some other man, or men, claimed their woman. By then it would be too late. They needed to make a decision and stick with it. This going back and forth, caring and then pretending not to care, was driving them insane and sending the wrong message to Eliza Grace. She was already pushing Parker away by saying she was fine now and he didn't need to text anymore. Could they live with the decision to let her go and not pursue her as their woman? That thought brought more sickness to his gut and feelings he never felt before. He didn't know what to do, not as a team leader or as the oldest brother. Maybe they would get more answers tonight. "They are so pissed off, Eliza Grace. I swear they tore into Kenneth and his brothers as if they knew about the calendar. The Hayes brothers were questioning everyone. Missy Ann told Eliza as they got out of the car and headed toward the front entrance of Spencer's. "Well, I don't know why they're so angry. My dad saw the calendar and he thought I looked great. He liked the one in September of the old classic car. Sent him into a whole story of racing down the highway and nearly getting caught by the police patrolling." Missy Ann chuckled. "Well, I agree with your dad. They were great pictures and you looked incredible. That cover shot was sexy, yet classy. And in the August bikini shot, that hot pink suit sure did stand out, too. You looked amazing. Are you going to be doing anything similar, or another calendar?" she asked, as they opened the front door to the place and headed inside. "Clarissa has been hounding me to do a catalog for one of the upscale boutiques in Charleston, but it entails lingerie, and I'm not comfortable with that." Missy Ann's eyes widened, and she hugged her arm. "Could you imagine the looks you'd get after that? I mean, look at everyone right now," she said. And as Eliza and her headed deeper into the place, their friends and even people they didn't know all said hello and told her how gorgeous she looked in the calendar. A couple of guys came over and introduced themselves and offered to buy her and Missy Ann a drink. She declined, but then one of the guys handed her a mixed drink and started talking to her about the calendar, and before she went to take a sip from the drink, Parker was taking it from her hand and placing it down on the bar. "Parker?" She questioned his move, and then immediately sealed her lips from one look at his facial expression. "We need to talk. Now," he said, and pulled her along with him, then stopped, not wanting to leave Missy Ann with the four guys, but then led Missy Ann to Caroline and her men, before he gripped Eliza Grace's arm and ushered her through the crowd. A quick glance over her shoulder at Caroline's smiling face should have eased her worry right now, but Parker was a big guy, filled with muscles, capable of things she couldn't even imagine, and he seemed very upset. As he got her to the back hallway, he released her arm and then paced in front of her. "I can't believe it. I mean, I know you do some modeling for the boutique, but the calendar? That pose in the see-through cover-up and bikini on the cover, and the one by the car, the one in the hot pink bikini, you could practically see your—" "Parker," she cut him off. "You couldn't see anything. It was a great shot. This is why you're angry? Because you didn't know I was doing the calendar?" He stomped in place in front of her, and his dark blue eyes zeroed in on her breasts. She wore a pretty tank top with sequins along the trim in cream and a matching short black skirt with high heels. The tank top had a sheer matching overlay that was slightly see-through. She bought it at the boutique she modeled for. He stepped closer, placing his hand on her waist. It felt so big, so heavy, and the significant difference in his size to hers suddenly had her gulping for air. "You could have warned us," he said, so very seriously that she felt how upset he was. He was insulted, maybe? Hurt? Why? She didn't understand, and he must have picked up on the confusion in her facial expression. "You don't get it, do you?" he asked, pressing her closer to the wall. She had no choice but to ease back in retreat. But then her back touched the wall, and his body pressed nearly against hers. The hand at her waist eased up under the sheer overlay, and she felt the skin-to-skin contact, and shivered. Her head was tilted back to nearly her shoulders as she held his gaze, and he cupped her cheek. The feel of his thumb sliding along her chin, and then over her lips, had her entire body on fire. "Are there any other calendars or pictures we should know about?" he asked, and she shook her head slowly. When he raised one of his eyebrows up at her, in challenge, she swallowed hard. His dark eyes and the muscles in his jaw were intimidating. But the size and warmth of his hand against her cheek aroused her, even though she knew he had the capabilities of hurting her if he wanted to. She closed her eyes and willed the bad thoughts away. then felt his finger trace up and down her throat. "What were you just thinking?" he asked, pressing closer to her. She took an unsteady breath. "Nothing." "Don't lie to me. Be honest. What were you thinking?" How you could hurt me." His eyes widened and then darkened as he squinted at her. "We would never—" "I know. It's me. I just can't help it," she said, and lowered her eyes, but he wouldn't let her. He caressed her chin and jaw and tilted her head back up toward him. "I know things happened. You went through something traumatic when Shelby was abducted. Your injuries were hard to recover from. No more headaches, right?" he asked, and she shook her head. He caressed from her jaw to her neck. It felt so good, yet she was shaking. She never let a man this close to her. She willed the fearful thoughts from her head best she could. "Eliza, I'm always here for you, to protect you, to talk to about anything. You know that, right? I mean, despite you telling Max you didn't want us as your guardians." She lowered her head, and his hand fell from her cheek and neck. She felt the loss. Her heart pounded inside of her chest. She was confused and annoyed with herself. So badly she would love to give in to this attraction she felt, to know what it was like to be kissed by a man, caressed and pleasured by one. "God, I wish you would tell me what you're thinking right now." She felt her cheeks turn a nice shade of red. "We should head back." She started to turn, but then he pressed her back against the wall and caged her in. He clutched her chin and jaw. "Damn, baby. I hope you were just thinking of me when you blushed. Maybe the way my hands might feel, or my mouth as I explored this sexy little body." Her lips parted. She was shocked, and then he leaned closer. "Easy now, sweetheart. Easy," he said, and pressed his lips to hers. All that fear, the anxiety of letting a man touch her or get close enough to kiss her, disappeared in a matter of seconds. It didn't matter that he was so mature, more experienced and commanding. Instead, she opened her mouth wider to his kisses as he explored her deeply and kissed her breathless. She felt his large hands roam over her hip to her ass and pull her against him. The solid, rock-hard chest of muscles collided against her sensitive breasts, making her moan into his mouth. His hand was bigger than her ass, or at least it felt that way. She absorbed everything about Parker, the feel of hard, thick muscles against her thighs, and how he encased her much smaller frame, where she felt lost in his embrace. When his hand moved from her hip to her breast, she pulled back and gripped his shoulders. She felt his thumb trail over her nipple. Jesus! It singed her skin. She gasped. "Holy shit, Eliza," he said, sounding breathless. She didn't know what to say, and then he gave her a wink, and his expression firmed. "Things are going to change, honey." "Change?" she asked, as he reached up and ran his thumb along her lower lip to fix her lip gloss. He slid his hand down her arm and took her hand. It was so tiny compared to his large hands. "Let's join our friends before I do something crazy," he said to her, and began walking her from the hallway and back to the crowd. "Do something crazy? Like take me right here against the wall? Explore my breast with your mouth and bring me more of the pleasure your kiss and small bit of exploration did? Yes. Oh, God, yes, Parker." She held on to his arm, felt the muscles, the power he emitted as he proudly headed through the crowd and people moved out of the way. "Something crazy? What do you mean?" she asked, tempting her dangerous thoughts. He turned to look down into her eyes and let his tongue peek out and lick his lower lip. "Like throw you over my shoulder, head out of here and take you back to my place, to bed," he said. And she was shocked, scared, totally at a loss for words. But then she felt the desire rush through her body and straight to her cunt. She was in big trouble here, and one look at his brothers, who had their eyes locked on her, and she knew she was in over her head. One inexperienced woman against 4 older, more experienced special ops men was definitely a dangerous spot to be in. Parker couldn't stop touching her. When they joined their friends, he kept a hold on Eliza Grace's waist as she spoke. When she discussed the calendar and other photo shoots she was doing, he couldn't help but to squeeze her hip bone or let his palm lay snugly over her belly. He was acting dominant, possessive, and his brothers were still keeping their distance. But then Burker walked over and took position next to her. "You look pretty tonight, Eliza," he said to her, and Parker eased his hand from around her waist. She turned to look at him. Was it because she felt the loss of his touch, or was she waiting for him to give the okay to let his brother be close to her next? Whatever that expression was, it fed his ego, hardened his cock, and had him thinking of ways to get Lynch and Taser to stake a claim with him to Eliza tonight. Burker drew Eliza's attention away from her friends to focus on him. "That's a nice top you're wearing. Did you get it at one of the boutiques you're modeling for?" he asked, but by her facial expression, perhaps he sounded a bit harsh, or maybe like he didn't really like the top. What he hadn't liked were men talking about her body and complimenting how good she looked. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He was jealous, but he had no right to be. She wasn't exactly their woman. Yet. She looked down at it and ran her hand along the front. It was sheer, and from where he stood in front of her earlier, he could see her belly ring and her tan skin. "I did. I was doing a catalog shoot and fell in love with it. It's totally my style." He reached out and ran his hand along her waist and under the sheer material. Her lips parted, her belly tightened under his palm and thumb. He stroked her skin. "It's pretty, sexy and classy, like you. A lot like the cover-up that barely covered that tiny bikini you were wearing." Her eyes held his, and he took a sip from his beer. She swallowed hard, and then looked down and then back at him shyly. "How is work? Anything new going on?" she asked. He thought about the woman who was abducted that they were asked to find. "Just some side work for some friends of ours." Someone bumped into Burker, and he stepped closer to Eliza. He used the opportunity to wrap his arm fully around her, and immediately he felt how feminine she was. He inhaled her shampoo and the scent of her light perfume. "How about you? What have you been up to besides posing in calendars in a bikini and very tight dress?" he said to her, not hiding his displeasure about it. She turned to look at him. His hand slid along her waist as she faced him, and his thumb brushed the underside of her breast. She opened her mouth to speak, and then gasped, perhaps feeling the spark he felt, too. Someone else bumped into Eliza Grace, and she pressed her hands against his chest. He turned toward the bar, then reached up and cupped her cheek. "You look incredible in those pictures," he whispered, and she swallowed hard. "I don't know why everyone is making such a big deal about it," she said, and looked away. She stepped back, and Kenneth showed up along with Shelby, Bender, and Sam Pace. "So you didn't think to maybe warn us about the calendar?" Kenneth asked her. She looked at Burker, and he raised one of his eyebrows at her. She exhaled, and then Shelby interrupted, giving her a hug. "You look gorgeous, and those pictures in the calendar, hot," Shelby said as she hugged her. Burker squinted his eyes at Kenneth, who gave him an angry expression, and then Bender and Sam shook his hand hello. "You didn't have a clue either, huh?" Bender asked him. "Nope, and we're pretty pissed off about it," he said to Bender. Then his attention went to Eliza Grace, as Shelby Ann pulled her toward Caroline and Missy Ann. "So your plan of action?" Kenneth questioned Burker, as Parker joined them to shake hands hello. "Your cousin hasn't exactly changed her mind about us being her guardians," Burker said to him. "Well, help her to change it," Kenneth countered. "Making any progress?" Bender asked, and then took a slug of beer from a bottle of Bud Parker passed him. Sam grabbed a few more and passed them out, then joined them. Burker watched Eliza Grace, and she looked up and caught his gaze. He watched her intently until Missy Ann grabbed onto her arm and started talking to her. He watched her walk further and further away. But then he caught sight of Lynch and Taser. They would watch over her, too. "Oh, my God, what did Parker do? What did he say to you in the back hallway? You came out holding hands," Missy Ann asked her. "He was upset about the calendar and pictures." "I'll bet he was. The four of them are pissed. And so are your cousins," Shelby Ann said to her. "They're acting crazy. What's the big deal? It wasn't like they didn't know Eliza was modeling," Caroline said to them. "It's because they want you for themselves, Eliza. They don't want to share you with anyone," Missy Ann told her. "What? Why would you say that?" "Come on, Eliza Grace. You know they want you. But they have been giving you time to adjust to them and to dating," Caroline said to her. Eliza Grace felt the tears hit her eyes. "They know about the attack?" she asked them. "They were there to see you after those guys hurt you when they took me," Shelby Ann said to her. "She doesn't mean that attack," Missy Ann said, and then Caroline smiled softly. "I don't think they know about what happened to you in college." "Shoot, unless Kenneth and them informed them. But why would they do that?" Shelby asked. "Because they were all for them being her guardians. They didn't bat an eye when Parker stated that over and over again to the doctors at the hospital," Caroline added. "That's great. It's just another reason for them to treat me like a sister, like a responsibility. So they feel an obligation to protect me from some guys that are drooling over my pictures? Really? I don't think so. I don't need this," she said, and then started to walk away. She caught sight of Taser and Lynch as Caroline and Shelby told her to wait. It drew attention from the other guys. "I need to use the ladies' room," she said, heading with Missy Ann through the crowd and down to the hallway. But before she made it there, two guys from earlier stopped her and Missy Ann. "Hey, Miss September, that was a great picture of you by the car," the one blonde said to her. "Thanks," she said, and then started to walk past them when the other guy stopped her by placing his hand on her shoulder. She froze in place and looked at his hand and then him. "Want to remove that, please?" But he looked past her and then released her shoulder. "We just wanted to buy you a drink. Maybe hang out a little," he said to her, eyeing over her breasts and her body. "No, thank you." She turned to walk away with Missy Ann. "We'll wait for you," he called out to her, but then she locked gazes with Taser and Lynch. "Take a hike," Taser said to the two guys. "What?" the one guy said to him. "Unless you want to meet your maker, I suggest you stay clear of her and get lost right now," Lynch said, and he looked very angry. "Come on, Missy," Eliza said, and they went into the bathroom. "Oh, my God, Lynch and Taser are so freaking intense. I think they're your guardians whether you accept them or not," she said, and fixed her hair in the mirror. Eliza Grace thought about that a moment. She thought about Parker's kiss, and Burker telling her how sexy, beautiful, and classy she looked. Then she thought about the expressions on Lynch and Taser as they spotted the two guys talking to her. God, they were so intense and intimidating. They towered over her, were filled with muscles, and those older, experienced expressions that seemed to weaken her defenses and make her feel vulnerable and unable to handle one of them, never mind all four. That thought made her feel like she was losing her breath, and suddenly a panic attack came on. "Eliza Grace? Eliza, what's wrong?" Missy Ann asked her. "Oh, God, I'm freaking out right now." Missy Ann chuckled. "I would be too, but girl, I am so damn envious of you right now, it isn't even funny. You are gorgeous, sweet, and deserve good men who will treat you right and love you and protect you. But you can't get that if you keep pushing those perfect men away." "Perfect? You think they're perfect? They're scary, older, experienced, and I'm not so experienced. I mean, come on, Missy Ann. That kiss from Parker was my first real kiss." Missy Ann's mouth gaped open. "Get out of here." "Nope, truth," she replied, and Missy Ann smiled. "Well, then you've got nothing to lose and nothing to compare it to. So follow your gut. Come on, if we don't head back out, those guys may push their way in here." Eliza Grace chuckled. "Great. Hey, be strong and be in charge. They don't need to know how inexperienced you really are," she said, and winked. She thought about that a moment. She could do this. She could handle the four Hayes brothers and totally get through tonight without any further problems. As they exited the door, there stood Taser and Lynch. "You didn't need to wait for us," she said to them as Missy Ann hurried ahead of them. "We thought otherwise," Taser said to her, and pressed his hand to her lower back as he guided her from the hallway. She stepped aside. His hand was huge against her lower back, and he towered over her. Why Taser and even Lynch made her feel so immature, fragile, and not old enough for them, she didn't know, but they were beyond intimidating to her. She felt her body shaking and had that sensation again in her gut, the fear of what all men, young or old, were capable of. She felt inferior, sort of out of control, whenever one of the Hayes brothers was so close. Tonight, with each of them acting so possessive and as if they were her private bodyguards, she felt more frazzled. She stopped short and turned toward Taser. She had to tilt her head way back to look at him, and when she did, she caught herself taking a retreating step. He was hard. From his firm, muscular jaw to the way his dark, almost black eyes bored into hers. His shoulders were pulled back and his arms at his sides, but he looked pumped, ready for action, to make a move, to attack. He looked over her lips, and she felt it. She freaking felt the enticing glance and parted her lips. But before she could tell him anything, she thought of, like, "I don't need you this close to me, protecting me, guarding me." He reached out, took her hand, and pulled her back toward the hallway. Lynch followed. She thought he did, but now her heart was racing, and she tried keeping up with his long strides in the high heels she wore when he pushed open the back door and then pulled her into his arms and against the wall. "Ah!" she gasped, and she gripped his waist when he cupped her cheeks. "Enough of the bullshit," he said in a deep, angry, sexy tone that had her gasping just as he covered her mouth and kissed her. It was craziness, pure, raw sexual craziness she had never experienced before. He devoured her moans, crushed his body to hers, validating his control, and also the difference in their size and capabilities. She couldn't resist his control, his strength, his power, or the possessive way he kissed her and caressed her body. She didn't want to. Her body reacted without thought, without reservation, as she kissed him back, ran her hands up his back as he pulled her away from the wall and grabbed her ass. His hands felt incredibly good, hard, commanding, as he squeezed and caressed her ass while he pumped his hips against her and kissed her even deeper. When his mouth left hers to kiss along her jaw, her neck, and then lower, she gasped, panted, and lost complete focus of where they were and what he was doing to her. As his tongue lapped against the cleavage of her tank top, then lowered, she looked down to see his mouth and tongue working into the cup of her bra, then pushing the strapless bra lower. It was all too much. The sight of her nipple, the feel of her aroused breast, and then Taser latching onto it. She looked around them, suddenly feeling so exposed, when she caught sight of Lynch. That hard, dark expression he shared with his brothers bored into her. His well-kempt beard, the thick black hair and dark black eyes took her breath away, and she moaned as she came, right there, in Taser's arms, with his mouth over her breast, feasting on her. "Fuck," she heard Lynch say, then felt his hands on her cheeks, and just as she locked gazes with him, as her cream dripped between her legs, and embarrassment at coming like this in Taser's arms hit her, Lynch covered her mouth and kissed her. She was moaning when she felt Taser release her breast, then lower down to his knees. His mouth landed on her belly button as he swirled his tongue over it and her belly ring. Then he explored lower. She felt his hands move under her skirt, against her thighs, and then reality struck. She was so overstimulated she thought she may not be able to stop the desire to feel more and to let them take her right here against the wall. It would be a meaningless fuck. They were men. Men with skills and capabilities that obviously went beyond the battlefield and their professions, and into the realms of knowing a woman's body to the point of making her weak. She couldn't be weak. She wouldn't let them take her like this. She pulled from Lynch's mouth and shoved at Taser's hands. "Stop! It's too much," she said, and Taser looked so wild and aroused. His lips were wet, his hands firm on her thighs under her skirt, with his thumbs inches, maybe centimeters, from her pussy. She felt her cunt spasm a little, and Lynch reached over and fixed her top. "Jesus, Eliza Grace, you're fucking lethal," he said, in a reprimanding tone that made her think they were blaming this little sexual encounter on her. She gasped and pushed Taser away from her and fixed herself. "Eliza Grace." Taser said her name and reached for her waist. She tried turning away. "So this is my fault? You're the older, more experienced ones, maybe used to just taking a woman out from a bar and screwing her against the wall like some whore." As she tried to escape to the door, Taser snagged her around the waist with one arm, lifting her off the ground as if she were light as a feather, and he hugged her to him. His mouth was against her neck and ear. His body encased her from behind as Lynch placed his hands on her hips and pressed against her. She was sandwiched between them. She tried not looking at them. "First of all, we don't fuck women against walls outside bars, just like I know for a fact that you don't make out with men outside of bars either. You're making excuses, and we're done allowing you to deny what we all feel here." "Open your eyes," Lynch said, in a deep, raspy voice that had her shaking. She blinked her eyes open, and he reached up and held her chin and jaw between his thumb and pointer finger. "You are so fucking beautiful, baby. We've been watching you, wanting you, needing to know if you were ready for us and capable of handling men like us. We were fighting it too." "Why now? Why tonight? Because some guys are flirting with me and looking at the calendar? She asked with attitude. It confirmed that she wasn't scared that they would hurt her in some way. She felt confident enough to sort of challenge them, because she knew they wouldn't hurt her, but instead protect her. That led to thoughts of guardianship, and perhaps actually having sex, making love for the very first time with them. She felt Taser's arm grow snugger around her waist, and his mouth move over her ear. You looked incredible in the calendar, Eliza Grace. He suckled her ear, and then her neck, making her part her lips and close her eyes. Lynch used his thumb to caress her lower lip. But it also made us realize how fucking jealous we can be about sharing what's ours. She opened her eyes and held Lynch's gaze. The back door opened, and she couldn't turn to see who it was, but felt Taser's hand move up and cup her breast. What's going on here? She heard Burker's voice, and then saw him and Parker now surround her too. We're just explaining to Eliza Grace about the changes that are coming, Taser said to her, and ran his thumb over her nipple. She moaned softly. Changes? She asked, as he rocked his hips against her ass, and she felt his hard cock between her ass cheeks. Oh, God, she moaned, and Lynch leaned forward and kissed her lips. He spoke against them, pulling away and then pressing back. Changes, Eliza Grace, beginning with you accepting our guardianship and protection. He kissed her again and then pulled back. But I can't, she whispered, feeling her mind whirl with concerns, questions, and fears of the fact she had never had sex before, and it was obvious these men had had a lot of sex. They had to have, because they were hardly doing anything to her and making her panties wet and her body pull toward them for more. How the hell did they do this? How did they make her want 4 men to take whatever they wanted from her? It could be a disaster. She didn't even know if she could let them that close to her. You're shaking, baby. Talk to us, Taser said, as he caressed her breast and then lower to her hip. He used his free hand to move her hair to the side more as he pressed kisses to her bare shoulder. She felt sexy, desirable with her tank top lowered down her arms, the cleavage of her breasts exposed to all 4 men, and then surrounding her, wanting little old her. I don't think I can give you what you want. Oh, I think you can. When you follow your heart, your body, and let go, you let us in, and it feels good. It feels right, Parker said to her. Why do you want me? You can have any woman you want, who, whenever you want. Hell, Parker, I've seen you practically mauling a woman in a bar. I've seen Lynch, too. I don't want that. I don't want to be your next conquest, she said to them. She felt so badly and empty just thinking about not feeling them close. She liked them, lusted for them from afar for over a year. Suddenly, after what they shared tonight, she knew she would be lonely and miserable without more of them. For crying out loud, she came in Taser's arms. He suckled on her breast in the back alley of Spencer's. I'm not going to lie to you, Eliza Grace. We've all fucked around from time to time, maybe even to try and get you out of our heads, Parker said to her. Her eyes widened, again like this was her fault. I'm not blaming you, he added quickly. Really? Because it sounded that way, just like a few minutes ago when Taser and Lynch indicated that them nearly screwing me against the wall in the back of the bar was my doing. That's not true, Taser said to her. Never, Lynch added, and she watched them, even Burker look her body over. You don't even know how fucking gorgeous and sexy you are, do you, Eliza Grace? Burker said to her. Her cheeks grew warm, and she shyly looked away. "Stop. Don't say things you think I want to hear." Lynch cupped her cheeks, pulling her toward him as Taser released her. She stared up into Lynch's dark blue, almost black eyes. He looked over her mouth, her nose, her eyes. "You're so damn sexy. So sweet, petite, and feminine. It drives each of us fucking crazy with need. You want the truth? No lies, no sugarcoating it? I'll tell you the truth. Every time I see you, I think of all the ways I would claim you, fuck you, make love to you, and make you mine. So when we saw that calendar with that dress nearly to your pussy, it drove me fucking insane. I had to calm myself down and be rational, even though my desire to have you, to make you my woman, makes me feel anything but rational. Stop fighting us and let us in. We're never going to hurt you." Lynch covered her mouth and kissed her deeply. His words, the sincerity and power in his eyes, hit her heart, her soul, and made her kiss him back and pour her desires into that kiss. His hands ran over her ass, over her thighs, as his arms encased her body. When they finally parted lips, she hugged him, and he held her close. She never felt more protected and safe in her life. "Come home with us," Taser said to her. Lynch turned her so she would have to look at Taser, Burker, and Parker. They all looked so incredibly sexy and aroused. She couldn't believe she did that to them. She made 4 older, more experienced men wild with desire to make love to her and make her their woman. Then she felt the tightness in her chest. As much as she knew she wanted them, she didn't know if she could handle the intimacy. 4 men, naked, touching her, stimulating her, and having their way with her. Would it send her mind into the nightmares of her past? Of that night, several college boys attempted to gang rape her. She wasn't sure what to do. Their size, their capabilities, experience once again came into play, and she felt that panicked sensation begin to form in her chest. "Eliza Grace?" Taser whispered, and she looked at him with tears in her eyes. "I can't. I'm not ready." He looked disappointed, but then he gave a soft smile. He reached out and caressed her cheek. "We've got all the time in the world. We're not going anywhere." Lynch released her, and she stepped closer to Taser, reached up and placed her hand against his cheek. "I don't know how long it will take. I can't explain it now." He covered her hand with his. "Doesn't matter. You'll know when it's right. Plus, we'll help convince you that you're safe with us and we won't ever hurt you," Burker added. She smiled at him. "Want to go back inside?" Parker asked. She nodded her head. "I need a second," she said, when they started to head inside. She ran her hands down her skirt, adjusting it, and then she readjusted her breasts in the small strapless bra she wore, and then fixed the top. When she looked up, the 4 of them were watching her. "What?" she asked, as Taser placed a hand behind her lower back and guided her through the back door Parker opened for them. "Nothing. You're perfect," Taser said. "Torture. This is going to be torture," Burker whispered, and she heard his brothers mumble, and she wondered if he meant her declining to go home with them and waiting to have sex. She suddenly felt nervous and badly. Had she made a mistake? Was her decision juvenile? Maybe they would think she was immature or something, or a tease. Oh, God, did I just ruin things? She wondered. But as their friends came into sight, and the sheriff gave them a nod and her a smile, she started focusing on the changes the men mentioned. For the rest of the evening, the four Hayes brothers kept close to her. They touched her, kept hands on her waist even as she spoke to her friends, and had a good time. But before the night ended, Max came over with his woman, Alicia, who owned a stained-glass art store on the edge of town. Monroe and Caldwell Gordon were talking to Shelby Ann. "You looked so amazing in the calendar pictures, Eliza Grace. Are you doing any others?" Alicia asked her. "Not until next year, but I'll be working on some catalog shoots for the next several months. Next spring's fashions are already being released to magazines, and the boutiques want to be on top of things." "That must be crazy, being a whole year ahead of the trends. So you'll be modeling the spring line for the catalog?" she asked. "Yes, and maybe a few other things." "That is so cool. Any hints on what next season's trends will bring?" Alicia asked, as the men conversed beside them. "A lot of pastel colors. Skirts with blouses like this one I'm wearing will still be in fashion." "I love that top. I was just telling Shelby Ann that earlier. So there must be some benefits to modeling for the boutique in regards to free products?" Alicia asked. "I get a bunch of things, but I only take what I'll actually wear. A few of the other models take everything, sometimes too much if you ask me." They continued to talk about the fashions and then about the upcoming events in Chance. "Next Friday night there's going to be a new band playing here at Spencer's. A bunch of us are going to come out together and enjoy the night. Want to join us?" Alicia asked. "Oh, I actually have to work Friday night," she said to her. She felt badly as she realized she would need to lie about what she was really doing. Could she be making a mistake singing at Luther's? "Work on a Friday night modeling?" Parker asked her. Now all eyes were on her. "I have some jobs to do. Sometimes they go into the evening, to have the nighttime effect. The summer nights work great because they're usually warm and the weather is perfect." She felt a little badly for lying to them, but she did have the performances at Luther's this Wednesday night and on Friday. She had a decision to make about taking on the singing thing. She really only did it to achieve one of her goals. Plus, Luther's was nothing like Spencer's. Luther's had a lot of strange people that came from all over the place, and it got very rowdy in there. There were definitely things to be concerned over. She felt the hand on her waist, and then Burker close to her. "I didn't know you worked nights in Cambridge and Charlesburg. What time do you usually finish?" he asked. "After midnight, but it depends on the shoot. Why?" He squinted his eyes at her, and then she saw the expression of the others. "You shouldn't be out that late driving and being on your own," Max added. "I have a cell phone, and I always get my car serviced regularly," she said to him. Max looked at the Hayes brothers, then back at her. "I'd feel much better if you took additional precautions. Considering the current situation this evening, is it safe to assume you've accepted the Hayes brothers as your guardians?" Max asked, and she looked at Alicia, who smiled wide, and then at the Hayes brothers, who were straight-faced. She felt Burker's fingers gently rubbing along her belly and the belly ring she wore. It sent tiny vibrations of arousals through to her core. "Yes, Max, I accept their guardianship, but I am more than capable of taking precautions. I've been working this schedule for months," she added. Burker pressed his lips to her neck. "We'll work out the details, Max. She'll call us when she arrives and when she's leaving, and learn the rules," Taser said to him. Max smiled and then nodded. "Good. These are good men, Eliza Grace," he said to her, and she nodded before he and Alicia walked away. Burker turned her around in his arms and held her around the waist. "That wasn't so bad, was it?" he asked, holding her gaze. "It was a big decision for me, Burker," she whispered. "It's the right decision, and our honor to be your guardians officially," he said, and winked, then pressed his lips to hers and kissed her gently. When their lips parted, she pulled back and looked at the others. They were so damn good-looking and big. She felt a little scared. But the attraction, the desire, and the months of admiring them from afar was finally over. They were her guardians, and before long, they would be her lovers, too. Chapter 4. Do we have an exact location on this guy Stola yet? Has he been to Tennessee, or is he elsewhere? Taser asked Parker over the phone. He and Lynch waited before going into the bar. They traveled from early this morning to get to Tennessee and to investigate a lead of some bar owner's involvement in the prostitution ring. No location on the guy. They should call him the Shadow. He appears and disappears too damn fast for anyone to catch him, Parker said in frustration. We'll catch him. How about this bar and this owner? Anything else we could use on him to get some info? Lynch asked. He's got some slaps on the wrist charges, nothing big, a couple of sexual harassment charges by ex-employees, all women, but none stuck, Parker added over the speakerphone. Okay, we'll let you know how this goes. Did you hear from Eliza Grace? Taser asked, his gut clenching as he tried to process what he was feeling. He never thought of anything but the job when he was working, but since the other night at Spencer's, he couldn't get Eliza Grace out of his mind. Not since last night. She has another late night at work tonight. Again? On a Saturday? What time will she be home? Taser asked, and glanced at Lynch, who remained straight-faced. They knew that they intimidated her, and she was holding back, but he had a gut feeling something else was going on. He didn't want to think she was seeing someone behind their backs, especially since she accepted their guardianship. He hadn't realized how paranoid and untrusting he was when it came to Eliza Grace. Maybe because the only people he really trusted were his brothers. This was different, and it was going to take some time to get used to. She said late, and that she'll text when she leaves work and when she gets home, Parker said. Keep on top of that. I don't like this lack of information. Tomorrow we need to sit her down and go over the rules. Tell her we'll come by the apartment. Okay, we'll take care of it. You guys watch your asses and don't take any unnecessary chances. We still only have bits and pieces of shit we're pulling together with Flowers, Burker added. We know. Did you hear from them yet about the place in Austin they were raiding? Is it still on for tonight? And do they still think it's a spot to pick up these women? Lynch asked. No word yet. We're hoping it pans out, but Flowers didn't sound too optimistic. I think he's hoping that you guys come up with something concrete, Parker said to them. Well, we'll do our best. We'll keep you posted, Taser told them, and then disconnected the call. He pulled his gun and checked it, then the other one. Okay. So basically, we're doing a little exploration here. Let's check it out and see what we observe. If it doesn't look like what we're looking for, then we identify the owner and ask him some questions. If there seems to be more going on here, then we call in for backup. Lynch nodded, and then they got out of the SUV and made their way to the front entrance of the bar in Tennessee. Lynch immediately picked up on the activity toward the back room of a decent-sized bar. It was called Clover's, and the owner was a man named Rodney Kane. They spotted him by the corner of the bar, dressed in black pants, a button-down white shirt, and black tie. He looked overweight, had gruff along his face, and currently had a little thin redhead with big fake boobs caressing his arm as she sat close beside him. He was smiling, enjoying the benefits of his obvious success, as he nodded each time a guy walked past him and toward the private room. It didn't take long to notice the transaction, an exchange of money, every 15 to 20 minutes. A man would show up, maybe have a drink or two, then pass a $50 bill to the bartender with his palm covering it. He would then cross a hand over his chest from left to right and nod 2 times. It was some sort of signal or code. From there, the bartender placed a small piece of paper or ticket onto the bar. The guy took it, finished his drink, and then got up and headed toward the back room. "That's about 10 guys in the last hour," Taser whispered to Lynch. Lynch threw back a shot of whiskey, his second one. "Shall we check it out? Maybe worth $100 for both of us." "Let's give it another few minutes. Rodney is looking like he's about to move," Taser said to Lynch. Just then, Rodney took the redhead's hand and led her down the hall. She was rubbing her hand along his waist and to his crotch. "Let's do this. Be ready," Taser whispered. "Always," Lynch said. Lynch took out a $50 bill and folded it up. Before he had his hand palm down on the bar, the bartender approached. He looked at both him and Taser. "You're big guys. It's 100, he said to them. "It wasn't the last time," Lynch said to him. He glanced at both of them, then nodded. Taser took out his 50 and placed it down. The bartender took the two $50 bills and then looked down at some kind of book. He handed them each a ticket. "Wait 5 minutes. It's full back there." Taser felt sick. If this was a prostitution ring, and this was how men came in to get serviced, it was sick. A fucking bar as a front. He glanced around the place. There were a lot of people in Clover's, men and women, college kids included, and it gave the appearance of a normal place. No one seemed to even realize what was happening right in front of them and right down the side hallway. It was ingenious. Lynch stood up and threw down a few dollars as a tip. All they needed to do now was check this out, hope no one frisked them before they went back there, and then observe the process. If anyone became suspicious, then they needed to decide for backup to come in, or to grab Rodney as everyone else escaped. They headed down the hallway, and he could tell by Lynch's shoulders that he was pissed. They got to the first guy, a big guy, but no threat to them. He and Lynch had a few inches on him and a lot more muscle and capabilities. He was carrying, too. "Ticket," he said, and Lynch handed him his ticket after Taser. The door opened, and there was another small hallway and a man by an open door. They could see into the back room. Music was playing. A whole lot of activity was going on. It was crazy to see. "Been here before?" he asked. Lynch shook his head. "Go in. Make your choice. The one you choose will tell you the prices for the services. Enjoy yourselves," he said, and Taser clenched his teeth. As they entered the room, they saw how the women outnumbered the men. Negotiations were going on. It wasn't overcrowded, but the lights were very dim, almost dark, putting Taser on edge. Before they could even take in their surroundings, they both saw Rodney sitting in a chair, his pants undone and the redhead servicing him. He leaned back like a fucking king, looking at everyone around him. Other men were getting serviced in various ways, and there were even a few people having sex. It was crazy. But what struck Taser was the fact that none of these women seemed like they were being forced to do this. Taser eyed over the brunette that approached. She was barely wearing any clothing, and was a little thing. Another woman, a blonde with a similar build, approached Lynch. Why Taser thought of Eliza Grace, he didn't know. These women were young, like her, but they had no glow in their eyes, and some bruises along their arms. They looked used and trashy. As the women started touching them and explaining what they could do for what price, Taser grew impatient. Lynch gave him a nod toward where Rodney was, and he looked that way and saw Rodney zipping up his pants and then heading toward a door by the back corner. 2 men followed him. "We'll be back," Lynch said to the blonde, and she held onto his arm. "Please, let me service you." "Please, we need to," the brunette added to Taser. "We have business to take care of," Taser said to them. "They'll beat us if we don't make them money. Please," the brunette said, and began to rub herself against Taser. His anger grew stronger. He had to grip her shoulders, but then Lynch gave him a nudge, and Taser saw two other men looking at them. They had drawn attention toward themselves, and that wasn't good. They needed to get to Rodney. "Come on over here with us, both of you," Lynch said, and the women smiled, looking so relieved as they clung to them. Taser looked at Lynch, and as they got to the table nearest to the door where Rodney disappeared, he saw Taser pull out his phone and do something. He was calling in for backup. They would need to grab Rodney. As the blonde ran her hands along Taser's waist, she explained about prices. It was hard to listen to, and Taser didn't want to be here. He wanted to be home and feeling Eliza Grace in his arms. Suddenly, the blonde stopped what she was doing and looked at Lynch. Taser pushed the brunette's hands off of him. "Gun! Gun!" she yelled out. "Fuck," Lynch said, and shoved her away. Taser did the same and followed as Lynch headed toward the door. Simultaneously, women screamed, and the men who ran toward them stopped. The side door burst open. "Cops!" the guy at the door yelled, and people started scrambling. Taser and Lynch drew their weapons and got into the hallway behind the door. It was short, and when another door opened and two men came out, guns drawn, Lynch lowered and Taser took the high spot and fired. Both men fired their guns, but their bullets missed Taser and Lynch. The two men went down. Taser and Lynch hurried to the door, and there was Rodney, pulling money from a safe as a small fire erupted in a garbage pail. "Stop right there, asshole," Lynch said to him, and Taser turned over the garbage pail and put out the fire. It hadn't done what Rodney apparently wanted the fire to do. The books, probably logs of some sort, were barely burned. Taser's phone buzzed, and he pulled it out of his pocket. He saw it was one of the troopers in charge of the backup. "We got our guy in the back office, past the private back room. Were you able to grab some people to arrest?" "We got a shitload, plus 2 bartenders who drew guns on us. It's a fucking mess of chaos," Trooper Lawrence told him. "Hopefully one that can give us answers. Thanks for the quick response." "No problem." Taser disconnected the call and started looking through the logs as Lynch began to interrogate Rodney. "I don't know what you're talking about. This is my own business. There aren't others," Rodney said to him. "So you're willing to take the fall for this entire operation?" Taser asked him. Then Trooper Lawrence arrived by the door with another trooper. Lynch and Taser looked at him. "What did you find out?" Taser asked him. 2 of the women were abducted from Austin 6 months ago. They were with another 2 women, and they said they're dead. They were killed by friends of this guy right here, Rodney." Taser looked at Rodney. "Double counts of murder, too? We're just getting started." "I didn't kill those women. I don't know what you're talking about," Rodney said to them. "Start talking, or you're going to take the fall for whoever did kill them and anyone else who turns up missing or dead. This is all on you, asshole, unless you're willing to start giving names," Taser told him. "I can't. They'll kill me." "Your life is over anyway. Your choice," Taser told him. Rodney ran his fingers through his hair. He was sweating profusely, and he looked at Lynch. "A lot of what you need will be in there, and in the other books in the safe, too. But it won't matter. The ones in charge, the guys operating this business, are smart, and they have people all over the place watching. They'll know you're here right now, and they'll make any evidence disappear," Rodney said to them. "Well, that can't happen, or you will be good as dead. Give us something, a name, anything else we can use," Taser said to him. "Stoley. Look for Stoley. He's the one connected me to these guys in this business. He knows them. He knows all the locations and exactly who the guys are who run all the operations." Taser looked at Lynch. That same fucking guy. The one no one could find. He needed to call Flowers and get them on this. He and Lynch did what they needed to do. They were heading back home after they wrapped this shit up. Eliza Grace was shaking. She had just finished performing a second act on stage with the band, and she was exhausted, yet filled with energy. The crowds were so big tonight, and there were a lot of college kids there, and a bunch of bouncers that had to break up fights. The energy in the place was outrageous. In fact, she was starting to think that maybe this wasn't her thing, especially now, as she tried getting through the crowd, and a bunch of rowdy guys tried pulling her into their group to buy her a drink. "Not interested. Let go of my arm," she demanded. "Come on, honey. One drink and I'll guarantee you'll want to stick around," the one guy said, and his friends chuckled. One of them held a drink, and her gut clenched. She didn't trust them. Hell, she heard stories of guys putting things in women's drinks. "Not interested," she repeated, and attempted to move past them, but they were big. When a hand landed on her waist and tried pulling her back, she reacted. Out of fear, out of anger, but she wasn't fast enough to make contact with his face. He ducked and snagged her around the waist. "Damn, she is a spitfire," he said, and his friends roared with laughter. She screamed for them to let go, when suddenly the guy released her. She pushed away, turned around, and saw 2 out of the 3 men she saw last week on Wednesday night. One look at them, and the young guys raised their hands up and stepped back. She couldn't tell what the one big guy was doing to the guy who had grabbed her, but he looked scared. She turned to hurry away, feeling the tears about to break. She didn't belong here. She never should have accepted this job. It was a mistake. As she hurried away from the scene, she bumped into someone. He held onto her waist, and she looked way up, locking gazes with the guy from the boutique, the one who was with the 2 guys that just helped her escape. He reached up and cupped her cheek. "Are you okay? Did they hurt you?" he asked, then caressed the hand against her cheek to her shoulder. "I'm fine," she said, and tried to move past him. He wouldn't let her. "You're not fine. They scared you. Come with me." He took her hand and then slid his arm around her waist. He moved through the crowd and to the end of the bar and the table she'd seen him sitting at last week, and then again Wednesday night. He had been watching her. She was shaking from what had just happened, and then Luther approached them. "Are you all right? I had those men thrown out. I saw what they were doing, and when I called for the bouncers, DeVille and Vic got over there in a flash," Luther said, and he caressed her arm and looked at her. "I'm sorry. It's a rowdy crowd here tonight," Luther told her. She didn't dare wipe her eyes to try and push away the tears that were about to fall. She didn't want to show weakness here. Luther was the only person other than the band that she really knew. She glanced at the other guy. Luther didn't say his name, but then the other 2 came back. She wondered who was Vic and who was DeVille. "I can't do this, Luther. This isn't for me. I don't belong here. I appreciate the opportunity, but I'm done. You don't even have to pay me," she said. "Oh, sweetie, don't quit because of some drunk assholes," Luther said, and then the other guy uncrossed his arms. "He's right. You're very talented and have a lovely voice." She shook her head at him. "It's not what I want to do. It was just a goal, a thing on my bucket list." "Bucket list?" he asked, and he widened his eyes and looked her over as if she were sick or dying. "Oh, it's just an idea my friend had." "You're not sick?" he asked. She suddenly felt sort of stupid for blurting that out about the bucket list. She shook her head. "She looks perfectly fine to me," one of the other men said to her, and she was surprised as he ate her up with his eyes. She really needed to leave, right now. "Come, sit down for a little bit and calm your nerves. Maybe Luther can grab us a few drinks," he said to Luther, and Luther nodded his head and then disappeared. "I don't want a drink, thank you, anyway," she said to him, and he smiled, then helped her sit down next to him and near the other guy. "My name is Cy. This is DeVille and Vic." He introduced them, and she nodded toward the other men. They kept their eyes on her, and Cy licked his lower lip as she crossed her legs and folded her hands on her lap. She looked toward the bar where Luther was grabbing the drinks, but then she felt the fingers under her chin. She locked gazes with Cy. "Don't be scared. We got to you in time." Her eyes widened at his words, and the nerve to say such a thing. And then he calmly added, "I wouldn't let anything happen to Clarissa's #1 model. She thinks very highly of you," he told her. And that fearful, untrusting feeling slowly began to ease up, just slightly. "Is that really what you prefer doing? Modeling, not singing?" he asked, as Luther returned with the drinks and set them down. "We'll take care of her. You take care of that thing we discussed," Cy said to Luther, and Luther nodded. "Luther, I'm serious about being finished," she told him. "I wish you wouldn't. Maybe give it another try next Wednesday," he pushed. She went to speak, and then Cy took her hand and placed the glass of wine into it. "She'll think about it," he said for her, and Luther nodded and then walked away. She looked at Cy. "I will?" she asked, challenging him. "I'd hate to see you waste such a talent. It would make me sad." "Us too," Vic added, looking at her as he drank what looked like whiskey. She didn't know how to react. Once again, her inexperience made her speechless. She took a small sip of wine and then placed the glass down. She had to show some backbone here. She was out of her comfort zone. She had forced herself into this adventure of reaching for things she was scared of and challenging the fears she had. But now that she was caught in all of this chaos, all she kept thinking about was not feeling safe. And then came thoughts of the Hayes brothers. It didn't totally shock her. She looked at Cy and then toward the busy crowd. She could see all the people having a good time, the college guys dancing sexy with college girls, and it made her feel uneasy and out of place. The crowd grew bigger near them, and she leaned back a little, instantly feeling Vic's hand on the back of her chair, and now against her back. His fingers stroked her skin, and she leaned forward again and looked at him. His expression told her he wanted her. These men shared their women. Not that the idea shocked her, for obvious reasons, but it was the fact that they thought they had a chance to be creepy. She stood up. Immediately, Cy reached out and stopped her. He held her by her hips and pulled her between his legs. She gripped his hands and wrists. He was a big guy. Not quite as big as Lynch and Taser, or even Parker and Burker, but he was large. His hands held firm. "Where are you running off to?" "I said I was going to leave. I appreciate your help back there with those guys, but as I said, this place, this whole atmosphere, isn't me." He licked his lower lip and stared at her body. The snug-fitting, strapless dress with beading along the top accentuated her breasts and showed off her toned arms. "I wish you would stay so we can talk, to get to know one another." She wasn't sure how to respond. She glanced at Vic and DeVille and then wondered how the hell she went from one scary incident to another. It made her think she belonged back in Chance, and with her guardians who could protect her. Her eyes widened, and she realized what time it was, and that she never texted Parker or Burker as she'd promised. "I need to go." "Will we see you again?" he asked, and caressed his thumbs along her hip bones. "I don't think so. I really need to go, Cy. It was nice meeting you, the three of you," she said, and glanced toward Vic and DeVille. "We should walk her out," Vic said, eyeing her with that expression of desire. She wouldn't trust him to walk her out and not try something.
I'm fine. And besides, one of the bouncers does. It's his job. Cy wasn't releasing her. And then he stood up, slid his hands along her waist, and stared down into her eyes.
You sure are petite, but real sexy and shy. Don't let some moron college guys scare you into not coming back here. You're meant to be on that stage, to be in the spotlight. You're special, Eliza. We'll be keeping eyes on you, he said, and then she swallowed hard. He leaned forward and kissed her cheek, letting his lips press to her skin and remain there a moment. When he slowly pulled back, she felt the hands on her hips from behind. She turned, and Vic was there. Have a good night. We'll see you soon.
He stroked her cheek, and then slid his hand down her arm. When he stepped away, DeVille stood there staring at her.
I'll walk you to one of the bouncers to make sure he gets you to your car safely.
She was going to argue, but one look at Cy, and something told her arguing would do nothing. These men did what they wanted. They were also trouble.
Try her again, Burker said to Parker.
Parker hit the redial button on his cell phone. Still no answer or text reply from Eliza Grace. It was after midnight now. They were getting concerned.
We need to do something, Burker said, as they stood in the kitchen waiting to hear from her. They heard from Taser and Lynch 2 hours ago. The situation was intensifying now that suspicion of murder, forced prostitution, and an organization that seemed to spread across several states was discovered. Some sick individuals were operating in public businesses, the back rooms of bars and other businesses. The logs and information they found with the owner of Clover's connected him to 2 other places, and simultaneous raids were being organized for the next several nights. It made Burker sick. She's not answering. She could still be doing a shoot, or maybe her phone is off or on vibrate. She'll get to it. She'll remember that she promised to text or call us when she was leaving, Parker said to him, but Burker saw his expression. He was getting angry, concerned, especially after viewing the information about the young women being abducted and then turned into prostitutes. Women who had low self-esteem or could be easily manipulated. They gathered through info from Agent Flowers that the commander's daughter was suffering from depression and had some situations with inappropriate behavior. They were beginning to think that she may have been coerced into being a prostitute. It was just a thought, but they wouldn't know until she was found. Suddenly, Parker's phone buzzed. "Is it her?" Burker asked, and moved closer. He saw the text message. "Sorry, got caught up in work and almost forgot to text. On my way home now." "Why so late?" Parker texted back.
He didn't get a response. Burker's gut clenched.
"I don't like this. Something is up. I feel it. She's not being honest," Burker said to him.
They waited for a text back. A minute passed. "Driving. Talk tomorrow."
"Tomorrow? I don't freaking think so. She's hiding something or is upset. Something is wrong," Burker said, and he was getting angry now. "You don't know that. Maybe she's just tired. She is supposed to contact us and keep us posted on where she is. How can we be her guardians if she keeps pushing us away and holding back?" Burker asked.
He ran his fingers through his hair. He was really getting more and more upset. He kept thinking about the case they were helping with, about the women who were taken and turned into prostitutes. They didn't have anyone to watch over them, support them, and encourage them to succeed in life. These predators took advantage of these young women and manipulated their minds. Hell, they beat them into submission and even drugged them from what the case was revealing. "You need to calm down. She texted us. You called her and she didn't answer.
Why didn't she want to talk to you? He asked Parker. Parker squinted his eyes at him. We can't go over to her place and wait for her. She could get scared. You saw how shy she is. We can't overwhelm her. Overwhelm her? What the fuck is going on here, Parker? I mean, really? We're grown fucking men. We take what we want when we want it. We go in when everyone else is too scared, or when the danger is so high we're told there's a chance we may not make it. Here we are, falling for this petite, much younger, beautiful woman, and we're walking on fucking eggshells. Why? He yelled, and then grunted before storming out of the room. He couldn't believe this. Other men found their woman and claimed her. Maybe they needed to ease into the ménage relationship and take their time, but this wasn't them taking their time. He and his brothers were scared to start a relationship they knew would be serious. They never had committed to one woman before. Sure, they wanted a relationship like this because of their jobs, their intense personalities, and hoped where one may lack, the others would make up for. But then he kissed her. He was finally able to place his hands on her waist, inhale her shampoo, and he wanted more. He wanted to protect her, keep her close, and make her smile. It was insane. He pulled off his shirt and turned on the shower. He needed to calm down. There was nothing he could do about her lack of response tonight. But tomorrow would be another story entirely. Chapter 5. Are you out of your mind? Missy Ann exclaimed. Eliza Grace shifted her position on the bench she sat on. They went for a run together, and Eliza explained what she had really been up to on Wednesdays and Friday nights. No, I'm not kidding. I took your advice about the bucket list thing and about reaching for some goals and achieving them. Singing on stage at a place has been a big fantasy of mine. But Luther's? That place is crazy, and so big and rowdy. People of all ages go there, including a bunch of college kids from the local universities. Is that why you decided to do it? To fight off this fear and the memories of those college guys and what they tried to do to you? She asked. Eliza thought about that a minute, and then remembered what happened last night. She rubbed her arm and felt the light bruising. Thank goodness there wasn't any indication or marks. Missy Ann reached for her arm and looked. What the hell happened? You keep rubbing your arm like it hurts. Eliza Grace leaned back and covered her face with her hands. I'm an idiot. That's what happened. I have been so damn busy trying to prove that I'm not scared, that I'm not weak or have low self-esteem, that I placed myself in an unnecessary predicament by singing there, in more ways than one. What do you mean? Missy Ann asked her. Eliza Grace exhaled, and then took a slug from the water bottle she was almost finished with. Well, let me explain. Eliza Grace told her about the audition, getting the job, and about Cy, DeVille, and Vic, and the college guys who had harassed her last night. They sound mysterious, but like trouble, she said to Eliza Grace. I got the same feeling, and Luther, well, he bows down to these guys. But last night, like I explained, their words, the way they looked at me, led me to believe they were hitting on me. I let my guard down for a little bit when those college guys grabbed me, and the one grabbed my arm so tight. She rubbed her arm. That's understandable. You probably had flashbacks from college. I did. Cy acted very protective and calmed me down, and then I realized that I needed to get the hell out of there. Luther's and that crowd aren't my cup of tea. Despite how awesome it was to sing on stage and perform like that, I felt unsafe. She looked away. I thought about Parker, Burker, Lynch, and Taser, and how protected and calm they make me feel. Oh, God, they are going to flip when they find out about this. About those guys who hurt you, and then Cy and his two buddies. They're already jealous as hell. Plus, they're your guardians, Eliza Grace. This isn't good at all. I know, believe me, I didn't get much sleep last night, and then felt guilty for not texting Parker on time. I was surprised that they weren't outside my apartment building when I got home. How about disappointed that they weren't there? Missy Ann asked very seriously. Eliza Grace gave a small smile as she stared at her hands. That, too. Well, let's process this situation and see where we stand. It's not so bad because no one knows you performed there, and it was only 2 nights. You can put it behind you as the before the Hayes brothers adventure. You won't ever have to see Cy, Vic, or DeVille, or Luther again, so no big deal there. Not entirely. What do you mean? Well, Cy was at one of the shoots I was in. That's how I recognized him the first time I performed at Luther's, and he was in the crowd. He's friends with Clarissa. Oh, shit. Exactly. I don't know how close they are, or if they do business together, too. So hopefully it won't affect my modeling jobs either. What are you going to do? Just wait and see what happens. I have a special shoot down by a marina somewhere with Kelly Monday and a very busy week of other shoots. I wouldn't have had time to sing at Luther's anyway, she said, and felt sad about it. Getting up on that stage had definitely helped with her confidence level. But once she was one-on-one or ganged up on, she reverted back to being fearful. She hated that. You really enjoyed singing there despite that other crap? Missy Ann asked. She looked at her best friend. I did. It was so amazing, and people loved my voice and applauded and asked for more. It was so incredible, but I don't think I can see myself singing like that and being in the spotlight all the time. You're in the spotlight and modeling, too. I mean, look at all the people who saw the calendar. Don't remind me. The Hayes brothers were furious. Missy Ann chuckled. But it led to them kissing you and you accepting their guardianship. It seems everything has a way of working itself out. You need to learn to trust them. It isn't easy. I get that. But maybe you can look at this relationship, this attraction, as sort of a challenge to yourself, to learn to trust and build up that self-confidence. I can't see it being that way. They're older and so commanding and in charge. I think another fear with them that I have is to become so submissive that I let them boss me around and make me do whatever they want to do. I don't want to lose me, or what character I have as a person. That's silly. They like you for who you are. Petite, shy, passive, easily scared. Is that what you mean? Missy Ann gave her a shove. Get serious. You are not passive. You're cautious, and your shyness is a positive character. Most models seem stuck up on themselves and self-absorbed. You worry about others and put them before yourself all the time. If you're so worried about the Hayes brothers' intentions, then just ask them what they see in you and what it is they want. And if they lie to me, then you took a chance. Life is about taking chances, not sitting still and letting it pass you by. Go out on a date with them. Spend some alone time with each of them and see how it goes. Or just sleep with them. Maybe popping your cherry will build your self-confidence and loosen you up, she teased. Oh, yeah, wise guy, what about you? She teased back. Missy Ann smiled. Well, I guess when the time comes and the right man, or men, come along, I'll let you know. For now, I'm thinking I should entertain some of my own fantasies and adventures, minus the creepy guys part, of course. Of course, Eliza Grace said, then chuckled. So what do you have planned for the rest of the day? Want to grab lunch or something? She asked Missy Ann. I have to go help Mrs. Parker with the kids. Gabby has an ear infection, and she has to take her to the doctor, and the other kids have a busy day with karate lessons and birthday plans. This was my time of relaxation and enjoyment. The rest of the day is going to be pure chaos. Eliza chuckled. Well, she's lucky that you're always ready to help her out. I have to. She's like family. And the kids are adorable. It's not like I have a hot date or anything." "You'll get that hot date, but be careful what you wish for." Missy Ann smiled, and then hugged Eliza Grace goodbye. "You sure you don't want to ride back to your apartment?" she asked her. "Yep. I can use the time to think, and since I plan to relax on the couch the rest of the day, I know I'll be munching on some bad stuff. I'm making room for the extra calories." She waved goodbye, and then Eliza stretched out again, and then turned on her iPod. She would make it home in about 20 minutes or so if she kept a good pace. She was listening to the music and thinking about the upcoming shoot at the marina tomorrow. She hoped they didn't try to convince her to wear a bikini, but she sensed Clarissa's frustration with her. Now that she may or may not have upset Cy, and he was somehow friends with Clarissa, maybe she should consider saying yes. It wasn't like she couldn't have control over the type of bathing suit. She felt uneasy as she turned to cross the road that led to the block that her small apartment building was on. She gasped when she saw the black SUV that was following her. When the window rolled down, she stopped. As soon as she saw Burker's face, she knew he was angry. "Didn't you see us following you?" he barked at her. She shook her head. He exhaled in annoyance. "Jesus, baby, you need to be more careful. We were following you for over 2 blocks. You never even knew it." "I'm sorry. I was listening to my music and thinking about work." She felt stupid, and once again immature in his eyes. "We'll meet you at your place," he said, and then pulled ahead, maneuvering the SUV like some professional driver, the way he zigged and zagged, then parked between 2 other cars so fast and so perfectly she knew it wasn't a normal ability. She crossed the street and pulled out her earbuds, then ran her hands down the tight spandex shorts she wore in black. She also had on a purple sports bra and matching purple tank top that hugged her breasts, but flared out against her waist. The sides were cut low, revealing her sides. "We tried calling you," Parker told her as he and Burker exited the SUV. She looked to see if Taser and Lynch were there, too. "Taser and Lynch will meet us in an hour," Burker told her, looking at her body with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He had such dark eyes and big muscles that hid behind a black T-shirt today. He held her gaze as Parker held open the front door to the main entrance of the apartment. "I don't bring my phone with me. I ran to the park to meet Missy Ann. We ran a few times around the lake, and then I ran back here," she told them, and then punched in the passcode to get upstairs. They followed her up, and when she got to the hallway, she walked down to the right. It was a corner apartment and pretty big. Kenneth had helped her find it. She lifted her shirt up and then flipped the waistband of her shorts. As her fingers brushed over the key in the little square pouch, she jumped when Burker's fingers touched her skin. "So that's your secret hiding place?" he asked, and she pulled the key out. Her hands were shaking as she tried to get the key into the door. Burker covered her hand as he pressed close to her. "Let me," he whispered, and pushed the key in, turned it, and the door opened. She was in a panic. They were so sexy and masculine, and they did this to her. They made her feel out of control, needy in every sense of the word. She turned around, and Burker was there. He pulled her into his arms, and she held onto his forearms. "I'm all sweaty." "You look incredible." He lowered his mouth to hers and kissed her deeply. He ran his hands along her waist to her ass and squeezed her to him. He was kneading her ass cheeks and kissing her when she felt the second set of hands on her sides go under her shirt. Parker. She was locked between them, and it felt so good, so right. But she was sweaty and maybe even smelly from her run. She began to pull back, and Burker slowly released her lips. "Don't pull away from me." "From us," Parker added. She looked way up into Burker's dark blue eyes. "I'm all sweaty, though, and maybe even smell," she said, and lowered her eyes. Parker turned her around and pulled her snug against him. "You're beautiful, and we missed you." He covered her mouth and kissed her. So many thoughts went through her head, including what happened last night and how unsafe and scared she was. When Parker released her lips, she hugged him tight. She squeezed him, wanting to pull all his security and strength into her and surround herself in it. She felt Burker caress her back. "You okay, sweetie?" Parker asked her. She needed to get a grip and slow things down a bit. She eased back. "Definitely okay," she said to him, and Parker smiled. Burker had his hand on her hip behind her. He pushed her ponytail to the side and kissed her neck. "We want to take you out to lunch. Meet up with Lynch and Taser a little later when they get back from business," he said, and kissed her ear, and then a sensitive spot on her neck. She closed her eyes and leaned back against him. When she felt his hard erection against her back, her eyes popped open. "Oh, okay. That sounds nice, but I need to shower first." "We'll wait for you," Parker said, and glanced over her body. Like here in my living room while I shower?" she questioned. Burker ran his hand along her waist, pulling her closer again. He gave her ass a tap, and she was shocked at how much that little move excited her and aroused her. "Baby, we're your guardians. We're here to protect you, and soon we'll be even more than that. Trust us." She stared up into his eyes and blinked a few times. "Burker, I'm just not used to this. Not used to men in my apartment, and definitely not while I'm showering and after we kissed, the way we just did." "We could join you instead, then," Parker said to her, and she was shocked as her eyes widened. But then he plopped down onto her couch and reached for the remote control. She felt Burker's large hands caress back and forth over her ass and hip. "We're gentlemen. We'll stay right here," he said, and then reached up and stroked her cheek with his finger, tilting her chin toward him. "Unless you decide while you're in the shower that you want company, then we'll come in," he teased, and winked. She gave him a snort and pursed her lips. He smiled. Before she could say anything, he turned her around and gave her ass a little bit harder of a spank. "Get moving. We want to take you to a place about 30 minutes from here." She took a deep breath and looked at the two gods in her living room and wondered how the hell she was going to handle the two of them, never mind 4 when Lynch and Taser joined them. They were lethal and so suave, but damn did they know how to kiss and make her want things she only dreamed about. "What's the name?" she asked, slowly moving toward the hallway. "Connolly's." Burker placed his hands on his hips and squinted at her. She widened her eyes and took 2 more steps toward the hallway. He was so military, giving her an order to get showered and ready, and here she was asking questions. He looked incredibly sexy. Dark shirt stretched across solid muscles. His crew-cut hair and wide shoulders were a sight, and his jeans snug on his muscular thighs as well as in the crotch. "You keep staring at me like that, Eliza Grace, and you'll have company in that shower." She gasped. "What's the dress code? Last question," she asked, trying to clear her mind of the dirty thoughts going through her head. "Wear one of those pretty skirts," Parker told her very seriously. "And a top with buttons," Burker teased. She asked for those kinds of responses. "I'll wear whatever I feel like wearing. Don't leave my living room," she said, and then headed into the bedroom before grabbing towels for her shower. Parker whistled low the moment Eliza Grace disappeared into her room. "How the hell are we supposed to act all calm and bring her on a date when all I want to do is take her to bed?" Parker said, and ran his hand through his hair and exhaled. He leaned back on the couch, legs stretched, and ran his hands up and down his thighs. Burker chuckled. "She is so damn sweet. It was hard not to peel that sexy, tight running outfit off of her. In the SUV, you were carrying on about how she needed training and to be aware of her surroundings. You bit the woman's head off before you even hit the brakes." "I was pissed off." "Okay, and so were you. You were the one that looked at your watch and timed how long it was before she noticed us following her. She never did. She should get punished for that." "Yeah, try it and see how that goes over. It's just another thing to prove she needs us. She needs taking care of. She's been so busy with work and everything, she probably looks at running as a way to clear her head." "Well, she can clear her head, but she still needs to be aware of what's going on around her," Burker added, and then looked around the small apartment. It was neat, aside from a table that had a lot of magazines and folders on it. As he looked around and started opening them up, he felt his heart begin to race. They were pictures of Eliza Grace. The first few 8x10s were of her on a balcony overlooking the beach. She wore a strapless, one-piece dress that hugged her figure so tight he could see how thin her waist was and how large her breasts were. The very high-heeled shoes she wore, he thought women called them wedges, made her legs look toned and long. He followed the curves with his eyes and landed on her ass that stuck out from behind. She looked like a sexual goddess. His cock hardened, and his heart began to pound inside of his chest. "Damn. Let me see," Parker said, coming up behind him and taking a look. He whistled low as they went through the other pictures and then saw the contracts. "We shouldn't be looking at this," Parker said, and looked back toward the hallway. "Why not? It's out here in the open, along with these music sheets and lyrics. I wonder why she has these," Burker said, and then Parker picked up another folder with a small catalog in it. "Look at this," he said, and Burker immediately saw the young women in lingerie. Fancy stuff, very classy and sexy. His heart raced, wondering if he was going to turn the page and see Eliza Grace in something, but instead there were sticky notes. "Like this one," they said, and then another note in the back. It says, "These are the types of lingerie you would be posing in for the designer boutique. You won't need to wear them for the runway show Saturday." "Runway show?" Parker asked. "They want her to pose in lingerie. Fuck, I don't think I can handle this, and I know Lynch and Taser can't. There's no fucking way. Put it back, fix it, and we'll try to talk to her about work and figure it out. We can't go making demands on her. If this is what she enjoys doing, then we need to be supportive," Parker said to him. Burker showed him the picture in the catalog of the pretty brunette in the very sheer lingerie they could see her nipples through. "This is okay with you? Because it isn't okay with me." He folded it up and reset the items on the table exactly as they were before. He walked over to the couch, but he couldn't sit. He paced until Eliza Grace walked into the room, fixing her earring and wearing a short flare beige skirt, high-heeled wedges like the ones she wore in the catalog, and a strapless pale pink top that clung to her curves like a bodice and accentuated her large breasts. She looked incredible. "Is this okay?" she asked him, as Parker stood up and got to her before Burker could even get himself to move. "Beautiful, baby, like always." He pulled her close and kissed her hand, then up her arm. She giggled and slapped him away, then headed toward the kitchen. Burker watched her. The small, round, firm ass, the long tan thighs, and her toned back and shoulders. She was in exceptional shape, and he didn't want anyone to see her body but him and his brothers. He ran his hand along his jaw and exhaled. "I just need to eat a granola bar or something. I feel a little lightheaded after the run and not eating anything." "Lightheaded?" Parker asked, and walked closer. "I'll be okay in a minute," she said, and unwrapped a granola bar, then took a bite. How about some water, too? It was warm out there. You have to be careful to not get dehydrated," Parker said to her. Burker came closer. She finished the bar and then took a slug from her water bottle. Burker wrapped his arm around her waist and held her close. "Ready?" he asked her. She nodded. She looked a bit fearful. He cupped her cheek as Parker placed his hands on her shoulders and leaned down close to her ear. "Don't look so scared. We don't bite." "Much," Burker whispered. She tightened up, and he couldn't help but to smirk and give her a wink. It was going to be torture doing this whole courting thing, when all he wanted to do was strip her naked and explore every inch of her for hours, even days, if he could. His possessiveness was becoming stronger, and it would take a lot of self-control to not act on those possessive feelings and remain patient. After all, she was coming with them willingly, had accepted them in her apartment, and even allowed them to wait while she showered. This was progress. He stroked her cheek and then gave her a soft kiss on the lips. "Let's go," he said, and led the way as Parker guided her with a hand on her lower back and a smile of happiness Burker didn't often get to see. "Why are they late?" Eliza asked Parker. They were having a drink by the outdoor bar by the marina. Connolly's was owned by a few of their friends, and they were planning on getting a drink with them once Taser and Lynch arrived. Parker had his hand behind her bar stool. Burker kept one on her bare knee the second they sat down, and she crossed her legs. She could tell they were being very possessive of her, especially since the moment they arrived, a few men and other people recognized her from the calendar. She kind of felt badly for them. They seemed like quiet men who liked to keep to themselves and also keep unnoticed. That wasn't happening today. "They'll be here soon. Just had some calls to make in regards to the case we're working on," Parker said, and moved his hand up her back, against her bare neck and under her hair. She shivered with goosebumps and turned to look at him. His dark blue eyes held hers. "Don't like your drink?" he asked, and she swallowed hard, feeling a bit numb from their touches and this constant attention. It was partially unnerving and sort of soothing. It was odd, but she never felt so safe before, like nothing could hurt her and everything could be perfect. "What are you thinking? Right now. Just spit it out," Burker ordered her. It was an order, not a request. She felt his command all the way to her pussy. She took an unsteady breath. "How safe I feel, with both of you next to me." Burker smiled confidently. Parker whispered next to her, "You are safe. No one can ever hurt you with us by your side." "It's unnerving," she said, turning to Parker. "Why?" he asked. "It's powerful and makes me feel uneasy and unsure whether I can trust in it, in you, or if you'll—" She looked away from them and felt the tears in her eyes. She was going to ruin this moment. She was going to let her fears from the past, from the other night, bother her so much she would put up a wall against Parker and Burker, and their brothers, too. If they ever got here. That was another thing. Where were they? She was growing impatient to see them. She wanted them here, too. She wanted quadruple the security. Burker squeezed her knee and then ran his palm up a little higher, then back down. He caressed her softly, slowly. She tightened up. "If we'll what?" Burker pushed. Parker moved forward so she could see both of them without turning to the left or the right between them. "Hurt you?" Parker asked. Burker squeezed her a little snugger on her thigh. "Never," he whispered. "Yes," she replied, and then covered his hand and held his gaze. "You're older, more experienced, and you have secretive jobs that lead you away from time to time. I don't even know what kind of work you do, and if it's dangerous, and if you really want to commit to me. or if I'm just something that interests you for now, or that you feel an obligation to because of my cousins." Parker licked his lips and then took her hand and held it. "We are older, and we all have discussed the fact of how much younger you are to us. However, the attraction we feel, the need to have you close, the desire to make you our woman is much, much stronger than a simple number. Our experience, as you label it, will in fact bring you much pleasure, more than any lover you've ever had. I, for one, don't want to think about her with any other men, any college guys or immature assholes," Burker added. She felt the heat hit her cheeks and a nauseous feeling consume her. She pulled her hand from Parker's and covered her belly with it. Parker and Burker said her name, but then she heard the deep voice. "Eliza Grace?" She turned around and nearly fell off the seat as she gripped the back of the stool in time. There were Lynch and Taser, both looking tired, almost angry. They were dressed in dark dress shirts and dark pants, Taser in a burgundy button-down shirt and Lynch in black. She slid off the stool, and Taser looked her over as he cupped her cheeks and stepped closer to her. "You look gorgeous." He covered her mouth and kissed her. She covered his hands that held her cheeks and felt the massiveness of his presence. He encased her body within his arms and released her lips, hugging her to him. She hugged him back, felt his hands move over her ass quickly, but enough to make her desire their return. She was losing the fear of intimacy the more they touched her. As she opened her eyes, she saw Lynch, arms crossed, eyes squinted at her, and she slowly pulled back. Taser fixed her top by her hips and stepped slightly back. "I like this outfit," he said to her. "So do we," Burker added, and Taser gave him a nod. "Glad you're back," Parker said to him, as Taser released her, and then his brothers each gave one another a hug and slap to the back. Her heart raced and swelled with adoration for their obvious love and care for one another, except Lynch, who remained stiff and kind of angry. She stood frozen in place. "I think the table is all set for us. You guys must be starving," Parker said, as he gave Lynch a little nudge to his arm. Lynch tore his eyes from Eliza Grace and shook Parker's hand hello. "Very hungry," he said, and Eliza Grace couldn't look at him. She felt his eyes on her and assumed he was talking about being hungry for her. Lynch was super intimidating and incredibly mysterious and sexy. She could hardly stand, and when they decided it was time for the table and began to head away from the bar, she gasped when Lynch pressed up close against her back, ran his palm along her waist, and held her snugly. She lost her breath and froze a moment. Then he leaned closer, as she watched his brothers look at them with serious, hot expressions of hunger, then continued to walk. "Miss me?" he asked. She took an unsteady breath. "Yes," she whispered, her voice cracking, giving away the deep arousal his words and touch did to her. "Then where's my hello kiss?" he asked, shocking her. She was shaking. She felt so overwhelmed with desire, but somehow she slowly turned in his arms, his large hand singeing her skin as it caressed across her belly, then her hip. She stared up into his eyes, and he didn't lower, so she ran her palms up his chest, saw his cheeks cave in like he was biting them, and completely turned on by her touch as much as his turned her on. It gave her that little extra bit of confidence to handle giving Lynch what he wanted. It was just a kiss hello, a kiss to say she missed him. She stood up on tiptoes, and he was forced to lower his lips to hers. He was so tall. When their lips touched, it was everything but a simple "I missed you." and in a flash, it turned into a whole lot more. Thank God they were in the small hallway between the bar outside and the entrance to the main dining area, or they would be putting on a hell of a show. The feel of his hands moving along her ass, in between the crack, gripping an ass cheek and then caressing back up her spine, had her pussy leaking and her body nearly exploding right here. She pulled back and had to catch her breath. "That's a lot better than that scared look, as if I could hurt you or eat you alive. Let's get to the others before I take you out to the SUV and do what I really want to do with you." She was shocked by his words and by his control as he fixed her lip gloss with a gentle swipe of his finger and then turned her around and guided her to the dining area. Thank God there were 3 other men there talking and laughing with Parker, Burker, and Taser, or she would have been frozen in the erotic, sexual state Lynch placed her in by his lethal kiss and his proclamation of what he really wanted to do: have sex with her. Lynch watched Eliza Grace like a hawk. He barely listened to the conversation and the laughter going on around him as Antonio and Billy Connolly, Salvatore and Finn's brothers, joked around with them about some funny cases and about old times in the service. Eliza Grace asked questions, seemingly wanting to know more about their service and what types of men they were. "As you can tell, Eliza Grace, Lynch and Taser are still the quietest," Billy said, and smiled at Lynch's straight expression. "And the scariest SOB," Antonio added, and stood up. "We should leave them to their nice dinner. Might I suggest the lobster tails special, Eliza Grace? It's the best on the menu, and a beautiful young woman like you deserves the best," he said, and reached out, took her hand, and kissed it. "Cool it, Antonio," Taser said, and they chuckled. Lynch felt his body tighten. He couldn't even stand to let another man touch her, take her hand and kiss it and be close to her. He was fuming when he realized he was in a dead stare at her, and she looked upset and uncomfortable. She pushed a strand of hair behind her ear, and then to one side of her shoulder, the one facing him, as if to block him from her view. "The lobster tails sound like a great idea. What do you guys think?" Parker asked, breaking the silent tension in the air. One look at Taser, who watched Eliza Grace, and then placed his arm around her chair, and he knew his brothers were feeling the same thing he was. They wanted her. To strip her naked, explore her body, and make her officially their woman. Any other woman would have been in their bed by now, not Eliza Grace. He reached out and took a slug of his beer and then placed it down. "So where were you when you guys met up today?" Taser asked her as he stroked her hair and leaned close to her. Next time, Lynch would be sure to pick the seat next to her and not across from her. But now that he was at this distance, it gave him the opportunity to watch her, read her body language and those sexy green eyes of hers. As she explained about going for a run, it just made matters worse with trying to remain a gentleman. He imagined her in spandex, tight, short, revealing her firm, round ass and luscious breasts. Fuck. He finished off another beer, and she glanced at him. Was she nervous because he was drinking? Did she think he would drink too much? Hurt her? His mind was going nuts. He couldn't focus on the conversation or on the waiter who took their orders. He said he would have the same as his brother Burker, then wondered what he said he would have, and was grateful it was the surf and turf, fillet and tail. Lynch was losing control. "What's your schedule like this week?" Burker asked her, and he saw Parker stop eating and then exchange a look with Burker. Something was up with that. He'd known his brothers forever and learned their quick expressions and even the change in their body language. Eliza Grace placed her fork down and wiped her mouth. "I have a very busy week. I'll be all over the place." Not just in Charlesburg and Cambridge? Taser asked her.
No. Since doing the calendar, I picked up a few more jobs. I have jobs every day this week, and next Saturday a runway show at the Colonial Mall in Charlesburg. It's going to be all day and exhausting. I'll need to sleep all day Sunday to recover, she said, and smiled. He could tell she enjoyed the modeling work, and it made him feel guilty and bad for hating the fact that she modeled.
What types of things will you be modeling? Parker asked her.
She looked at them, and then swallowed hard after looking at Lynch. He squinted his eyes at her.
No bikinis, right? He asked.
She looked away. Well, actually, I have to for a couple of these shoots this week. His brothers all stared at her, and she quickly continued talking, rambling, in an obviously nervous state. I never felt comfortable posing in bathing suits or exposing my body like that, but it kind of comes with the territory. My boss and Ken, the photographer, know my limitations, and they've been working with me to overcome those reservations.
Of course they have, Taser said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Is that what the contracts were about? And the notes with the pictures on certain pages on that table in your living room?
Burker asked. Her eyes widened, and then she looked upset. You snooped through my things while I was showering? She asked. Lynch focused on the showering part a moment, but then Burker began to explain about the items being in plain sight, and he didn't think she would have cared that he looked. He complimented her on the pictures of her she saw.
Those negatives of different shots with you on the balcony were gorgeous. You really have a talent with the camera, Eliza Grace,
Burker said to her.
Yeah, we couldn't help but to keep looking, Parker added.
She pursed her lips and then seemed to think about what they were saying.
We didn't mean to upset you. We just want to know everything about you and to be here for you if you need any help, or maybe some feedback and possible decisions coming up for you to make,
Burker added. You saw the contracts and the catalog and sticky tabs about the lingerie they wanted me to pose in, didn't you? She asked.
Lingerie?
Lynch whispered through clenched teeth.
Whoa, let's back this up here. Explain to those of us who did not see these pictures and contracts,
Taser said, taking over as usual to organize this conversation as the leader. I haven't made my final decision yet. I have a meeting on Friday with Clarissa and this big shot from Charleston who owns a very large lingerie business. It's classy, upscale, and very prestigious. It's geared towards the wealthy clientele, and Clarissa said the man who owns the business is very particular about the models he has posing for his designs. I supposedly fit the profile so well that he's ready to offer a large sum of money to contract me out.
Money to show off your assets? Lynch said, eyeing over her breasts.
She took a deep breath and released it. I haven't decided what to do. I think after I meet with him and Clarissa, I'll get a gut feeling of what it might be like. He also offered a tour of his place.
His place? Taser asked angrily.
His boutique and the setup for the private runway show he does next month.
Fuck, Burker said, and ran his fingers through his hair.
She looked at him. I haven't decided yet. Can I remove these plates, or are you still working on your meals? The waiter asked as he interrupted their conversation. Lynch watched as Eliza Grace said she was finished and needed to use the ladies' room.
We're done, and we'll take the check, Taser said to the waiter.
He nodded and began to clear the plates. Lynch and his brothers watched Eliza Grace stand up, and Taser had to get up so she could leave the table. Lynch saw the waiter look at her, too. It bothered him. But then he watched her make her way through the restaurant and past the bar, and saw the attention she drew.
I'll wait for her by the hallway, Lynch said, and stood up, throwing his napkin down on the table. We'll get the SUV started, Burker said. Meet us at the house, Taser said to Parker and Burker.
We're taking her there now? Burker asked.
Yes. She needs to get comfortable being alone with us. Lynch and I will take her in our SUV. We'll be there in a few minutes," he said, then paid the bill. Lynch heard Taser tell them, and he hurried to meet Eliza Grace. Eliza grabbed onto the sink in the bathroom and stared at herself in the mirror. Her cheeks were flushed, her nipples so freaking hard they pushed against the tight top she wore. It was a classy, pretty outfit that was totally her style. She fell in love with it after one of the shoots, and the designer. Since then, she bought several of her outfits and noticed that a few of the lingerie designs mimicked the same style. She stood up and washed her hands, dried them, and then looked at herself in the small, full-length mirror. She felt she looked pretty, not sexy or provocative. But the Hayes brothers looked at her like they could eat her up with their eyes. Lynch, especially, was so dark and mysterious, hard, maybe angry and indescribable. It made her so freaking nervous. My God, she was shaking. Yet her pussy felt swollen and needy. She wanted to feel them touching her everywhere. She wanted to let go and trust them and let them do whatever they wanted to do with her. And it was scary, but it was also appealing. Could she let go and be intimate with them? Were they the right men to give her virginity to? Would they respect that she was a virgin? Or would they think she was even more immature because she was? They were being so protective and asking so many questions. She knew she needed to come clean, to tell them about Luther's and about college and her stupid bucket list. Tonight, she needed to. She took a deep breath and prepared herself for what came next. But as she exited the bathroom and saw Lynch standing there looking so big, so sexy and firm, she faltered and stopped where she was. "Ready?" he asked firmly, nearly in a barking tone. As she went to nod, he took her hand and pulled her along. She hurried with him, trying not to trip as she kept up with his long strides. "Where are the others?" she asked, her voice cracking. His abruptness was arousing her more, and as he got to the big black SUV and opened the back door, she saw Taser behind the wheel. Before she could step up onto the side step to get in, Lynch lifted her up and placed her onto the seat. He slammed the door closed, his heavy, thick thigh hit hers, and she went to slide over, but he reached over and lifted her onto his lap. "Oh, Lynch!" she squealed, shocked at his move. "I can't take it any longer. Not the looks from the other men, not talking about you posing in bikinis or lingerie. I want you all to myself. I want you, period," he said, and kissed her deeply. She felt the SUV speed up and make some fast turns. Lynch explored her mouth with his tongue and then spread his thighs so she fell between them. Her legs widened, and he shoved his hand up between them, shocking her. She was on fire, despite the taste of beer on his breath and the flash of a reminder of college and when she was attacked, and how that smell of beer consumed her nostrils as the multiple hands had touched her. Lips forcibly kissed her, and nails had scraped her skin as they ripped her clothing. When she felt Lynch's fingers graze her panties, she pulled from his mouth and tried sitting up. "Lynch, wait," she said, and he hugged her to him. "I'm sorry. God, I'm sorry if I scared you. I just want you so badly, baby. I can't stand to think of you with anyone else but me and my brothers. You're so beautiful," he said, and kissed her again and hugged her. She knew she wasn't afraid of him. She was letting the fear from her past get in the way. He released her lips, and she lifted up. He eased her upward, helping her. He looked sad, embarrassed maybe, and he began to move her to the seat next to him. "No, like this," she said, and grabbed onto his shoulders and straddled his waist.
He massaged her skirt upwards so she could sit, and she held onto his shoulders and stared him in the eyes. She took a few unsteady breaths. You and your brothers wanted to know why I kept away from you guys, why I couldn't accept your guardianship, or to get this close to you and just let go?
Yes, he said. Yes, Taser mimicked from the front seat. She hadn't forgotten he was there. She was fine with that. Knowing he drove while his brother seduced her, it added to the thrill of it all. I assumed that Kenneth told you about what happened to me in college, but it's obvious he didn't, that he respected my wishes to keep it quiet. She felt the tears fill her eyes. He reached up and cupped her one cheek and squinted at her. Tell us, he whispered. She swallowed. I was attacked at a party. 5 drunk college guys dragged me into a room and planned on gang raping me. What? She saw the instant show of anger on his face, the way he bit the inside of his cheek, and the way his hands felt more snug against her. He swallowed hard. She heard him and watched him stutter to ask the next question. She shook her head. They weren't successful. She felt the SUV stop. She heard the engine stop, and then a moment later the side door opened. Taser leaned over the doorframe. This is why you finished college online? Why you moved to that apartment just last year and have been living with your dad up until last year? Taser asked. I wasn't quite ready to live alone. What's going on? Parker asked. Let's go inside and talk, Lynch said to her, and she nodded her head and went to move, but he squeezed her against him. He slid along the seat and they got out. She felt the warm summer air against her ass and knew her skirt was lifted to her waist as he carried her inside of their house. She hugged him tight, found comfort in his size and his strength as his brothers followed them. She couldn't believe she was in their home, and as her eyes absorbed the size of the upscale mansion, she was in awe. Oh, God, this is huge, she said to them. Welcome to our home, Eliza Grace, Taser said, as he leaned against her back, moved her hair away from her neck, and kissed her skin. She closed her eyes and relished in the feel of being sandwiched between these 2 large men, and then she felt Taser's palms caress along her hips. His fingers curled around her thin panties as he squeezed her hips. She could sense how large his hands were against her hips and ass, and it made her part her lips and shiver. She wanted more. But then she felt him release his hold, and then Lynch carried her into their large living room. He sat down on the couch. It was leather in a light beige color. There were lots of masculine-colored pillows and even a stone fireplace done up with rustic decor. A copper pot, a set of copper fireplace tools, and various types of ornate pottery she was surprised to see. They had bold colors and brought out the deep burgundy in the curtains against the windows and the floral arrangement in the center of the coffee table. It looked like something that came from a magazine, and she had a feeling they had a personal designer create the style they wanted. Lynch cupped her cheek and jaw with one hand. Even that move stimulated her senses and intimidated her at the same time. Tell us about your fears and about this attempted gang rape in college. What? Burker asked, and she didn't turn to look at him. Instead, she repeated what she'd started to say in the SUV, and then explained the rest. It was a large house party at one of the sorority houses. Everyone had been drinking a lot, and my friends and I arrived late. There was this group of guys who were being rowdy and trying to get me to talk with them and drink with them. I refused, but when I went to use the bathroom and some friends waited down the hallway, there was all this chaos going on in the rooms, and people were cheering for this hockey team that just arrived after winning a huge game, and 2 of the guys grabbed me. She swallowed hard and felt the tears emerge.
She needed to tell them so they would understand her fears and help her get through this. Lynch caressed her thighs and held her gaze.
"What happened next?"
he asked. They were drunk. They were chanting for this one guy to make a move, and I tried to run back toward the door, but he grabbed me and kissed me. His breath smelled like beer, and his hands were all over me. I was trying to fight him off when I felt my skirt being ripped and hands moving under it and to my panties. I freaked out and pulled from them and kicked the one guy in the groin.
"Good girl," Burker said from behind her.
The other came at me and struck me hard. I went flying. They were a lot bigger than me. There were 5 of them against me, but I just kept screaming for help and swinging my arms. They ripped my blouse, grabbed at me, touching me everywhere, and I reached for whatever I could grab and struck the other guy with a lamp. Luckily, my friends who were waiting on me heard my screams, as well as things crashing and guys yelling and carrying on. They grabbed other guy friends and knocked down the door to stop them, just as one of the guys lifted me up and tackled me to the couch.
"Jesus," Parker said.
I was so scared, Lynch. I still have nightmares about it.
He rubbed her arms. "Still? You haven't seen anyone to talk to them about it?"
She shook her head. It's gotten better. Except recently, she said, and lowered her eyes. He cupped her cheeks and tilted her head up toward him. Taser sat on the couch next to them, and Parker and Burker stood behind the couch, facing her.
"Why recently? Has someone been bothering you? Did something happen and some guys try to hurt you?" Parker asked.
She swallowed hard. Nothing I couldn't handle or that didn't turn out fine. That's not what I mean. It's the intimacy thing. It's letting my guard down to let men close, she said, and looked at each of them, then back at Lynch.
"We caused you to have nightmares about the attack to resurface?" Parker asked.
She shook her head. The tear escaped from her eye, and she wiped it away. Wanting to be close to the 4 of you, to accept your guardianship, your beds, scares the hell out of me. Lynch squinted his eyes at her, and she quickly continued. She needed to be honest and do it fast. The only thing I know about sex is violence. That guys want to possess your body and take from you, then get off on it and carry on like a bunch of cavemen. That once they have sex with you, they lose respect for you. But it's so major to a woman to have sex with a man, to give up her virginity, and to let it go like that and trust in that way. Now throw in multiple men, and do the chances increase that the relationship will fail? That the men will take her for granted, or think of her as a sexual item and not as a human being with feelings and emotions and a need to feel loved and cared for, like part of those men she shared her body with. I don't know. I don't have anything to go by but my fears.
"Wait a minute. Slow down. You're confusing me," Lynch said to her. But then Taser reached up and caressed her cheek. "You've never had sex before, have you, Eliza Grace?"
Lynch's hands firmed on her hips. The tears fell from her eyes. Never wanted to, she swallowed. Until now, she added.
"Oh, baby. My God," Lynch whispered, and hugged her to him.
Taser looked at Parker and Burker as they stared in shock, but also with love and care for Eliza Grace. They each touched her. Taser caressed her back, Parker gently caressed her hair, and Burker ran his hand along her arm, soothing her. When she pulled back, she looked at each of them. I hope you don't think I'm immature or silly for waiting.
Not at all. It's special, and you were right to hold back and wait for the right man, Lynch said to her.
She shook her head.
Taser felt his heart pounding inside of his chest. If she wasn't ready for them to love her and claim her, then they had to respect that.
The right man. I want to share it with the 4 of you. I trust you. I feel safe and secure in your arms, and I know you respect me. I know there are things to work out, and that you're not happy about me being a model.
No, baby, it's not that we're not happy. We're jealous, plain and simple, Taser said to her. She reached out and cupped his cheek.
Don't be jealous, Taser. I don't want any other men but you and your brothers. She slowly leaned closer and pressed her lips to his. Taser pulled her up from Lynch's lap and then stood up. She continued to kiss him, wrap her arms around his neck and shoulder. He ran his hands along her thighs to her ass, lifting her body up against him so she had to straddle his hips. She pulled from his lips and kissed his neck, then ran her hand into the opening of his button-down shirt and over his shoulder.
We can take our time, Eliza Grace. There's no need to rush making love to us. We understand your fears now, he told her.
She shook her head and pulled back. I know you would do that for me. You would wait and suffer. I don't want to do that to you guys. Besides, I know I'm ready. I'm here with you now, aren't I? I told you about college and my fears. She leaned down and kissed his neck. Show me how to make love, how to please the four of you, she whispered, then continued to kiss his neck.
He never wanted anything more, never desired a woman like he desired Eliza Grace. He looked at his brothers. We'll get things ready, Parker said, and he headed up the stairs with Burker following. Lynch stepped close to them and ran his hand up her back to her hair. She lifted from Taser's neck and looked at Lynch. Are you certain? She nodded. He leaned closer and kissed her deeply. She ran her hand over Lynch's shoulder to his neck as they kissed. Taser looked at her breasts, falling from her top, then sensed Lynch pressing closer and grabbing onto Eliza's thigh. She was spread open between them.
Oh, God,
she gasped, pulling from Lynch's lips. Trust us? Lynch asked.
Yes.
Taser watched as Lynch ran his fingers down her bodice and to her skirt. Her legs were pressed wide against their hips. They each had a hand on her outer thigh, holding her against their sides. Taser had the perfect view as he stroked a finger over her panties, and Eliza gripped their shoulders tightly.
Oh, God, oh,
she moaned. So hot and wet for us. You are ready, baby. Ready for us to claim you as our woman, Lynch said to her, as he leaned closer and nipped her lower lip.
She kissed him, and then gasped, and pulled back, tried to close her thighs as Lynch stroked her pussy.
Easy now, darling. Just testing the waters. Just letting you feel a little bit of penetration. Taser knew that Lynch wasn't going to finger her all the way. He was teasing her, coaxing her into relaxing and familiarizing her with their touch. Let's bring our woman upstairs so we can spread her out on the bed and get a look at what belongs to us Hayes brothers, Taser stated, as Lynch licked his lips and kissed Eliza Grace. Ready, baby? She nodded. Taser pulled her completely into his arms and hugged her tight while carrying her upstairs to their bedroom. Her heart was racing. She was going to do this. She was going to make love for the very first time, and ménage style. Holy God, she wanted to. Just the feel of the tip of Lynch's big finger in her pussy slightly had her wanting to scream for him to fuck her already. She was desperate, actually desperate to have sex. When they got to the bedroom, her heart skipped a beat. The room was aglow in candles, blinds fully closed, the rest of the world not even a thought. only them and her in their bedroom, making love for the very first time. She looked at Burker and Parker. They were shirtless, filled with muscles galore and six-packs for abs. She admired them and licked her lips as Taser lowered her feet to the floor. She took in the sight around her as they stepped closer to her. Parker pulled her into his arms and kissed her deeply. She ran her hands over his bare chest and to his shoulders, then hugged him tight. He, in return, caressed his hands over her ass and gave it a tap. She pulled back, and Burker was there to kiss her next. "Did you think of the candles?" she asked him when he released her lips. "How did you know?" he whispered as he kissed the corner of her mouth, then her chin and neck. She kept her hands on his bare chest and ran them up and down over his shoulders. "I think you have a soft side, Burker, just like Lynch does," she said, and then kissed his chest. She explored him with her mouth, as she felt the hands against her hips moved to the back of her skirt. "As much as we love this outfit, it has to go," Lynch told her, and she felt his fingers against her zipper on her skirt as she pulled back from Burker. Her skirt fell, and then her top followed. "Holy God," Burker said, and immediately lowered his mouth to her breast to feast on one. "Burker," she moaned, and wrapped her arms around his head and shoulders and pressed him against her breast as she moaned and gasped. He was licking and sucking her breast, then nibbling on her nipple. Her panties moved down her waist, and hands gripped her thighs to steady her, then help her step from them. She felt so wild, in a soothing daze, as lips pressed against her back, and then her ass. "Oh, God!" she moaned louder. She released Burker's head, only for Parker to move to her other breast and feast on her next. She felt his fingers flick her belly ring as he teased her breast, and then she felt fingers scaled down her back, over the crack of her ass, and to her pussy from behind. "Oh, please, please," she cried out her first release and shook as she came, then gasped as they lifted her up and carried her to the bed. In a flash, she was on her back, her legs spread wide by Lynch as he swooped down and licked her pussy. She lifted up and moaned, felt panicked at the sudden wild sensations, only for Burker and Parker to grip her shoulders. "Relax and let us love you, baby. We won't hurt you. We want this first time to be extra special," Parker said, and then kissed her on the mouth. It was all too much. The feel of all of them around her, and then the sight of Taser and Lynch, naked, with big, thick muscles and huge cocks. She shivered and shook. Then she felt the tongue plunging into her cunt. "Oh, God, Lynch! Lynch, what are you doing to me?" "Feasting on your delicious cream. I couldn't let it go to waste." "God, you taste fucking delicious," he said, and then swirled his tongue over her clit. He tugged on it, and then plunged his tongue into her cunt again, sending more tiny vibrations along her pussy and to her breasts. Burker licked one nipple, then tugged on it. Parker licked the other and pinched it between his fingers. "I love your breasts, and how smooth and sexy your pussy is. I can't believe you're bare," he said to her, then ran his fingers along her mound. Lynch lifted up, and Taser took his place. He lowered between her legs and licked her cunt again and again. "I did it because of modeling, because of some of the skimpy clothing and bathing suits I'll have to wear tomorrow. I don't want to fucking think about that, about you exposing what's ours, Lynch said to her, and reached out and cupped a breast from behind Parker. No one will ever see you like this, naked, fully exposed, thighs wide and offering your pussy and your ass for us to fuck. She took a deep breath and then moaned. Never. Only you. Always, Lynch. Always. Are you on birth control? Lynch asked as he rose up, holding his thick, long cock in his hand. Yes, she whispered. Then it's time. Okay? He asked. She smiled at him. He was so caring. Definitely, she said. And his brothers moved aside, and Taser lowered between her legs, his cock at her entrance. He cupped her cheeks and held her gaze. Forever, he said, then kissed her as he eased his cock into her pussy and took his time letting her adjust to the sensation. But Eliza Grace was so wet, so needy. She came, and then thrust upward as she pulled him closer, and he slammed into her to the hilt. She gasped at the burning, and then at the slight ache as he eased in and out of her cunt. She did it. She let down her guard and was giving every part of her to these men. Taser lifted up and held her gaze. Okay? He asked, holding his cock deep in her cunt. Yes, she said, and he kissed her again, and then began a series of slow, deep thrusts into her pussy. Sweet God, you're so tight, baby. Your muscles are gripping my cock so hard I can hardly move. Oh, God, he said, and eased in and out faster. More, Taser. Don't hold back. I want to make you happy. I am happy. I'm the happiest man ever, he told her, then thrust repeatedly into her pussy until he couldn't hold back any longer. He lifted up and pinched her nipple, then nipped at her neck, suckling hard against the sensitive cord in her neck, making her scream another release. Taser! Oh, God, Taser, you feel so good, so hard and big, she told him, and he spread her thighs wider as he lifted up a little more and began to thrust harder into her cunt. She could hardly catch a breath. He encased her entire body as he rocked into her pussy, and she held on to his forearms. Her breasts bounced and shook, adding to the sensations filling her core. She came again, and he followed 2 thrusts later, pouring his seed into her womb, binding them as one forever. Lynch couldn't wait to take her next. He was stroking his cock and watching Taser love her first. Now it was his turn, as Taser kissed her several times and then eased out of her pussy. The moment Lynch saw her, she opened her eyes and invited him in. Are you okay? He repeated Taser's question. I will be, once you all make love to me and take my virginity together, she said. He smirked and moved between her legs and kissed her. The feel of her delicate hands and sexy arms around his big shoulders made his cock grow bigger. She was so feminine and thin. Her body had all the right curves, but she was petite, and he couldn't help but be cautious to not smush her or hurt her in any way. When she ran her hands along his waist and up under his arms to his back, letting her nails glide back and forth against his skin, he couldn't hold back. He eased his cock between her pussy lips and slid right in. She was tight, wet, and warm. He closed his eyes, and they both moaned as he nudged his way deeper until he was finally all the way in. She gripped him tight and lifted up to kiss his chin.
He stroked over and over again, wanting, needing to claim Eliza Grace their woman always. Her nails scraped over his shoulders, then arms, as he increased his strokes, and she parted her lips. He took advantage of that, and kissed her, plunged his tongue deeply in exploration, then bit her lower lip gently. She moaned, and then came. The floodgates opened, and he wrapped his arm around her waist and began to thrust faster and deeper into her. "Yes, Lynch, yes, 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 oh God, I'm coming," she exclaimed, and he came with her. He grunted, then roared as he shot his seed into her womb, and imagined her with a round belly, pregnant with their child. Lynch was there to clean her up after she made love to him and Taser. She tried to reach for the washcloth, but Burker stopped her, pulling her arms above her head as he feasted on her breasts. She moaned and lifted her hips, indicating she wanted him next. When Lynch was done, Burker watched him kiss her mound and then lick her belly ring before he eased up and off the bed. Parker joined Burker, and they both began to feast on her body together. Burker was kissing along her belly and down to her mound. "You like this?" he asked her. "Yes," she said, chin to chest, as she watched him move along her skin to her cunt. He licked her pussy lips, and she closed her thighs. He sat up and pulled her lower to the edge of the bed. Parker cupped one of her breasts and feasted on the other. "If you like it, then open your legs and offer me this wet, hot pussy." "Burker," she half reprimanded in a whisper, and he hid his chuckle. "Well, now, come on, sugar, and open for Parker and me." Her legs were trembling. He could see them. "That's it, sweetheart. I want to get me a good look at this sexy bare pussy and that nice tight bud you've got," he said, and pressed his finger to her cunt, coating it before he eased it down the crack of her ass to her anus. "Oh!" she gasped, and pulled her legs together again. "Tsk, tsk, tsk. There'll be none of that. Offer us this pussy. We need you, too," he said, and she did. She opened wider, and he saw the cream drip from her cunt. He lowered down, placed his mouth on her clit, and began to feast on her. His brother Parker played with her breasts. He ran his palms down her body and then pinched her nipple. Burker added a finger to her cunt and thrust into her pussy before adding a second. "Oh, oh, God, oh," she said, as she lifted her hips and fucked his fingers. It was too much. "Holy shit. Fuck this," Burker said, then aligned his cock with her pussy and began to push into her cunt, nice and slowly. Eliza Grace moaned another release, and Burker chose that moment to thrust into her deeply. He held her hips and ground his cock into her cunt over and over again. She was moaning, panting, and grabbing onto his head and hair as he licked her breast and tugged on the nipple. The sounds she was making made his cock grow thicker, and she felt so tight he lost control to hold back. "Too tight, too fucking good," he said, and she cried out as she came, and he followed. Parker watched Burker kiss Eliza Grace and then stand up. He could hardly walk, and the others chuckled. Parker took his place between her legs and lifted them up higher, so her feet were on the edge of the bed. He stood up in front of her and pressed closer. "I need you, too." "I need you as well," she said to him. He looked at her luscious body. To know that they were her only lovers ever made him feel instantly possessive and on alert. He wasn't sure how he would let her out of his sight, but he figured this was all going to take some time to get used to.
He ran his hands from her thighs to her hips and then up to her breasts. He cupped them and then released them to focus on her pussy. She was glistening with cream. So sexy and giving. "Can you feel how wet you are?" Parker asked her, and she shook her head. He eased her hand down her belly to her pussy. "Feel," he ordered, and watched her fingers press over her wet cunt. "Nice and wet and warm for me," he said, and then pressed her finger to her cunt along with his. "Finger yourself. Feel how wet you are for more cock," he whispered. Her beautiful green eyes sparkled, and her lips parted as she stroked her pussy. He saw the cream drip, and so did his brothers, as they joined them on bed. Except for Lynch, he remained back, like he was on guard, watching over all of them. Parker eased a finger from her cunt to her anus. Eliza shivered. "Just testing out this sweet bud. So tight," he said, and she lifted up and eased down over his finger. His eyes widened. "She has such a sexy ass. Been watching it for a long time, admiring it," Burker said to her and kissed her shoulder. Parker looked at her fingers stroking into her cunt. She was lifting her hips in sync to her strokes, looking sexy and gorgeous. Her breasts were full, and the sight of Burker's hands pinching her nipples made Parker hard as a steel rod. He used her cream to press into her ass, and when he did, she paused and moaned. "Parker, what is that? It burns," she said, but panted softly. "Just exploring, honey. You're having such a good time fingering yourself. I'm so fucking hard right now. You're sexy and sensual. Do you know that, baby?" he asked, and began to ease his finger deeper into her ass. He was moving it in and out, going deeper and deeper. Her fingers slowed, but then Burker moved his hands over hers and schooled her. "Move those fingers, baby. Thrust them in there and make yourself come for us," Burker told her, and she did. She moaned and moved her head side to side. Parker stroked her ass faster. "Holy fuck, that is hot. So fucking hot," Lynch said, joining them. Parker saw Taser joining them, too. They surrounded her, and she was moaning and thrusting her hips upward when she came. He watched the cream shoot from her cunt, and it was too much. He pulled his fingers from her ass. Burker pulled her fingers from her cunt, and Parker aligned his cock with her pussy and shoved into her to the hilt. Eliza Grace moaned. More, Parker, please," she begged, and his brothers joined them. Burker pulled her arms above her head. Parker spread her thighs and thrust into her faster and faster, trying to mark her his woman before he lost control and came. "That's it, baby. Let him love you and make you his too," Taser told her. Her eyes widened as she looked at them surrounding her. He wondered if she was scared, if them surrounding her like this frightened her, but then she lifted her pelvis. Stay right here. I want you close. All of you," she said, and cried out another release. Parker couldn't take it. He thrust again, and then came. He held himself deep and shot his load, filling her with his seed, and then feeling the dizziness hit him. His brother grabbed his shoulder. He locked gazes with Lynch, who chuckled. "She packs a hell of a punch, brother. A hell of a punch." Burker kissed her breast as he released her arms, and Parker pulled her into his arms and hugged her to him, kissing her neck and then rolling her to the side as she rested in his arms. This was what they had been waiting for, the perfect woman, their match.
their mate, their woman forever.
Chapter 6. Are you fucking kidding me? All because some asshole dipshit in Tennessee decides to roll a military commander's daughter. All this happens. I want fucking answers. I want Philippe dead and the fucking daughter of this commander. Cy yelled at Stoley over the phone. That is going to be a problem, Stoley said to him. Cy looked at Vic and DeVille. You can't handle it, then I'll send men to do it. No, Cy, it's not that. The feds are involved. Plus, after Philippe killed 2 retired soldiers who worked under the daughter's father, they sent in some others. 2 badass special ops guys who destroyed Rodney's operation. Rodney's? And the logs? The files he had there? Gone. Feds got them and a shitload of money and 30 girls. You know that was our hottest spot. No fucking shit, Cy said, and slammed his hand down on the table. We need to get these people off our asses. Close down the other operations. Let them know until further notice we're not open for business. We continue to bring girls in, set them up, train them as usual. Shit, Cy, that's gonna kill our bank accounts. I've given up a lot of other shit to make this my focus. I've dodged shit and killed people. Never mind women to help make this a success with you. We're gonna lose wealthy clients. This is gonna sink us. Stoley, we need to be smart. You want to spend the rest of your life behind bars being some big guy's bitch? Of course not. But maybe we can work this out. Cy exhaled. What are you thinking? He asked, and looked at Vic and DeVille. We have that side operation, the one where these wealthy clients choose a woman as a playmate. We've got those private homes in Florida set out on the beaches. We could use that as the meet-up spot, a weekend or week getaway with the perfect woman or women, whatever their choice. They'll pay big bucks for something like that. You know, the service, the fantasy sex. I've got plenty of people on my payroll who will ask no questions and keep their mouths shut. How much are we talking, and can you pull it off without getting caught? 50,000 for the week, 10 for the weekend, maybe more depending on what these men order. I got some foreign guys who like a harem of women. We can use our fresh girls, and they'll pay even more. Okay, set it up. See if you get any bites on it. Meanwhile, I want to know who those special ops guys were that took down Rodney's, and who this commander and feds are working the case. We're going to have to keep a low profile. Where will you do the training, then? We'll keep it at Clover's, as usual, but half the number of girls. Okay, I'll be in touch. Cy disconnected the call. I don't like this, Cy. Who the fuck are these guys, and why the hell did Philippe kill 2 soldiers? That woman, the daughter of the commander, is a druggie, and she wanted to be a prostitute and make money. She's one of the regulars, DeVille said to him. Not anymore. Now she needs to be taken out. Or maybe let go, Vic said as he chewed on a toothpick. Let go? Cy asked. Sure. If they want to find her so badly, they get her. And see, she wanted that life. She was in love with Philippe anyway. Then he sold her out to his friends. The money he got paid for her was sick money. She doesn't even have a great body. But she was young. Drop her somewhere they can find her and be done with her. When she begs to go back, the feds see she wasn't forced, but went willingly. There goes the case, and there goes the other 2 special ops guys, because the commander will call them off, out of embarrassment. Not sure it will go that way. Not when they got all those women from Rodney's, and 2 claimed to be forced into prostitution and seeing women murdered. The feds will want answers. We're in a jam whether she lives or dies. Let's let things rest for now and keep a low profile. Maybe Stoley will be right, and we can still run this operation on a private scale. After all, a large sum of money a shot is better than these dinky back bar operations. Maybe we should think about closing up and relocating. Maybe start spending some of that money we made and looking to fulfill our own fantasies, Vic suggested. Cy exhaled and then looked at the files on his desk, then the calendar he had. He slid over the file and looked at the cover of the calendar. He saw her face and that sexy body. He lifted it up. Eliza Grace. Yeah, Eliza Grace, DeVille said, straight-faced, and Cy placed it back down and then leaned back in the chair. I admit she's got a lot to offer, but how long will it last? He asked, then looked at the cover as he stared at her. She was sweet, vulnerable, sexy and attractive, yet she didn't even seem to know it. As long as she cooperates, DeVille said. Cy knew these men well, knew their capabilities, and he was certain DeVille was being honest. They fucked enough women together to know what they wanted and what they didn't. She won't come willingly, Vic added to the discussion. She'll be worth the fight, DeVille pushed. He had never seen the men show such interest in a woman, but then again, neither had he. Eliza Grace was special, but maybe she wouldn't fight them. Maybe she would need them, or think she did, and then they could make their move. We have a lot of planning to do. We need a safe place. We need security and supplies. DeVille, handle it. Vic, get more information on her so we know where we can take her. If it doesn't look like a simple snag-and-go operation, then we can get Luther to entice her to come back to the club, and we'll work our magic there. And the other operations? Vic asked. Let's see what Stoley comes up with. If he fucks up, then we'll be hightailing it out of South Carolina, and probably the country, pretty damn fast. We might as well have the woman we desire come with us. Now get working. I'd like to pull this off and be ready within a week or sooner, if need be. Never can trust those feds to fuck up and miss clues. Add in the special ops guys, and our chances of escaping become less and less in our favor. We're on it, Cy, Vic said. I'll get everything ready, DeVille replied, and then they left the room. Cy looked at Eliza's picture again. He traced her face and then her body with his finger. I need to get her comfortable with me. She needs to be used to me showing up here and there, so when it's time to take her, she won't expect a thing. He pulled out his phone and called Clarissa. Hey, babe, I need a favor. What's Eliza's schedule this week? He said, and then smiled, until Clarissa told him that he wasn't the only man interested in Eliza. The man owned a lingerie boutique in Charleston, and he was ready to pay big bucks to buy her. Eliza Grace sat on top of Lynch and eased her pussy over his cock. She gripped his shoulders, feeling so feminine and sexy above him, especially as his eyes zeroed in on her breasts and his hands squeezed her hips. He had big hands and was super wild in bed. She ran her palms along his muscles and his six-pack abs. She couldn't help but be mesmerized by their bodies and the way their muscles had muscles. Are you going to move or just torture me? He asked, and she chuckled, and then felt her cheeks warm. He reached up and cupped her breasts, let his thumbs roll over her nipples, and she felt her pussy cream. Show me how to, Lynch, she said, and then she gasped as Burker moved in behind her. Her ass was sticking out off the bed, and Lynch's legs were hanging off the bed, too. Burker grabbed her hips. Ease up and down on him, like this, he said, and lifted her hips higher and then lower. Thrust up and down, back and forth, and ease that hunger in your cunt, he told her. She shivered from his words. But then she did as Berker said and began to rock her hips and watch Lynch's facial expression. His eyes darkened and squinted, and then he tightened up and moaned softly. She smiled, felt aroused, knowing she was making his cock grow within her. "Good," she whispered, and ran her palms along his large chest of muscles. "Really good," he said, and then reached up and pulled her lower to kiss him. As she did, and their lips touched, she felt the hand on her shoulder and Berker's mouth at the base of her neck. "Trust us?" he asked. "Yes," she said, as Lynch released her lips and held her gaze. "I want to explore this ass. You'll let me?" he asked. She swallowed hard. Since they made love the first time hours ago, she couldn't help but to think about how it would feel to have a cock in her ass. She looked over her shoulder at Berker, who looked so calm and caring. She felt him caress her ass cheeks and then spread them. Her lips parted. "No hurry. If you're not ready to try and let us take you together, then we wait," Taser said. "Yes," Parker added, joining them and caressing her hair from her cheek. She looked at the four of them and felt Lynch's cock thicken in her cunt. He was aroused by the thought of her letting them take her together. "Will it hurt?" she asked, and Lynch moved her hips so she would keep going. "It might at first, but we'll get your ass ready with lube to make it easier on you," Parker said to her. "I want to try," she said. Taser smiled at her. He reached out and cupped her cheek. "We'll get you ready." "Now ride Lynch," Berker ordered, and she did. She started to move on him, up and down, back and forth, as Berker ran his hands along her shoulders, back and ass. He spread her cheeks and then kissed her shoulders, making her lower down. Taser knelt on the bed and stroked his cock. "You look incredible," he said. But her eyes zeroed in on his cock and how the pre-cum dripped from the tip. She licked her lips. "Want to taste me?" he asked. She nodded. "I don't know how, though," she said, and Lynch moaned. Berker pressed her lower. "Take me in your mouth and explore me. Lick the top. Get familiar with my scent and the feel of it. You'll be great," he said. And Taser eased his hand over her head and guided her mouth over his cock. She slowly took him into her mouth. It felt so foreign. To inhale his scent and to feel his cock in her mouth. She licked the top. She tasted the salty essence and swirled her tongue over the top of it. "Sweet mother, what a mouth! I won't last. Oh, God, Eliza Grace," Taser said to her. She felt excited, capable, and more like a woman with every bit of teaching they gave her with sex. She learned she loved when they called out her name. She loved the feel of them thrusting in her cunt and making them moan, holler, then nearly fall over in dizziness from loving her. Here she was feeling like a seductress, and suddenly she wanted to be taken in every hole and claimed in every way by these four men. That was when she felt the cool liquid against her ass, then fingers stroke into her anus. It was crazy, odd, and only burned slightly. The sizzling vibrations it caused in her cunt also attached to her nipples as she began to leak more cream. She pushed her ass back as she lifted and lowered over Lynch's cock and Berker's fingers. Taser caressed her hair and stroked her cheeks. "So good, so responsive. Your body knows it belongs to us. Relax and give in. Don't fight the sensations," Taser said to her. She thrust back, and Berker kissed her shoulder. "I think you're more than ready for my cock, sweetness. I think you were made to be our lover and to take us together." He eased his fingers out and then nipped her ass. She shivered and felt Taser's cock grow bigger. A moment later, as Lynch thrust up and down, she felt the bulbous tip of Burker's cock push against her anus, then begin to slide inside of her. She shivered and shook, felt the need to have him in her ass now, right away, as she tried pushing back. But Lynch held her hips tight. "Easy, baby. Not too fast. We don't want to hurt you," he said, as she continued to suck on Taser faster. She gripped his cock as Lynch held his cock within her and cupped her breasts. "Holy fuck! So tight! So fucking good," Burker said, and suddenly she felt a plop, and then he was in her ass. "Holy God, baby. I'm in, honey. We're one," he said. "Move. I'm about to come," Taser said through clenched teeth. She felt so numb and yet so alive. As all three men began to stroke into her together, she didn't know who or what to focus on. Taser was moaning, and she knew he was trying to hold off coming. She prepared for the rush of fluid to hit her throat, and she was scared and wondered if it would be disgusting or if she would like it. But then she knew she was practically in love with these men and would do for them whatever they asked and whatever they liked. That thought had her relaxing even more, and that's when she felt the deeper penetrations to her cunt and ass. "Here I come, baby. I'm there," he said, and Taser came in her mouth. The warm fluid hit her throat, and she swallowed as fast as she could, trying to get it all. She licked his cock, and he grunted and pulled from her mouth. "Taser?" she asked. "Too good. Too fucking much, baby," he said, falling back onto the bed. She had done that. She had made the big, bad Special Ops leader fall back in satisfaction. A renewed sense of confidence struck her as she thrust back against Burker. "Oh, hell, baby. I'm there. I'm fucking there," he said, and came next. She moaned another release, and then she felt Burker come in her ass, then kiss her shoulder. "Parker, he needs you too," he said to her. He slid out, and Parker took his place. She looked down at Lynch, who smiled at her and pulled her lower for a kiss. "So giving, so beautiful," he said, and kissed her deeply. She felt the cool liquid, and then Parker gave her ass a slap. She gasped, pulling from Lynch's lips. "I'm gonna love spanking this ass as much as fucking it. I just know it." His words, the wildness in Parker's voice, aroused her further, and when he slid right into her ass, she exhaled in ecstasy. Both men began to set a pace immediately. It was so wild, so effective, she felt the tears roll down her cheeks and her body convulse between them. She cried out and came as her hearing went for a moment, and then she felt both men coming inside of her. "Holy fucking shit! Holy shit!" Parker said, and she collapsed against Lynch, who held her in his arms as Parker slid from her ass before Lynch slid from her pussy, then rolled her to the side. She couldn't open her eyes. She couldn't even move, not even when she felt the warm washcloth against her private parts, not when numerous kisses scattered across her breasts, her belly, pussy, and ass. She couldn't move. She cuddled close to Lynch and drifted off into a peaceful sleep. "Holy God, she's made for us. You guys realize that, right?" Parker asked his brothers. They had gone to shower, except for Lynch, who remained holding a very sleepy, sexy brunette in his arms. Parker thought she looked so small against his brother's chest. He worried, like Taser and Burker, about hurting her because they were so big, but she took them on. She encouraged them to let go and love her as they wanted, and it was only going to get better. Taser caressed her thigh and then leaned over and kissed her skin. "I can't stop touching her," he admitted. "We can't either," Parker said, and chuckled. "It's after 7. We should fix some food, help her to get showered, and then feed the poor girl," Lynch said, and she began to stir in his arms. "Sounds like a plan to me." "Let's just wake her up," Burker said. They all caressed her skin and played with her breasts. She swatted the hands away, and they chuckled. "Wake up, princess. It's time for a shower and some food," Taser teased. Lynch caressed her cheek. "Then more lovemaking," he said. And she slowly batted her eyes open. Parker saw her gorgeous green eyes and smiled. She smiled at all of them. "It wasn't a dream?" she asked. "Hell no," Parker said. "But if you think so, we can do it all over again, so you're sure," Taser teased, and they laughed. "How long did I sleep for?" she asked them. "Little more than an hour. We showered and we're going to get some food ready," Parker told her. "Oh." She sat up, then pulled the sheet over her breasts. "I should get going then." "What?" Taser said. "No way," Lynch added. She looked confused and so sad. "But you just said you're making food, and I need to shower. We've spent the whole afternoon together, and now it's late. I get it," she said. "What the hell is she talking about?" Burker asked. Parker reached over and cupped her cheeks. "We're not kicking you out. We're trying to feed you and help you get comfortable. You're our woman now." "Oh," she whispered, and her cheeks looked red from embarrassment. "Come on, silly. You and I can take a shower and meet them downstairs," Lynch told her, and she swallowed hard as Lynch got up and then reached for her as his brothers moved to the side. "A shower together?" she asked. Parker crossed his arms in front of his chest and smiled. "Hell yeah, baby. I doubt you'll ever shower alone again," Lynch told her, and she gasped as he pulled her up, causing the sheets to fall, and then carried her to the bathroom. Parker laughed. "She is too precious," he said. "Shy as anything, even after all that," Taser replied. "That's what makes her so special. And now she's ours," Burker told them, and they headed out of the room to make some food. Eliza Grace straightened out her skirt and looked at herself in the mirror. She felt different. Hell, she looked different. She took a deep breath, then released it before heading out of the bathroom to the bedroom. The guys were probably waiting on her downstairs and wondering when she would be down. She looked around the big bedroom, took in the sight of the candles, long blown out, the ruffled sheets, and the scent of sex and men's cologne. Her cheeks blushed, and she felt like her entire body heated up. She did it. She finally had felt confident enough, comfortable and safe enough to give them her virginity, and also her heart. She looked at the extra-large bed, the pictures of wooded landscapes and hunting dogs on the walls. It was so masculine and sexy, especially the military pictures that adorned the walls. For such large, capable men, they were gentle with her. They put her first, and she hoped that continued. She didn't want to leave this room or leave their house, but reality was breathing down her neck. It was already nearly 8 o'clock, and she needed to be in good shape for tomorrow's shoot. She couldn't have bags under her eyes or look tired, although she knew she wouldn't be able to sleep much, not without one of them next to her, holding her and loving her. She took a deep breath and headed downstairs, taking in the sights of the memorabilia on the walls leading to the staircase and the long entrance to the kitchen and living room. She heard them talking about some case and needing to do further investigating tomorrow morning. When she entered the room, their smiles turned to frowns, and she wondered why. "You're all dressed? How come?" Burker asked, approaching her first. "It's getting late. I have to be up early tomorrow morning." He took her hand and pulled her into his arms. He ran his hands along her back, then to her ass. "But we thought you were staying over." "I wish I could." "Then stay. Just do it," Lynch said firmly. She worried her lip. "But I have to be awake and on top of my game. I can't have circles under my eyes or be yawning all day. It's going to be a rough enough week as is," she said to them. Burker caressed her ass. "Bad timing, I guess." He went to release her, and she grabbed onto his shirt and pulled him close. "Perfect timing. I want to stay. I want you to hold me, and I know it would be the best sleep ever, but I won't be able to function in the morning. I won't be able to walk," she said, raising both eyebrows up at him. Burker gave her a sly smile. You know what to say to inflate a guy's ego." He kissed her softly and then released her. She looked at the table and saw they'd made some burgers, salad, and veggies. "This looks delicious." "Come sit and eat, and then we'll bring you home." They all sat down to make some plates of food. "You said you had a tough week ahead of you. When can we see you again?" Lynch asked her. She finished chewing a piece of carrot and then swallowed. "Well, I'll have to look at the schedule and see what time I get off each night. I know that I will get off of work by 4, hopefully tomorrow." She reached for her purse and pulled out her cell phone. "Oh, God, darn it! I missed a bunch of calls and messages," she said, and scrolled through them. "Oh, looks like Tuesday's shoot has been moved up to the afternoon." "So we can get together after the shoot tomorrow and you can stay over?" Burker asked. She felt her cheeks warm. "If you all want me to." "Plan on it. Text us when you get home and are ready for one of us to pick you up," Taser said to her, and she smiled. "Okay, sounds like a plan," she said, and picked up her fork and began to eat. When it was really time for her to leave, it was torture. She didn't want to go, but she made Lynch take her home. Lynch drove Eliza Grace to her apartment, despite not wanting her to leave. He had been over it a bunch of times. Things happened fast. She needed time to process it all, and they needed to respect her profession and her need for rest. As he pulled along the curb to her apartment, he turned off the engine. He got out of the SUV and came around to her side. When he opened the door, she took his hand, and he eased her down from the seat. "I had a great night. I didn't want to leave you guys. You know that, right?" she asked him. She was so sweet. He couldn't be angry with her, just disappointed that they couldn't spend more time together. "We understand. It's going to take some time to get used to our schedules and work things out. It'll be fine," he said, as he walked her into the building, then upstairs to her apartment. When they got inside, she placed her things down onto the table, then turned to look at him. He took in the sight of her. She was young, gorgeous, and all theirs. He stepped closer and pulled her into his arms. "I'll miss you, baby," he whispered, and she ran her hands through his hair and held his gaze. "I'll miss you too," she whispered, and he moved closer and kissed her. When she kissed him back and began to moan into his mouth, he knew he couldn't leave just yet. So when he moved his hands under her skirt and stroked a finger over the crack of her ass, he hadn't expected her to thrust her pussy against him. It suddenly hit him that she really didn't want him to leave either. and he lifted her up and carried her to the bedroom. She didn't try to stop him or tell him that she had to get her rest. Instead, she helped him discard his clothing, as he discarded hers. "Oh, God, Lynch, will your brothers be mad?" she asked. He pulled her down to the edge of the bed and spread her thighs. "Hell no. They'll be happy," he said, and lowered his head between her legs and began to feast on her cunt. She moaned softly and ran her fingers through his hair. "Lynch, oh, God, this is so crazy. I want so much," she said to him. He lifted up, lips glistening with her cum on his mouth, and she stared at him with those sexy green eyes. He pulled her ass to the edge of the bed and aligned his cock with her cunt. "I want so much, too. Like you screaming for mercy as I fuck this pussy hard and fast, so you don't forget who you belong to." Her lips parted, and he thrust into her to the hilt, making her fall back to the bed and moan loudly. Over and over again he pulled out and thrust back into her. He wanted to mark her his woman, and then he realized he needed to be careful, because she was a model and would need to look perfect. She was perfect. Their woman was a gorgeous model, and they should be proud, not jealous. He continued to stroke into her over and over again. She ran her hands up his chest and counter-thrust against him. "So fucking tight and wet. You feel like heaven, baby. You fit me like a glove," he told her. "Oh, Lynch, you're so big. I can hardly breathe. Oh, God, I feel it. Oh." She moaned again, and then she came. The sight of her flushed cheeks, blotchy chest, and lips parted as she moaned sent him over the edge. He gripped her hips and thrust into her again and again until he couldn't hold back, and came. He shook, and then he calmed his breathing as he eased out of her cunt and pulled her into his arms. They lay on the bed, calming their breathing, until Eliza Grace sat up. She placed her palm over his chest and kissed his muscles. "I already miss them. Is that silly?" she asked, very seriously. He stroked her hair and her bare shoulder. "Not silly. Perfect. Because what we all have is special, Eliza Grace. We're finally together. And after this week, we'll work out some new living arrangements, okay?" She squinted her eyes at him. "What do you mean?" she asked. "I mean I want to see your face every morning when I wake up, and see your face every night before I go to bed. Can't do that if you're living here." She swallowed hard and looked panicked. "Doesn't have to happen right away. But it will happen, and hopefully you'll tell us you're ready for that sooner than later." He kissed her again and held her close for a little while longer, until he knew he needed to leave, or he wouldn't at all. Just a week, he told himself, and then she would move in with them, and they would always be together to watch over her, protect her, and love her. Chapter 7. Eliza Grace arrived at the marina along with Kelly and a few other models. They grabbed their bags and talked about what this shoot was going to be like. "I wonder what boat it is. This area over here has all the yachts and fancier boats," Kelly said, looking around them. "I wonder if there'll be any owners of the boats around. I would love to snag a rich guy and not have to work another day in my life," another model said. And the others started talking about their fantasy dream guys. Eliza thought about her men. She couldn't help but to smile. Lynch stayed late despite her request of needing sleep. He held her after they made love again and caressed her hair until she drifted off to sleep. She barely remembered him leaving, and her telling him there was a spare key in the kitchen on the hook on the wall so he could lock up on his way out. Her heart pounded inside of her chest. They were already talking about her moving in with them, living in their large home, and it made her both excited and nervous. Should she give this relationship more time? Maybe it was too soon, and they would regret asking her to move in with them. She wasn't certain, and she really didn't have anyone to talk to about it, except Shelby and Caroline. "Okay, ladies, we're going to have a very fun and busy day today. We're starting off by the marina over there where the beach is, and then making our way up inside of boats. My friend Carl here will be handling the pictures on the beach. Laurel, Vivian, Sheila, you go with him. Eliza Grace, Kelly, and Mia come with me," Ken said to them, and the girls split up, wishing one another good luck before they headed to the first location. As Eliza Grace looked in the direction they were headed, they came across an area already being set up by the three-man crew. It was only 8 a.m., but the sun was hot and beating down on them. By noontime, she was going to be exhausted. Working in the sun like this weighed its toll on her, and she would need to be sure to stay hydrated. "Eliza, I want you to follow me. Clarissa picked out some suits for you to wear she thought you would feel comfortable in, and some cover-ups. Kelly and Mia, follow Liz, and she'll get you set up with the suits you'll be modeling," Ken said, and Eliza looked at the other girls. She felt that bit of uneasiness and insecurity. Maybe she should just wear whatever Ken and Clarissa asked her to, instead of being so self-conscious about the bikinis. But as the suits came into view along with the cover-ups, she was delighted at Clarissa's choices. "Oh, God, these are stunning," she said, and Ken smiled. "Only the best for our #1 model." "#1 model?" she asked, looking at Ken. "Eliza Grace, you're gorgeous. The camera loves you, and so does everyone who views your photographs. Never change a thing. You're perfect. Now go put on the pale pink shimmering two-piece and the sheer overlay. We're going to set up right here on the dock by these 2 boats. She looked at the first boat, a classic mahogany runabout with only one medium-sized seat in the front. It was stunning and shiny, all cleaned up for the shoot. Beside it sat an egg Nelson yawl, a sailboat looking shiny and ready to be sailed. It was old, a collector's piece, and she couldn't help but feel excited about posing on it. She walked over to the clothing rack and took the two-piece behind the makeshift changing area. Liz was there to assist her and to bring along accessories as well as fix her hair. The moment Eliza placed her hands on the first boat, she was in her role, posing, shifting, looking up toward the sky or straight at the camera in a sexy pose. The light breeze blew her sheer cover, but she didn't move. Ken gave her directions of, "Stay still. Keep that pose. Beautiful. Gorgeous." And she felt perfect. "Damn, those were great. We got more than enough. Let's move to the sailboat, and then we'll head to the yacht. I've got some great ideas for those shots there," Ken told her. She smiled and then headed to the changing area to put on the next bathing suit. An hour later, they were relocating the changing station, and Liz, Kelly, Mia, and Eliza headed along the dock. "Holy God, please tell me it's that one," Kelly whispered as the very large yacht came into view. They saw the boat crew dressed in white, and Ken's crew was loading up bags and other items. "Ken, what are we doing?" Eliza asked. He smiled. "Big surprise. We're going out on the boat. We're going to get some shots with the water in the background, and even take along another boat to do shots from along the side, too. This boat belongs to Clarissa's friend, and he's thinking of selling it to upgrade. He wants pictures to be able to post," Ken said to her. "Who is this guy, and is he single?" Kelly asked, and Mia chuckled. "Don't know, but he's looking for the perfect shot and the perfect model, so do your best, all of you," Ken said to them. Kelly and Mia were elated. Eliza shook her head and chuckled. Both men were a little older than her and a bit on the wild side. They would pose in the nude if Ken asked them to. She had to admit she was curious about who the owner was as well, and approached the stairs leading up to the boat. It sure was big. As she went to step up, a man in white, a crew member, took her hand. "Good morning, miss." "Good morning," she replied, as he assisted her. Once she got onto the boat, she was excited too, and wanted to see the whole thing. "We'll take a small tour and decide on some inside shot locations as the crew gets things set up." "Where do we change, Ken?" "We'll set up in one of the cabins below. For now, the crew will bring your bags down below," Ken said, as Mia and Kelly took pictures with their cell phones and even selfies. Eliza thought about taking one too and sending it to her men, and then felt a little weird doing that. She didn't want them to be worried about her out on a boat, and things had just gotten started, and maybe texting them so early would make her seem desperate and clingy. She opted to not do that and followed Ken. As they came around the middle of the boat with the other women, she saw the man dressed in a white button-down shirt, khaki shorts, boat shoes, and wearing a hat. He looked big and muscular, and as a soft wind blew his shirt parted, revealed muscular abs. The last few buttons were undone, and the man looked like a model. "Whoa," she heard Mia whisper, and Kelly cleared her throat, but Eliza Grace was shocked as the man turned and she saw it was Cy. He smiled softly, more like smirked at them, as Ken introduced himself, and Cy shook his hand. "Hello, ladies," he said to them, enjoying looking over each of them, but then he looked right at Eliza Grace. "Ah, Eliza Grace, so we meet again," he said, taking her hand and bringing it to his lips to kiss. She heard the women make some snarky noises, and they retreated toward the front of the boat, as if they decided it wasn't worth trying to flirt. "Cy, what are you doing here?" she asked him, as he let her hand go. He looked her over, and she pulled the sheer cover-up tighter against her skin. "This is my boat," he told her, and she was shocked. "Seriously?" she asked, and looked around. "It's gorgeous, and so big. I've never been on anything like it before," she told him, as he looked out toward the water. "That's a shame. Perhaps we can do something to change that," he said. And she felt a little uncomfortable, but then Ken cleared his throat and interrupted. "Eliza Grace, we're going to set up on the lower deck to take a few shots before we set sail. Liz will pull out a few choices of attire." "Okay, Ken," she said, and glanced at Cy, who looked annoyed at the interruption. But she was working. He was definitely a man used to being in charge and giving orders, but something about him seemed dark and put her on edge. She decided not to say a word to him before she walked away. She figured if he was still being flirty, the best thing to do would be to ignore him. A little while later, Ken was positioning her on the edge of the back of the boat as she leaned back and he adjusted the dress she wore. It was gorgeous and light as a feather. The sheer material in pink, cream, and beige danced in the breeze, as did her hair as she leaned back and pushed her chest forward. She felt the slight ache in her arms from holding the position. "Now lift the one leg and press the heel onto the ledge. A nice leg shot. There we go," he said to her, and as she lifted, the dress parted nearly to her upper groin. "Gorgeous, Eliza Grace, absolutely gorgeous. Love it. We're set. You can relax," Ken told her, and he looked at the pictures on the small screen, blocking the sun with his hand as his assistant looked on too. "Let me take some of Kelly and Mia, and then we'll move upstairs as the crew set sail," he told them. Eliza Grace smiled at Mia and Kelly as they told her she looked gorgeous. She stood there and watched Ken taking more pictures of Kelly and then Mia. Both women looked amazing, Mia with her long black hair and Kelly with her blonde hair pulled up in a fancy style that made her look sophisticated and wealthy. "Eliza Grace, we can get you set up with the next few outfits," Liz said to her, and she followed her along the side of the boat to inside where the cabins were. Eliza was so impressed with the yacht. It had a full bar, a living room and sitting area, and then 4 separate bedrooms, each bigger than her apartment bedroom. She stepped inside, and Liz placed the various outfits down on the bed. 30 minutes later, she was posing in the dresses, the sexy one-pieces that blew in the wind as the boat cruised along the water, and then in a bikini. She saw Cy watching her and the other models, and then he would say things to Ken, and Ken would reposition all of them, one by one. Eliza was feeling a little lightheaded as she headed toward the cabin to take a break. She saw Cy, and he looked her over. "You look amazing out there. No wonder you prefer modeling over singing, although your voice is beautiful, too," he said to her, and she gave a small smile as she gripped the railing. "Eliza?" He said her name, and then reached for her waist. He held her in place, and her eyes popped open. "Are you okay?" "I think I need to drink. I'm feeling dizzy. It has to be from the sun." He called out to someone as he guided her to a chair to sit down. She leaned back, and a moment later he was bringing a cold glass of water to her lips. She took a sip, and then waited for her head to stop spinning. "Try some lemon, too, and then iced tea," he told her, and she felt him caressing her hair from her cheek. She opened her eyes and willed the dizziness away. "Sorry, we've been at this since 8:30, and it's hot out there," she told him, then took another sip of water. The more she drank, the better she felt. "You haven't stopped at all. You need to take breaks and eat a little something, and stay hydrated, too. It's important," he said to her, and then stroked her cheek with his finger. She looked away from him and sat forward. "Don't run off. Take the time to recover. Don't you get a break?" he asked her, looking at her firmly. "Right now." "Then eat. I have a bunch of things available. Clarissa told me what to have on board for the crew and the models." "Want a sandwich, a salad with grilled chicken, some fruit, cookies?" he asked, and she chuckled. "I'll go help myself. Let me just drink some more," she said, and started to feel better. She should know better than to be out in the sun and not drink water. She was so into the shoot and posing on the yacht that she never took a water bottle. They were right there at her disposal, but she was consumed with doing the perfect shoot for Ken. "You work very hard. Does modeling for such a small organization pay well?" he asked her. "It pays fine," she said, and continued to drink the water. Her head was clearing, and she knew once she ate, she would be 100% better. "Ever consider working for a larger company? Or becoming a supermodel?" he asked her. "Too short. It's amazing that I get as many modeling jobs as I do. I'm not even considered average height." "That's so ridiculous. You're gorgeous, and the camera loves you. It's so natural how you pose and adjust as Ken tells you little things. Most of the time you don't even need any direction." She smiled. "Thanks. I love doing this." He stared at her, and she knew he liked her, and that he was interested. He went to reach for her hand, and she scooted away from him. "Any chance you'd consider singing again at Luther's?" he asked her. "I don't think so." "That's a shame. He could use the help. I heard he lost another singer yesterday and is in a bind for Friday night. He gave you a shot when there were other people who had been waiting for one. None of them seemed to compare to you and your voice. Luther told me that," he added. She was surprised, and she felt badly. "Well, he hasn't called to ask for help Friday." "So would you consider it, to help him this one time?" "I don't know, and he hasn't called. I'd better go eat and then head back. Thank you for the water." "You're welcome, Eliza Grace. It was my pleasure," he said to her, and took her hand to assist her up from the couch. She glanced at him before she walked out of the room and toward the kitchen and eating area. She had a funny feeling in her belly, and it only got worse as the day went on, and Cy would appear watching her. By the time they finished up the shoot, it was getting dark, and all she could think about was a hot bath and bed, and, of course, seeing her men once again. Cy called Luther. "I think she'll come to the bar if you call her, and tell her that you're desperate for her help. Do like we planned and get her there to sing. Are you sure about this? I noticed some unfamiliar faces coming around the place. Some local detective came here asking about a missing girl. I think it was one of the new ones that you had training in the back room last week." "What did you tell him?" "That hundreds of people come through this place, and there was no way I would remember each one. He seemed to buy it, but still, we've never had any detectives come in here and ask questions," Luther told him. "You're right, we haven't. But considering what's been going on, it may be time to cut out everything entirely. Make Friday night the last training session. Be careful who the bartenders let into the back room. Seems like I'll be closing up shop around here and heading out sooner than I thought. Make the call and let me know when she says yes." He disconnected the call and then sighed. This was it. The operation was going to have to close down. He wondered who the son of bitches were that were causing all this shit. He would get to the bottom of this, and maybe another couple of retired soldiers and cops were going to get killed before he packed up and left town for good. Eliza Grace was so tired as she ran the hot bath and texted the guys. They insisted that she come to their place, where they would run a bath and help her to relax. By the time she pulled into their driveway, she felt spent, but all 4 men were there to greet her, and upon seeing her, Taser lifted her up into his arms and carried her inside. "Damn, you look exhausted. Tell us what you need and we'll help," he said to her. "A hot bath and water, food, whatever. It was a long day," she told him, and kissed his neck as he carried her inside. They brought her to their bedroom, and she heard Parker say he was running the water in the tub as Burker got her a bottle of cold water and Lynch brought some fruit and cheese. She stood in front of Taser, and he cupped her cheeks. "You need rest. You look like you're going to pass out any minute." She gave a soft smile. "I'll be better once I soak a bit and get some food and more water in me. I nearly got dehydrated today and haven't felt right since," she told him. He squinted his eyes at her. "Don't they watch out for you and make sure you have enough fluids when you're shooting in the sun all day?" "They do, but I kind of get so into the shoot that I forget to drink." He raised one of his eyebrows at her. "You need to be more careful. Got it?" he asked. "Got it," she said, and he pressed his lips to hers and kissed her. It instantly made her feel better. Once he released her lips, she started to undo the buttons on her blouse. "Bath is all set," Parker told her. "We got the fruit and the water," Lynch told her. Taser helped her to get undressed, and when she was completely naked, he kissed her breasts, then her belly, as he held her hips, and she held on to his head. When the hands landed on her shoulders and began to massage her, she closed her eyes and moaned. "Oh, God, that feels so good," she said, and they chuckled. "Poor thing. Let's get you in that tub to soak, and then we'll give you a nice massage before we go downstairs to eat," Burker told her, and she smiled at him. She looked over her shoulder at Lynch, who continued to massage her shoulders and her back. Taser lifted her up into his arms, surprising her as he carried her into the bathroom. Sure enough, candles were lit, the tub was full of water and bubbles, and a tray of berries and cheese sat on the side, along with a few bottles of water. Taser set her down into the hot water. instantly soothing her aching muscles and making her feel relaxed. She moaned some more. "Damn, baby, you keep moaning like that and you'll get company in that tub," Burker teased. She chuckled. "I'm sorry. It really was a hell of a day. The shoot was amazing. We were on this yacht, and we went out on the water with the salty air and that glorious sun. There were so many pictures. Ken wasn't certain he and Clarissa or the owner of the yacht would be able to choose. The other girls did so well, too." "What do you mean, the owner of the yacht?" Parker asked. "You didn't say anything about going out on the water. Who was in charge? Was it safe?" Lynch asked her. She explained about the man owning the boat and being a friend of her boss's, and how he wanted to sell it. "I'm glad I didn't send you a selfie of me on the yacht." "Why is that?" Taser asked, as he ran the washcloth over her breasts, helping her to wash up. Parker brought another piece of fruit to her lips as she replied, "You would have gotten upset, and that wasn't my intention. The other girls sent off selfies, but I was worried it would be silly of me to send that to you guys." She took a bite of the fruit, and it tasted so good. She was starving. "That's ridiculous. We would have loved the picture and known that you were safe and having fun. We worry about you anyway, and are protective of you. Make sure next time you send us the pictures," Burker told her. "Okay, I will," she said, and smiled, then leaned back. It was all so arousing, the men taking turns feeding her fruit and cheese, while Taser used the washcloth to soap her up, but then used his fingers to pinch her nipple before someone dipped their fingers between her legs. She parted for them immediately, keeping her eyes closed, not even caring about whose fingers they were. She loved all four of them. That thought shocked her. But the thick fingers stroked her pussy, and she parted her thighs and began to thrust upward. "I think the bath is done," she heard Lynch say, and then she was being pulled out of the tub, wrapped in a big, fluffy towel by Taser. One look in his eyes, and she knew he was feeling as aroused as she was. They all undressed as Taser laid her on the edge of the bed and pushed the towel from her body. He was between her legs in a flash, his lips against her clit, suckling it before he plunged his tongue into her cunt. She grabbed his head, only for Parker to pull her hands above her head and lower his mouth to her breast. She moaned and locked onto his cock, pressed against the comforter. "Oh, God, this is wild. I missed you guys. I need you," she admitted, as she came from Parker and Taser's ministrations. "We need you, too," Taser said, and stood up and began to undress. Parker pulled her up into his arms, and she straddled his waist. She lifted up, taking his cock into her wet pussy. The need to have him, them inside of her, was crazy. She sank down onto his cock and began to ride him. Behind her, someone pressed her back lower, and she kissed Parker. It wasn't until she felt the cool liquid against her anus and fingers press into her ass that she knew it was Taser behind her. She sensed his body, the feel of her hands, and it amazed her that she could recognize their touch without even seeing them. "Oh, God!" she gasped after she released Parker's lips. Parker began to thrust upward, and then she felt Taser pull his fingers from her ass. Smack! 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 "Oh!" she exclaimed, not expecting the ass slaps by Taser. "Next time, text us a picture and let us know that you're okay," he told her. "I promise," she said, and he ran his hands along her back as he pressed his cock into her ass. "I know you will. You belong to us. Always." He slid all the way in, and she moaned as she felt her pussy explode around them. "I need you too, right fucking now," Lynch said, as he cupped her cheeks and hair and brought her closer to his cock. She licked the tip and swirled her tongue around the thick muscle before she took as much of him as she could into her mouth. It was erotic and wild as they all made love together. They were thrusting, and she was bobbing her head up and down, trying to keep the pace. "Fuck!" Taser exclaimed as he pounded into her ass, then came. He gripped her hips tight and then ran them along her sides and under her arms to her breasts. She continued to suck on Lynch as Parker thrust his hips up and down as he held her hips. Taser pulled out, and then Burker took his place. Smack, smack, smack. She jerked from the spanking, and he chuckled, then pressed lube to her ass. "God damn, I love this ass," he said, as he stroked the lube into her ass a few times, then pulled his fingers out. She felt the loss, and she wanted his cock inside of her, fucking her like Parker was thrusting into her pussy. A moment later, she felt the tip of his cock at her back entrance, and then felt him slowly push into her ass. She wanted him in there already, and she pushed back, and he gripped her hips tighter. "Easy, baby. I don't want to hurt you," Burker said to her. She moaned and pushed back. He chuckled. "Fuck yeah," he said, and thrust into her ass all the way. She felt his balls against the crack of her ass, and then Lynch gripped her cheeks and came. She swallowed him, and then he pulled from her mouth and kissed her. As he let go, Parker and Burker had their way with her. They thrust into her harder, faster, and both men grunted and held her tight. She was losing focus, consumed with so many sensations as she cried out her release and felt her vision go for a moment. Parker and Burker followed, both coming inside of her together. She collapsed against Parker's chest, and Burker slid from her ass, giving her ass cheeks a couple of smacks before he moved off the bed. Parker kissed her head and caressed her arms and her back as he slid her to the side and eased his cock from her cunt. Lynch was there with a washcloth and towel to clean her up. She placed her arm over her eyes and lay back on the bed as Parker licked her nipple and played with her belly ring. "I can't move," he chuckled. "You need to move. You have to eat," he told her. "Later. Or how about by IV?" she asked, and they laughed. Burker lay down on her other side and kissed the arm that was over her eyes. "We'll lay here and rest for a little while, but then we eat. You need your strength," he said to her. She uncovered her eyes and looked at him. "For what?" "Round 2, Taser said, crawling up between her legs and kissing the top of her mound. "Oh, God," she moaned, and they chuckled, but really she was aroused and ready to do it all again. She was in love, and even exhausted, she would want them over and over again. This was perfect. Chapter 8. I think the guy was lying. Something was going on in there, Special Investigator Finn Connolly told Taser as they met up at the police department. "It wasn't on the list of bars and locations we found in the logs Rodney had. We can look into it and find out more about the owner," Taser told him. "Ran him through the system already, and he's clean. No violations or even anything minor. He just seemed a little shady and nervous when we asked him questions. The place is pretty rowdy, though. Has a top-notch reputation for fun and brawls with college kids," he added. "I heard about Luther's before. It can be a bit rough there, but the entertainment is what draws the crowds in, too. Maybe we should check it out and see," Taser said. "I would. Salvatore and I will go with you." "Okay. Plan on it. We'll figure out when. In the interim, I'll have Parker and Burker look into the place and into the owner. I'll call you later." Taser looked at Lynch and told him what was going on. "So you think it may be like Clover's in Tennessee?" he asked. "Could be, and only a few towns from here, which pisses me off. When do you think you want to go check it out?" "Friday night. Eliza Grace is working late," she said, "so if she gets off early, Burker and Parker can keep her occupied until we get home," he said, and winked at Burker and then Parker. They smiled. "She has to be in the mall early Saturday for the runway show," Parker reminded them. "We're going to that," Lynch added. Taser smiled. "I hope we can handle it. That place is big, and there'll be a lot of people around. We won't be able to see her or talk to her, only watch her from afar," Taser said. "And admire what belongs to us and to no one else, brother. Remember that," Burker said to him, and Taser nodded. "Damn, I want to wrap up this case and spend all our time focusing on Eliza Grace. That way she'll feel more comfortable about moving in here with us, sooner rather than later," he added. "Hell yeah, I'm all for that. So, who are we digging shit up on now?" Burker asked, and Taser smiled. They were getting close to finding the man who ran the prostitution ring. He felt it, and something told him this place Luther's was going to break the case wide open. It was just a feeling, or possibly a hope, so he could wrap things up and focus solely on Eliza Grace, the woman they wanted to spend the rest of their lives with. "I cannot believe that you said you would do one more show. What about the guys? What will they do when they find out?" Missy Ann asked her. "I don't know. I want to tell them, but then I'm afraid to. It's only one performance, and I'll be out of there by 10, tops." "But what about that guy, Cy? I thought you said he seemed like he was following you to these shoots this week. Plus, it was his yacht that you were on Monday." "I know," she said, and thought about it. "Why don't you come with me? You can even stand backstage off by the bar, and then we can head out together." "Seriously? Wow, you want me to keep this secret with you? Man, I don't know. I don't really like bars and clubs like that." "I don't either, but it's one time and on Friday night. Please, come with me so I won't even have to talk to Cy and the other guys." "Okay, I'll do it." "Awesome. Thank you so much, Missy Ann." "What are best friends for?" she asked, and then Eliza Grace had to answer the phone. Clarissa was calling. She spoke to her about Edwin Devani. He wanted her to be the main model in the lingerie show and wanted her to stop by his shop after the runway show Saturday. Clarissa would be there, too. She agreed and then hung up the phone. "What was that about?" Missy Ann asked her. "I'm going to have a sit-down with the guys." That was Clarissa. "This big designer of lingerie from Charleston wants me to be the main model to showcase his new lingerie line." Missy Ann widened her eyes. "Lingerie? I know. It's as big a step as wearing a bikini, but from what I've seen of his designs, the lingerie is very classy and sexy, but not too revealing. There's always an overlay of sheer, adding to the sexiness and mystery of what's underneath. I like the styles. But what will the Hayes brothers say? Not sure. But this is my profession, and it could lead to a lot of other opportunities. Besides, the pay is amazing." Missy Ann smiled. "Then go for it. If anything, you have 4 sexy, muscular men that can be your personal bodyguards if need be," she said, and wiggled her eyebrows up and down. Eliza Grace chuckled. "Could you imagine that?" she said, and looked out toward the park, thinking about her sexy men and how complete they made her feel. Maybe they could be her personal bodyguards, and she could have them nearby on every shoot. Then she shook her head. "I couldn't be selfish like that. They have this case they're working on right now, and it takes up a lot of their time. They seem so upset about it, but hide the details from me. I don't want to be a burden." "Maybe ask them about going to see you Friday night.
That way you won't feel like you're lying to them? Maybe I will. They would want to be there. I'm sure they would. Plus, I'll sit with them so they don't do anything crazy or rash, she said, and winked. Like you could stop them. Well, I could try to calm them until you got to them. I'd give it a try, even though they are quite intimidating, to say the least. Well, I appreciate that. Maybe I'll ask them later. It's the right thing to do. Plus, you'll be sharing another personal talent with them that they didn't know about. They'll love hearing you sing. Eliza Grace smiled. Okay, I'll call them. Missy Ann felt badly for Eliza Grace. She had tried to tell the guys about Friday night, but they had talked about the case they were working on and how they had to work. She didn't want them to feel bad about missing her perform on stage, and she didn't want them to worry. But Missy Ann was a little worried, especially at the way that Guy Cy and his two buddies watched Eliza Grace and kissed her hello. They wanted her, and the faster she could get Eliza Grace out of here after her performance, the better. So when she saw Lynch and Parker show up with two other men she didn't recognize, Missy Ann went over to them right away. "Oh, my God, how did you know?" she asked Taser as she gave him a hug. "My God, Eliza Grace is going to be so happy," she added, and then hugged Lynch. "What are you talking about? What are you doing here?" Taser asked her as he took her arm. She immediately knew something was wrong, and she didn't know what to do. She looked at the other two men. Both were very attractive and looked kind of intense. "We'll head over to the other side and keep watch," one of them told Taser, and he nodded. "What were you saying about Eliza Grace?" Taser asked her, and as she went to tell them what was going on, the band stopped, and the announcer began to introduce Eliza. She smiled. "Well, just listen, and you'll find out what she was trying to tell you over the phone today." "Today?" he asked. "Yes, she was trying to tell you she wanted you guys to come see her here." He squinted his eyes at her, then looked at Lynch. But then the announcer announced Eliza Grace's name, and both Lynch and Taser were shocked. Missy Ann pulled out her cell phone and recorded the performance. Every so often she scanned over toward Lynch and Taser, but they looked straight-faced and almost pissed off. So she kept the camera on Eliza Grace as she sang a few songs, and the crowd went crazy. "You're not going to believe this, but those two men are the ones from Rodney's. Look," Vic told Cy as he handed him his cell phone and the pictures. "Son of a bitch. Tell Luther to close up the back room. It's a raid," he said, feeling the anger build up inside of him. He watched the two men standing next to Eliza's friend, Missy Ann. She was petite and cute, too, almost like Eliza, but with blonde hair and blue eyes, but her breasts were huge for her size. A couple of their spotters singled her out as a potential girl to train. His mind was spinning. Why were those men talking to her? Did they know Eliza Grace? He couldn't stick around to get his answers, as suddenly cops started pouring into the bar, and he needed to get the hell out of there fast. He took one look on stage, and the shocked expression on Eliza Grace's face as the band stopped, and one of the men talking to Missy Ann pulled Eliza down off the stage and into his arms. The other one caressed her hair, and then yelled at her and told her to stay put. "We need to go now," Vic stated, and they hurried out with the other patrons as the police raided the back room, and another operation went under, all because of those two fucking men. Eliza Grace was shaking. She was so scared. She'd never seen Taser and Lynch so angry before, as they both yelled at her and Missy, then grabbed two officers and told them to guard them with their lives. She and Missy Ann just stared at the chaos going on around them.
People were being hauled out of the club, and women wearing hardly any clothes, and even some naked ones, were being pulled from the back room. "Holy shit, this is fucking incredible. A prostitution ring right here in South Carolina," the one officer said. She looked at Missy Ann. "Oh, God, this has something to do with their investigation. Holy shit, Eliza, we're right in the middle." She swallowed hard, and then she caught sight of Burker and Parker. She pushed between the officers, and they tried to stop them until Burker and Parker identified themselves. "Holy shit, what the fuck were you two doing here?" Burker yelled, and Eliza Grace stopped short. She was going to hug him. She needed him to hold her and to tell her it was okay and that they weren't angry with her, but she knew they were. He took her hand, and Parker took Missy Ann's. "Let's get you the hell out of here now," he said, and they went with them. Eliza Grace looked at Missy. "I'm sorry." "Don't be. I'm glad you weren't alone," she said, and then both Parker and Burker stopped. Taser and Lynch, along with the other two men, arrived. They introduced the two men as Finn and Salvatore Connolly. She realized that they were Antonio and Billy's brothers from Connolly's restaurant where they had had their first date. "How long have you been working here?" Taser barked at her. Missy Ann held her hand. "I don't work here. I sang here a few nights 2 weeks ago, and then the owner asked me to come sing tonight because they were down a singer. It was going to be the last time." "Luther? You talked with him alone?" Lynch asked, with fists by his side. She felt the tears fill her eyes. "Guys, calm down and give her a minute. She doesn't know what's going on. It's obvious she didn't have a clue," Finn Connolly said to them, and he looked at Missy Ann, then at Eliza Grace. "Is there anything you can tell us about Luther? Maybe who he hangs out with or seems to do business with? Anything that stands out as suspicious?" Salvatore asked her. "He seemed okay. Maybe a little flirty at first, but then he backed off," she said, and then worried her bottom lip as her men stared at her, looking angrier. "Ever notice anything suspicious? Any exchange of money, or maybe regulars he was always around?" Finn asked. She looked at Missy Ann and thought about Cy and the control he seemed to have over Luther. Her gut clenched as she wondered if she should tell them about him. She didn't want to accuse the man of something. "Eliza Grace, this is a serious situation. These men, Luther included, have been running numerous prostitution rings. They take women, young ones like yourselves, and turn them into prostitutes. They train them and then have men come into clubs like this and pay for sex. There are women who go willingly and others who are taken. Luther has been operating one of these rings in the back room. If there has been anyone you've seen him with that has not looked on the up and up, even if it's just a guess, we need to know. Women are dying. Women are being killed. Soldiers, special ops like your men, have died trying to find certain women they know personally." "I don't want to make any accusations." "Just tell us and we'll handle it," Lynch said, teeth clenched. There were 3 men Luther was always talking to. One of them definitely bossed him around. "They were here tonight. They know Eliza Grace," Missy Ann said, and Eliza looked at her, and Taser grabbed Eliza Grace's arm. "They know you? Talk to you?" She nodded. She told them their names and all about how she met them and about the night the college guys tried something on her. She refused to come back, but then she saw Cy again, and she told them about the yacht and about them being here tonight, and they knew Luther would ask her to perform one more time. "He may have wanted her," Finn said, and Parker pulled her into his arms. "We need to identify these men." "They were here tonight," Missy Ann said to Finn. "You can identify them?" he asked her, and she nodded her head. "Come with us. We'll look at the surveillance video. She can point them out, and we'll get last names." "He owned the yacht the shoot was at Monday. "He was there. It's at the marina," Eliza Grace said to them. Parker's hand on her hip was firm. He whispered next to her as Lynch and Taser gave orders, and Lynch spoke into his cell phone. "You could have been taken. These guys could have their eyes on you and have set you up tonight to be taken. They know we're on to them. Jesus, Eliza Grace, why didn't you tell us about this? About the guys bothering you here? About performing here and about meeting Cy and him being on the yacht?" Parker asked her. "You didn't think it was suspicious that he showed up at your other shoots this week? You couldn't tell the man was interested in you?" Burker asked, sounding so angry, with his arms crossed and looking at her like she was stupid. I really didn't think much of it. I was so busy with work and wanting to get home to you guys. I just thought he flirted with me, and if I kept blowing off his advances that he would get the hint." Burker stepped into her space and cupped her cheeks. "Did he touch you? Try to kiss you?" "Don't fucking lie to me," he demanded to know. The tears rolled down her cheeks. "No, he never kissed me. He did try touching me, taking my hand or covering my knee if he sat next to me. He kissed my cheek hello and goodbye. I kept my distance. I didn't know he was dangerous. I didn't know this was a setup. I tried asking you guys to come here, but you were busy with the case and said you had to work." She was starting to freak out when Burker pulled her into a hug against his chest. "Fuck," he said. And then he just held her, until Lynch and Taser told them to bring Missy Ann and Eliza Grace home, and to be careful that no one followed them. "What now? We're fucked," Vic said as they sat in Cy's office. "We're not fucked. Let me think. We can handle this situation and get the fuck out of town after Saturday," he said to them. "Saturday? Why not now while we can?" DeVille asked him. "Saturday is the runway show." "Fuck Cy. She's involved with those special ops guys, the ones responsible for fucking up the businesses and taking down Rodney's. They found that commandier's daughter this morning, and we can't get in touch with Stoley," Vic said to him. Cy was getting angrier. "I wanted Eliza Grace. Knowing that she's fucking 4 men makes the decision to share her, as we discussed when we first met her, a little easier, don't you think?" he asked them. Vic looked at DeVille. "We want her too, but you know they won't stop at trying to find her once we take her," Vic said to him. "I have a plan I think will work. Get the jet ready for tomorrow night. Call Darius so he's on board with the plan. We'll need a secure location." "I hope she's worth it," DeVille said as he stood up. "She's worth it, and she'll cooperate, knowing she was the reason her men died, and that her cooperation will determine whether her best friend lives or dies, too." Eliza Grace was in bed, all alone. Parker and Burker were on guard downstairs and waiting for Lynch and Taser to come home. She drifted off here and there out of exhaustion and worry about what could have happened. She had placed Missy Ann in danger, too, by bringing her to Luther's. She could have been hurt, or even taken by Luther or one of the other men involved in the prostitution ring. The tears hit her eyes, and she sniffled. This was a complete mess, and she had been clueless. What kind of men do these types of things? She wondered, as she thought about Cy, Vic, and DeVille. Yes, her initial instincts had warned her that they were trouble, but she thought more along the lines of players than criminals. How could she have been so stupid? Now this gave the Hayes brothers another reason to think she was too young, too immature, and not knowledgeable enough. They were going to break up with her. They weren't going to trust her. She cried a little harder. She knew nothing about men, And just because she had 4 lovers and had let them fuck her in every hole did not make her any smarter when it came to men. She led with her heart. She was emotional and shy, and that self-confidence she thought was growing stronger just took a right jab to her gut, sending her a few steps back. She sniffled, and then felt the pounding headache. The door to the bedroom opened, and she stiffened up. She didn't want to face them, any of them. She was embarrassed, and she didn't know what to say. Lynch and Taser were so angry with her. But then the bed dipped, and strong arms pulled her close as Lynch nuzzled against her cheek. He slid his hands down the sweatpants Parker had given her. In doing so, he rolled her to her belly and leaned over to kiss her bare back. "Lynch?" she whispered. "Not a word," he grunted at her, and she shivered. She shouldn't feel turned on by him right now, as he pressed her pants down off of her, then pushed her shirt up to the back of her neck. His lips trailed along her skin, and then his hand landed on her ass, hard. She jerked, and he massaged where the sting was. Smack! She shook again. Her pussy creamed, and tears stung her eyes. She sensed the movement around her and knew the others were there. A second set of hands spread her legs and lifted her hips. She turned her head and saw Taser. He was naked, serious as he glided his hands slowly up her legs from ankles to ass cheeks. Smack! She jerked around. "Oh!" she gasped. "Not a sound, Eliza Grace," he said, and then stuttered a moment like he wanted to say more, and then the spanking began. One smack to her ass after the next, then a massage to take the sting away. It wasn't only Taser and Lynch. Parker and Burker joined in too, and she welcomed their discipline and their concern for her well-being. They cared about her, and she scared them too. "I'm sorry," she cried out. "I'm sorry," she said. Taser lifted her up and placed her down onto Lynch. He cupped her cheeks and kissed her deeply as she took his cock into her wet pussy. Lynch scooted to the edge of the bed, and she immediately felt the shirt being lifted off of her as Lynch released her lips. He cupped her breasts, and she held onto his shoulders. "You scared the hell out of us," he said, and she lowered down and kissed his lips. She kissed along his chin and neck, then to his lips again. She felt the cool liquid press into her ass, and then her thighs pushed wider. She didn't make a sound. She welcomed Taser's cock, his invasion into her body, claiming her, marking her his woman. She wanted them, all of them, inside of her. As she came again, just thinking about their forcefulness and possessiveness, the finger left her, and Taser's cock replaced it. He slid right into her, gripped her hair and her shoulder, and began to fuck her ass slowly, deeply, as Lynch lifted up and down. She was gasping and moaning with every thrust of their hips. Then Lynch pulled on her nipples and suckled one hard. She moaned again and again, until she felt the hands on her hips and Taser stroking into her ass faster and faster. She cried out her release, and so did Taser and Lynch at the same time. They kissed her everywhere, her shoulders, her breasts, her neck. "Never again. Don't ever scare me like that again," Taser told her, and then bit gently on her skin, making her get tiny goosebumps and giggle from the sensation. He eased out of her ass, and then Lynch lifted her up, and Burker took her from him. She ran her fingers through Burker's hair, and then lowered down to kiss him. He aligned his cock with her cunt, and she slid right over his shaft as she explored his mouth thoroughly. Behind her, the cool liquid hit her anus, and she knew Parker was there. Her whole body came alive again. It felt so in need of these men and their ability to touch her deep within wherever they loved her together. Fingers stroked into her ass, and then a few more slaps surprised her. She shivered and shook, but then widened her thighs over Burker as she rocked her hips and lifted up. Their lips parted, and he held her by her throat and chin in such a possessive, sexy manner she creamed some more. She rocked her hips, parted her lips, and then felt the fingers pull out of her ass and Parker's cock replace them. He gripped her hips and began to sink into her ass. She closed her eyes and let go. She let them take from her whatever they wanted, just as long as they didn't leave her. In and out, Parker thrust into her ass, as Burker lifted up and down with Eliza's assistance. She countered over him, rocking her hips until Parker pulled both her arms behind her and rocked into her ass. Her breasts pushed out, and Burker cupped them while she rode him faster and faster. It was erotic and sexy. She felt like a goddess as they moved faster and faster. Parker pressed her chest down to Burker's chest, but Burker's mouth locked onto her breast, and his hands locked onto her shoulders as he pumped his hips upward. In this position, with her hands held behind her back and her legs spread wide over Burker, Parker's cock dug in, deeper, making her cry out her release and scream for mercy. It was too much. He was too deep. When she heard them both grunt and roar as they exploded and poured their seed into her body. They kissed her everywhere, and she exhaled, then opened her eyes as they cleaned her up and watched over her. I love you, all of you. No matter what you think right now or how angry you are, I love you so much, she told them. They smiled as they played with her body, ran their fingers over her breasts and her curves. They were all touching her. I love you too, Parker said. As do I, Burker added, then leaned down to kiss her shoulder. She smiled. Lynch looked serious. You have a lot to learn about commitment and being up front with us. I love you, though. And your recalcitrance is nothing a firm hand can't fix, he said, and winked. She swallowed hard. I'm ready to learn. I bet you are, he said, and gave her a wink. She looked at Taser, who still seemed upset. No more holding back. You get a gut feeling or you feel something isn't right, you get to one of us or call us. I don't care if it's nothing. You tell us, he scolded her. She nodded. And another thing, don't beat around the bush about things. If you wanted to share your singing talent with us, you should have, even though we said we needed to work. We could have worked it out. At minimum, we would have warned you about the investigation and Luther's. Your lack of trusting us completely could have gotten you hurt, or even killed. I'm sorry, but I'm not over that quite yet, he said. She sat up and knelt on her knees in front of him. She cupped his cheeks. I'm sorry, she whispered, with tears in her eyes. She didn't want him to be angry with her. She needed him to love her, too. He wrapped one arm around her waist and pulled her close. You've got some making up to do, he said, and she felt his finger trace over her ass, then down the crack. Whatever you want, she whispered, and then kissed his lips, his jaw, and then his neck. He cupped her cheeks and stared down into her eyes. I love you, baby. She smiled, and then he lowered her to the bed, pressed between her legs, and eased his cock right into her needy cunt. Arms up, and get ready. It's going to take a whole lot of loving to get this bad feeling in my gut to go away. She smiled up at him and placed her hands above her head and lifted her breasts toward him. "Then it's a good thing the runway show isn't for another day, or I might not be able to walk it," she teased. The others chuckled, and then Taser lowered over her. "A wise ass, huh?" he said, and then eased his cock out and then thrust back into her, taking her breath away and binding their bodies and hearts once again with every stroke he made. She loved them, and from now on anything they wanted she would give them. They meant the world to her, and nothing else mattered but their love and their safety. The Hayes men forever came first. Chapter 9. Eliza Grace was so nervous before she took the first walk down the runway. But one look at her men, as they stood in the crowd watching, and she felt confident and sexy. By the time the moment came to showcase the final designers, she felt nervous about wearing the sexy dress and showing off her abundant breasts. Her men were not going to be happy about this one, but one of the models got sick last minute, and only Eliza Grace could fit into the dress. Well, barely. The top was too tight on her bust, but they made do, and she walked out, hearing the oohs and ahs of the crowd. She couldn't lock gazes with her men, afraid of their response to the dress. But then, as she turned, she saw them all standing there, arms crossed, and the only one smiling was Burker, who was licking his lips. He gave her a wink, and she felt flush a moment and nearly tripped, but she made it back, no problem, and then exhaled as she got behind the curtain. "You did it! Oh, my God, that was sensational! Listen to the crowd cheer," Ken said to her. She smiled. "I can hardly breathe," she said to him. "One more step out to take a bow, and then you can tear that sucker off," he said to her, and then kissed her cheek. She smiled. "Are you sure?" Lynch asked as he spoke into the cell phone. It was Federal Agent Mick Flowers. He told Taser that Cy and his men left the country. They'd flown out on a private jet, but they had a location on Stoley and were going to check it out. "We want in. Where can we meet you?" he asked as he looked at his brothers. "Okay, we'll be there in 20 minutes, he said, then disconnected the call. That was Flowers. Cy and the other two guys, believed to be the masterminds behind the prostitution ring, left the country on a private jet, but they believe they have a location on Stoley, the one who killed the 2 soldiers, he told them. "So we're going too, right?" Lynch asked. "Yes. Let's see Eliza Grace and then head out." "We should stick around here then, in case you need help on the computers?" Burker asked him. "Yes, definitely. This Stoley guy is slick. We know he's never in one place too long. We'll need you guys to do your thing and help us keep track of him and where he might go." "What about Eliza Grace?" Parker asked. "She has that meeting with the guy from the lingerie boutique in Charleston. Missy Ann is going with her, and her boss Clarissa will be there too. We'll have her text us when she finishes up, and then you guys can go pick her up afterwards. She'll be fine. None of those people are connected to this," Lynch said to them. "Okay, let's go see her and tell her, then head out. Yeah, and grab a hold of Finn and Salvatore. We may need their assistance. I want to get an update on the information we found at Luther's bar, and also the details on those other names that popped up on Luther's phone." "Okay, we'll get on that as soon as we leave here," Parker told Taser. They headed to the back to see Eliza Grace and had to get through security guards to get to her. The moment she saw them, she ran to them. She was wearing a pretty flare beige skirt and a matching tank top that accentuated her large breasts almost as much as the damn sexy dress she wore at the end of the show. She threw herself into Taser's arms and kissed him deeply. When she released his lips, he laughed. "What did you guys think?" she asked, sounding so excited. Burker moved in behind her and wrapped an arm around her waist. He kissed her neck as Taser stepped back, but held her hands in front of her. "I think it was great, but the last one." She squinted her eyes at him and turned in his arms as Taser released her hands. "The last one? That was the #1 dress of the show." Parker ran his hand along her arm and then kissed the top of her hand. "It showed off your breasts. Those are ours to enjoy," he teased. She blushed, and Burker chuckled. "You looked incredible, baby," Lynch told her, and then he pulled her into his arms and kissed her. Taser smiled. "We have some business to take care of," he said to her, and she looked upset and serious. "Is it dangerous?" she asked, and Taser pulled her close and cupped her cheek. "We'll be fine, just trying to find these assholes and wrap things up. You have the meeting with that guy and Clarissa from the boutique now, right?" he asked her, and she nodded. "I don't have to go. I can cancel if you want me to stay home. Missy Ann was going to be with me anyway," she said, and he thought about that a moment, but it wouldn't be fair to her. This was an opportunity she was excited about and could land her a big gig with her career. They needed to accept her profession, even if it made them feel more protective and jealous. "It'll be fine. Go to the meeting, be smart, and make sure you get everything you want," he told her. "Ask questions, and if you're not sure, then ask for time to think about it, and we'll all discuss it tonight and help you decide," Parker said to her, and she smiled. "Okay, sounds like a plan. I won't make any decisions without discussing it with you guys. This affects you, too. I know how you feel about me modeling sexy clothing." "Don't make me think about that," Burker said. "Text Parker and Burker as soon as you're finished at the meeting. They'll come get you and Missy Ann," Lynch said to her. She smiled and then kissed each of them goodbye. Taser got that uneasy feeling in his stomach. "Be careful, okay?" she said with concern, and he nodded, then gently ran his finger along her cheek and chin. "You be ready for later." He gave her a wink, and she blushed. "Anything you want. Remember that," she whispered, making his cock harden in his pants. Thoughts of their love-making flashed through their minds, and how she handed over complete control to him and his brothers in the bedroom. He adored her more than anything in this entire world. Eliza Grace fixed her skirt and looked at Missy Ann. "How do I look?" "Like $1,000,000. Don't worry, he already chose you amongst all the other models," Missy Ann said, and Eliza Grace smiled as she squeezed her friend's hand. They walked to the business office and spoke with the man at the front desk. He directed them to the second floor, and they headed up together. "I can go in with you if you want," Missy Ann said to her. She smiled at her best friend. "I need to go in alone, but I'm so glad that you're here with me. I get very nervous when the guys aren't with me, especially after the other night. I'm surprised they let you come here with me." "I know, but they want to solve that case, and I'm safe here. Clarissa and Mr. Devani have nothing to do with the case. As soon as we're done here, we'll call Parker and Burker to let them know we're on our way back." Missy Ann smiled. "Okay, knock 'em dead," she said. And then they got to the office and opened the door. Eliza Grace saw 2 men sitting in the office reading magazines. A woman at the desk told Eliza Grace that they were waiting for her in the back room. She had this uneasy feeling in her gut as she looked back at the men and at Missy Ann. Before she went inside, she whispered to Missy Ann, "Take out your phone and be ready to text Parker, just in case," she said to her, and Missy Ann looked scared. "I may be paranoid, so just humor me," she said, and gave a soft smile. Missy Ann nodded and then took out her phone and kept it on her lap. Eliza Grace met Mr. Devani, who couldn't seem to take his eyes off of her. It was rather annoying, and she didn't like the feeling she had. As Clarissa described the contractual agreement, it seemed odd and unclear.
I don't understand the contract. It doesn't state anything about modeling lingerie, but there's a lot of stipulations of responsibilities and upkeep of my body, my skin, and even the food I eat. I'm confused, she said, and looked at him and then Clarissa. It's a typical contract. All the girls sign them before they begin their training, he said to her. Training? She asked. Well, yes. You're going to need a lot of training in order to fulfill your owner's desires. The words hit her like a hard kick. She stood up and the door opened. The moment she saw Cy, she gasped and reached for her purse. Clarissa knocked it from her hands. I'm sorry, Eliza Grace. I tried to keep them at bay, but you were just too appealing to all involved, Clarissa said. Eliza was in shock. How could you do this? I trusted you. You set this all up? You're part of the illegal prostitution ring? She asked, as she maneuvered around the meeting table. There was nowhere to run. She would have to get through Devani on her left or Cy on her right. Both men would be able to stop her. Don't fight it, Eliza Grace. You knew since the moment we met that there was something between us, Cy said, moving closer. She shook her head. No, nothing was between us. I don't want anything to do with you. Sure you do, because myself, Vic, and DeVille are the only men who will take interest in you after you've been fucking 4 men. Her eyes widened. Oh, by the way, 2 of them are already dead, and the other 2 will die too if you don't cooperate. No, you're lying, she screamed at him. He held her gaze. Believe what you want. It won't matter a few days from now, and definitely not weeks from now. Vic has a way with discipline, and DeVille, well, he likes to use his fists and has a bit of a temper. I'm the calmest, so I suggest you cooperate. No, I'm not going anywhere with you, especially if you did kill my boyfriends, she screamed as the tears filled her eyes. She tried not to cry and grabbed onto the table. They can't be dead. They can't be. There was a knock at the door. Oh, you may want to think about your friend Missy Ann, who was sitting out in the waiting room. Seems Mr. Devani here has been kind enough to make a deal for a friend of his. I take you, and his friend gets Missy Ann. She felt sick, angry, and also responsible for Missy Ann. No, please don't hurt her. Please leave her alone. Then come with me now. I won't have my men take out Parker and Burker at their house right now, and I won't turn over Missy Ann to Devani's friend. The door opened, and there was one of the men. We need to go, the guy said, and he was the one in the waiting room with Missy Ann. Eliza Grace took a chance and ran for the door. Cy stopped her, lifting her up off the ground. He slammed her onto the table and gripped her head. She couldn't move with him on top of her. You will cooperate, or she will die right here in this office. Do you understand me? He said, through clenched teeth. She could tell by his tone, his facial expression, that he meant business. He would kill Missy Ann if she didn't cooperate. The tears rolled down her cheeks. She nodded. Let's go. He pulled her up as if she weighed nothing at all and dragged her from the room. When she came into the main office, Missy Ann was gone, and her cell phone was on the floor, her bag still there. Where is she? What did you do with her? She asked, as Cy pulled her out of the doorway and down the hall toward the stairs. She's in safekeeping. Can't have any cops following us, he said, and they got to the bottom of the stairs and to the back door. As soon as it opened, she struck him and tried to run. He knocked her down, and she hit the blacktop, scraping her knees and her elbows. She cried out and struggled to get free. Cy struck her across the mouth, and she fell back against the SUV.
Your life here is over. They're dead, and now you're mine." He lifted her up and shoved her into the back seat. She felt the arms go around her waist, and then she caught sight of Vic. She slammed her head back against his mouth, and he cursed, then twisted around and threw her onto her belly before he straddled her in the back seat. He tied her hands together behind her back as she cried out in pain and screamed that she hated them, and she would never be theirs, and she would never let them touch her. She was crying, and the pain in her ribs and stomach as Vic straddled her made her lose her breath. She felt his hands move up her skirt, and she cried out through the gag, "You will be ours. You'll learn to submit, even if it takes beating you down." He pressed her to ease up into his seat. The SUV was already in motion, with DeVille behind the wheel. They kept her like that, on her stomach, her ass exposed to their eyes and their hands, and she cried. She was going to be raped, beaten, and used by these men, and then they were going to kill her. They killed Lynch and Taser, and they could kill Burker, Parker, and even Missy Ann. It was all her fault. All because she hadn't trusted her men fully and told them about her fears and about Cy and his buddies. She caused their deaths, and she was responsible for Missy Ann's suffering now, too. She cried as she lay there helpless, her knees burning, her elbows and mouth sore and swollen. Where were they taking her? How would she survive? Why was this happening to her? Everything had been perfect. Now, her life was over. Just after they broke into the back room of the dive, Lynch got the call from Parker. They had Stoley in custody, and he was smiling and leaning back in the chair as if he had nothing to fear. "Say that again," Lynch said into his phone. He grabbed onto Taser. "What? What's wrong?" Taser asked, and Finn came closer to them as the feds took control of the situation. "Eliza Grace and Missy Ann are gone. A call came through, and we heard a scuffle, and then silence. It went dead, and it was from Missy Ann's cell phone. We freaked out and headed to the place where Devani was meeting them and Clarissa. No one is here, Taser. There was a definite struggle. Missy Ann's phone and purse are on the ground, and blood is on the chair. In the back office in a meeting room, we found Eliza Grace's stuff on the floor." "Fuck. Did you get the surveillance tapes? Are the cops there?" Lynch asked, and then he heard Stoley chuckle. "There's nothing," Parker told him. "Oh my God. It has to be Cy. The son of a bitch wanted her from the start, and he took Missy Ann too," Lynch said. Taser turned toward Stoley. He ran to the table and grabbed him by his shirt collar. "Where did Cy take them? Where did they take the two women?" he yelled, and shook Stoley. Stoley continued to chuckle. The feds pulled Taser away from Stoley. "You can't do that," Flowers said to him. "I sure as shit can. This isn't over. Cy and his buddies took our woman and her friend. I want answers. Who owned the private jet that you said took them out of the country?" he asked Flowers. "That wasn't completely confirmed," one of the other agents said. Flowers shot him a look. "It may as well been," Flowers said. "What? You mean you didn't confirm that Cy and Vic and DeVille were on that private plane? You just assumed so?" Taser yelled at Flowers. "They were more than likely on it. They did business with the owner of the jet." "Fuck!" Taser yelled out. "We left her wide open for him to take her because this asshole made an assumption. We let her down. We fucking caused Eliza Grace and Missy Ann to get taken," Lynch said to Taser. "You're a fucking asshole, and I'm doing this my way," Taser said to Flowers, and then pushed him aside, and took out his gun and put it against Stoley's head. "Start talking, asshole, or you're gonna die right here." Stoley stared at him in shock, but didn't look like he believed Taser at all. Lynch moved closer, and kept the federal agents back. Flowers was saying Taser couldn't do this and that Stolly had rights. I answer to a different law. You killed 2 soldiers and a whole lot of other women. I have no fears. Not jail, not getting shot, nothing. I'll kill you right here if you don't tell me where they took the women. I don't know, Stolly said to him. Taser shook him and pressed the gun harder. I think Tennessee or somewhere. There's a safe house, a place that Cy uses to get away and to fuck his women. Lynch wanted to kill the son of a bitch, but Taser was keeping control, despite his filthy words. Give me the fucking address, and if I find out you're screwing me, I'll hunt you down and slit your fucking throat. You understand me? Stolly nodded, and then rambled off the address. Taser put it in his phone and sent the address to Parker and Burker. He released Stolly and pushed by Flowers. You better be ready to assist. I know a lot of fucking people, he threatened Flowers, and then headed out of the room with Lynch. Missy Ann could hardly keep her eyes open. They were using her as bait to send the feds, the police, and the Hayes brothers away from Eliza Grace and where Cy was really taking her. She didn't know where, and she tried to stay awake, to hear the men give any information. The only thing she heard about was Virginia. The one man said the name McKinley or McKinsley. She wasn't 100% sure. As she struggled to sit up, her knees scraped and her shirt tore open. She felt her head throbbing and knew they'd struck her over the head in order to get her to stop fighting them. The men who took her were told they could do what they wanted, but that she was to live. She sniffled as she thought about Eliza Grace. She saw Cy show up at the office. She tried to hit the call button to Parker, but the other men were already up and grabbing her. Eliza Grace had been right. She wasn't paranoid or missing her men and the security they gave her. Her gut was kicking in, and they should have respected that. She sniffled again and felt her swollen lip. She needed to be ready to try and escape and get help for Eliza Grace. When the door opened and she saw the man standing there, she knew it was bad. He was drunk. She'd heard them laughing earlier, and she heard the music, too. He stumbled into the room, and she moved off the bed. Don't be scared. We're just wondering if you want to join us for a drink, he said to her, and the other one entered the room, too. He had no shirt on and was looking at her in a way that told her these men were going to rape her. She was scared, petrified, as the one man reached out to caress her hair. You're so sweet, so pretty and young. How many lovers you had, baby? He asked her, and she felt the tears roll down her cheeks. She'd had none. She was a virgin and waiting for the right man, and then these 2 guys come along and were going to take that from her. Get away from me! Don't touch me! She screamed at him, and the backhand came out of nowhere. She fell against the bed, and he was on her fast. He ripped her skirt and tore at her top. She screamed and felt the cuts to her back from his nails. Get away from me! No! No! She cried out, and the other one helped him. The first guy struck her again and again as the second guy grabbed her arms and held her down. One was on top of her, spreading her thighs, pulling his pants lower as he pushed on her with his weight. She screamed and yelled for help and struggled to get free as hands grabbed her private parts, and then the next strike hit her harder. She had no voice and cried when suddenly the men were pulled off of her and she heard the struggle, the gunshot, and then 2 more. Missy Ann, it's us, baby. You're safe now, Finn Connolly told her as she rolled to her side to try and cover her body as she sobbed uncontrollably. She heard them yelling in the background, saying it was all clear.
Someone caressed her hair and pulled a blanket over her.
"Missy Ann, where is Eliza Grace? Where did they take her?"
Lynch asked, and as she saw all the men, she cringed. She locked gazes with Finn and Salvatore, who were taking care of her and caressing her. She looked at Taser, Lynch, Burker, and Parker. "They tricked you guys. I was a decoy to send you the wrong way," she cried, more tears rolling down her cheeks.
"Fuck,"
Lynch whispered. "Any ideas where they have her? Did you hear anything, sweetie?" Finn asked her, as he caressed her cheek and consoled her. "I tried to listen for anything. I think maybe Virginia. They mentioned McKinley House or McKinsley."
"Okay. Good job, honey. I want you to let Finn and Salvatore take care of you. You can trust them. I want them to bring you back home and watch over you until we catch these men and find Eliza Grace," Taser told her.
"It's Cy and Vic and DeVille. They want her for themselves. I heard them in the meeting room. They said they killed you and Lynch and could kill Parker and Burker, too, if she didn't cooperate. She hadn't believed them, and so he said I would die if she didn't go with them. She was saving me, and you guys, too," she said, as more tears rolled down her cheeks.
"We'll get to her. We'll find her in time, and we'll take care of Cy and his crew of shit," Taser told her.
And then they left, and Finn lifted her up into his arms and carried her out of the room and to an SUV. He and Salvatore never left her side. She was so scared, still shaking, knowing that she'd come so close to losing her virginity and getting raped by those drunk men. She clung to Finn, and he held her close as Salvatore drove the SUV. "Those men, the ones who hurt me,
are dead. They can never hurt you again, Missy Ann. Never," Finn whispered. "We got it. The place is in the middle of the fucking woods of West Virginia," Burker told the men as they gathered at the airport. Commander Lancaster came through with help and with a military plane to get them wherever they needed to go. He had his daughter back, and it would take a lot of counseling and patience to help her get through the traumatic experience she'd had. When he found out about Eliza Grace being taken and about Missy Ann nearly getting raped, he offered all his help. Flowers was there to assist as well. More proof came up that Cy, Vic, and DeVille were the masterminds behind the prostitution ring. They were the last men to get. "Let's get on the fucking plane and take off. It's been over 24 hours since they took Eliza Grace. God knows what those fuckers have done to her," Lynch said as they all boarded the plane. Parker and Burker were trying on their computers, and Burker had a satellite phone to his ear. "We've got satellite images on the house. I'm getting a live view, but we might lose it on takeoff," Burker said, and moved the laptop between him and his brothers. They buckled in and saw the live shot as the engines came to life and the plane began to move down the runway. Burker knew that once they landed, it was a good 30-minute ride to the location. Then they would have to ease their way in and hope there weren't traps set up or security. They would get better images and heat images, too, once they were on the scene. "Jesus, there are a bunch of men there," Lynch said over Burker's shoulder. "Well, we have a bunch here, and the four of us know what to do. We handle this like a military mission. We move swiftly and carefully, take out the security guys, then get in there fast, or Cy could kill her and get final revenge on us," Lynch said to them. "We're not going to let that happen," Taser said to them. "No, we're doing this together. Eliza Grace is coming home with us and in one piece. This is the last operation for me. I'm never going to let Eliza Grace out of my sights ever again," Parker said to them, and they mumbled in agreement. Burker looked at the images as the plane took off and the cabin remained silent. This was going to be tricky. They didn't know the area, They were unsure of how many bad guys there were, and their minds were on rescuing Eliza Grace before Cy and his two buddies could hurt her further. Burker couldn't stop thinking about what they might have done so far. It was more than a day's time. They were moving in on 2 days. What if they had already raped her? How would they get through all of that? He swallowed hard and willed the tears away. She was so petite and sweet. She didn't deserve this, just like she hadn't deserved almost getting gang-raped in college. He made a promise then and there that when they found her and brought her home, he would protect her every day for the rest of his life, no matter what. Eliza Grace was shivering. She was cold and tired and in a lot of pain. The chains they attached to her ankles and her wrists weighed her down and kept her from trying to escape. She did try, though, multiple times, and each time they stopped her, taking turns beating her down and making her beg for them to stop. She saw the bruises on her body, the scrapes against her breasts and her arms. She was on the floor by the table, their table, as they ate above her. She was curled up in a ball, trying to hide her breasts and her mound from the other men. They barely came inside, and it was obvious they were on guard in case her men showed up. She prayed they could find her. DeVille had stripped her to her panties and bra. They were going to break her down and make her beg for them to protect her and care for her. They kept telling her that her men were dead, and so was Missy Ann. She listened to them talk about their plans and how some guy would hold on to the money and be ready for them whenever they decided it was safe to move her. Over an hour ago, she heard the phone call that Cy was on. He was pissed off, and she heard him say that someone killed someone's brother. It was a person of importance. Then DeVille said that Darius would get them back. He would hunt them down and kill the ones responsible. She wondered who Darius was, and if it had been her men and their friends that killed his brother. Surely they were trying to find her, and maybe they found Missy Ann. Maybe that's who this guy's brother was helping, and he was killed when the police found her. She prayed that her best friend was alive and well and had been rescued. What if his brother was stupid enough to open his mouth and mention this place? Vic asked, bringing up the conversation again. He wouldn't do that, and even if he did, we would know they were coming way before they even set foot in the state, Cy said. Darius is not that good, DeVille said, sounding like he had a beef with the guy, or maybe felt inferior to him. Vic chuckled. You never liked him, not since he beat your ass in that fight, Vic stated. Fuck you, he cheated, DeVille said. He improvised. The man is a monster fighter, and he's sneaky. That detective and special agent are as good as dead. He loved his brother, Vic added. She heard the chair scrape back against the floor. Cy's foot hit her side, and she moved away. He grabbed her hair, and she gasped. Get up here, he told her, and pulled on the chain. She felt so weak, and she was starving. They had yet to feed her, and she knew it was to break her down and keep her weak. She was kneeling between Cy's legs. He kept one hand under her hair against her neck, and she saw Vic and DeVille staring at her breasts. Take a sip, Cy said, to her bringing the water to her lips. She took a sip. Good girl. You keep listening, and soon we'll get rid of those chains, DeVille said to her. Not before she submits to us and realizes we're her future. No one is coming to get her. In that instant, the lights went out, and darkness filled the large house. They pulled their weapons, and Cy grabbed her by her hair and started dragging her along the floor. She tried to keep up with him and couldn't. Her calves scraped against the hard floor, and she heard the gunshots and then glass shattering. "They're coming in," DeVille said, and Cy shoved her toward the bedroom. She wouldn't go in there. She was as good as dead if he took her there. She swung the chains up at his hands, and the gun went flying. She jumped for it, and he tackled her to the ground, and she felt the weight of his body and the strikes to her back and her shoulders. She screamed out in anger and tried to cover the gun so he couldn't get it. More shots rang out, and he cursed, then stood up. She gripped the gun and saw him reach for another gun as a guard, fell to the ground. She had her finger on the trigger. When he turned toward her, ready to attack, she pulled the trigger. Once, twice, 3 times, and he fell on top of her, then against the cabinet. She was screaming and shaking as more gunshots rang out, and then men in black appeared. She was scared as she turned the gun on them, but then heard the yelling. "No, Eliza Grace, don't shoot. It's us," Lynch yelled. And she dropped the gun and lay there on her belly, crying. "Jesus, oh God, what did they do to you?" Taser said to her. "Is he dead?" she asked, between sobs. "You killed him, baby. Good job," Lynch said to her. And Taser pulled off his mask and spoke into his radio. In a matter of seconds, the lights came back on, and the bodies came into view. She started crying again as more men came in. "All clear?" someone asked. "All clear," Parker said, and Burker knelt down on the floor, too. "Let me look at her. The medic is on his way inside," Lynch said, and knelt down next to her. "You're alive. He said he killed you." "Never, baby. We're invincible," Lynch said to her as he began to roll her over after checking her back. "Missy Ann?" she asked, tears rolling down her cheeks. "Alive and well, and being watched over by Finn and Salvatore," Taser said to her as he caressed her hair. "Shit, they did a number on you, honey. Let's get these chains and cuffs off." "I tried to escape, several times." She looked at Lynch as he checked her over. She could see the tears in his eyes. She placed her hand over his that was on her belly. "You came for me, all of you. You didn't give up. You didn't let him win." "Of course not, honey. You're our woman, and we would do anything for you. Don't you realize that?" Lynch asked her. "You saved me, and you saved Missy Ann, too." "Because we love you, and we could never live without you in our lives. Never," Taser said, and she smiled. "I love you, too," she said. And then the medic arrived. Her men stepped aside as the medic tended to her injuries and covered her up with a blanket to keep her warm. The nightmare was over, and it was time to start believing in her men and in the power of their love for her. Epilogue. Eliza Grace sat on the back porch swing with Missy Ann. They were holding one another close and watching their family and friends enjoy the barbecue. It had been her father's suggestion after all that happened, and he wanted to thank everyone for saving Eliza and Missy Ann. All their friends were there, including the Connolly men. "So what's going on with those Connolly men and you? They come visit at least once a week and check on you," Eliza asked. Missy Ann got awfully quiet. "It's strange. They seem to really have been affected when they found me that day when those men tried to rape me. I was screaming so loudly and fighting them as best as I could, but it was useless. When they arrived, they killed those 2 men, and then they got to me quickly. They never left my side, except in the hospital, when the doctor needed to check over my wounds. So that's a good thing. They like you, and they care." She shook her head. "They're just feeling obligated and responsible." "No way. Remember who you're talking to. I thought the same thing about the Hayes brothers, and that they felt responsible for me, like I was a little sister and an obligation." "It's different. "I'm different," she said, as she looked out toward the woods, and then leaned her head on Eliza Grace's shoulder. Eliza Grace felt badly. Missy Ann was a victim. She was having a hard time dealing with the after-effects of her ordeal, despite speaking with a counselor at the hospital. But it had only been 2 weeks. It would take some time to truly recover. "Listen, there's no need to think about anything but recovering and getting back to normal. I'm here for you. I'm not going anywhere." "I know that. I'm glad they didn't kill you and that your men got to you in time." Eliza Grace smiled as she looked toward the yard and saw her men talking to the Connolly men as well as to her father. She moved into their place immediately. In fact, they hadn't given her much choice, and while she recovered from bruised ribs and other injuries at their home, they moved all her stuff from the apartment and paid the remainder month's rent. One of them was always nearby, and they constantly told her that they loved her and how powerful this love between them truly was. And she believed it. She learned firsthand how powerful indeed, and wanted to kick herself in the rear for ever questioning their love for her, and pondering over the difference in age and maturity. They loved her for who she was, just as she loved them for who they were. Special ops, military men who were capable of moving mountains, chartering military planes, and using all their connections to rescue her and bring her back home. The tears filled her eyes, and the love she had for them filled her heart. She would never question their love for her again, and she would show them exactly how much she loved them every day for the rest of her life. The end. This has been Town of Chance, Believing in Love, the Dare Series 7, Siren Publishing, Ménage Everlasting. Written by Dixie Lynn Dwyer. Narrated by Olivia Peppersmith. Copyright 2016 by Dixie Lynn Dwyer. Production copyright 2017 by Dixie Lynn Dwyer.